caught in the middle. I don't know where I stand, 'cause you're mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight and you put my head on your chest. I cry the next thing, we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, I need closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go? Where do we go if you want me right here by my side? Where do we go? Can you make a decision? 'Cause I can't make up my mind. I tell myself that I'll be better on my own, but I come back every time. We fight and you put my head in your chest. I cry the next thing, we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
This week, 4 teams are looking to bounce back and dodge the lower bracket, because Masters Santiago is on the line. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming to you live from the place where we normally get smoothies. I'm Mimi. I'm joined on the desk this weekend by Athena, Emily, and Ender. Welcome, guys, to our more chill digs.
Mimi, I want to walk through. Why did you go in that particular order?
Yeah,
'Cause it
why
feels
did
like
you
that was a little
first?
targeted.
It was a little targeted?
Yeah, why did I have to go last?
Why was I second?
Why did you have to go last?
Yeah.
Because I wanted you to go last. It was all part
there
of the
you
Best for last, see?
I didn't say anything about best. We've got some great games though coming up this weekend, all of which are going to be coming from our middle bracket. As a reminder of our format, it is 3 strikes and you're out. The teams start in the upper, have 3 chances going through the middle and the lower bracket, and this week we focus on teams that took their first loss. Today though, the schedule will be Loud taking on 100 Thieves, and then later we move on to EG facing off against Sentinels. Then a winner of these games play again on Sunday. And Emily, this is a little bit different. Our teams are normally used to just playing 1 game a weekend. In this format, once you're in the lower bracket, a bit more difficult.
Well, because consistency is really key at that point, where in the upper bracket, you have teams that are like 1 to 2 best of 3s away from qualifying. In the lower bracket, you're going to have like 7 best of 3s ahead of you.
Yeah, that just means more Valorant.
It does.
more Valorant.
A lot more Valorant for you folks to watch as well. Week 1, we already had some big surprises. So it's about the right time to get some hot takes from our co-streamers and see what impressions they have after watching the first week of 2026 America's competition. We'll start with one of our LATAM co-streamers. Here's what Prin had to say.
Hi everyone, my name is Prin, and my hot take of the VCT is that Sato will beat Aspa's records of most kills in a match, and maybe some other records. He's young and he's got one of the best aim on all VCT. So stay tuned because he will do it.
So saying Aspas will get usurped in the kill record by Sato.
Ridiculous. Aspas will never be usurped. That's extreme heat.
Extreme
Yeah, that's
heat.
crazy.
Unilateral
Definitely
extreme heat.
Yeah. Sato is sick, but
He
is
is
he
really
a
good.
usurper? I don't think so.
He's a usurper. You're acting like he's gonna like Spartan kick Aspas off a cliff.
That's
or
the only
something.
way you're beating Aspas's kill record.
Okay,
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I don't know. I think he might get close, but I don't think he's gonna do it. I think someone else would do it. Someone like Cryo.
I think his kill record is just so ridiculous that no
Yeah.
matter how
Yeah.
good you are, it's pretty tough to beat. So we had a hot one to start. Let's hear what SRG's Alexis had to say for her hot take.
Hey guys, it's Alexis from SRG, and these are my VCT Americas predictions. My first prediction is that Sentinels is either going to 1, make a roster change, or role swaps before stage 1. And my second prediction is that the 3 teams that are going to make it to Masters Santiago are NRG, MIBR, and Furia.
NRG, MIBR, and Furia. Her 3 teams. One of these 3 is not like the other, is my initial impression.
No, I think I agree with 2 of those. I agree with MIBR. I agree with NIG. I don't agree with Furia. I think Furia is kind of a wild card for me, and so I'm gonna say that was pretty spicy.
Pretty spicy.
Pretty spicy.
What about the Sentinels factor?
I kind of agree with that. I feel like they might make a role change, or even maybe John QT going back to IGL. I don't know.
They played 1 match, guys! Can we relax for a second?
And she's more reasonable than the actual SEN fans, by the
Yeah.
way, in that take.
And it's a long-term roster. That's what they even said. Like, it's a developmental roster. I don't see them making any roster changes. Role swaps could come. We don't know.
True.
They're planning for the long term, not the immediate results.
Yeah, I'm going back-to-back extreme heat because of the Sentinel statement and also the omission of G2.
Yeah,
Going
that
to
is
Santiago?
crazy work.
That for me was kind of wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, some pretty good, or I guess pretty spicy. I don't know if they're going to be good.
Depends if you
coming
like
out of our
spice.
costume. Yeah, a good hot take. Thank you both for submitting those. But a new year of VCT, that of course means a new meta and new compositions. But it also means that a lot of our beloved agents that may have gotten a lot of play in the past are missing. So we've put together a board here of all of the agents that are yet to get play after a week of VCT Americas. Here are all of their faces now. And my ask for each of you is to go through and tell me an agent, first of all, why aren't they getting play? And two, why should they be?
Bro, I'm so ready for this. Give me Phoenix.
You want Phoenix?
Give me Phoenix.
That's a tough,
Talk about
sell.
spice.
It's not. Yeah. Talk about spice. Okay, I know people aren't playing him because right now Yoru is kind of there and he's kind of taking.
He's kind of like the best agent in the game.
Yeah, but the thing that Phoenix has, Yoru has a lot of mobility, but Yoru doesn't have sustainability. Phoenix, he has a lot of potential. He can use this wall in the retakes. He can give himself a lot of those heals, making him the only duelist who can heal himself in that
That's
sense.
a crazy narrative.
Reina.
Ignore the Reina. He has a volley, and he has one of the fastest flashes in the game. You can set yourself up for success, and you can go in. Lack of mobility, but you have that ult to kind of get you into that entry and run it down for your team. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Yoru, he just like is.
Are
like
you
a
just
little
saying
guy.
this because when you were a pro player, your teams were like one
I
of the
don't know
only
what
ones
you're
to
talking
pick
about.
this agent?
I don't know what you're
It
talking
worked.
about.
Can I clarifying question? Solo duelist Phoenix, or is he like a secondary to a Waylay?
No,
or
he's like a
something?
secondary.
Okay.
No, he's like instead of a Yoru, you get a Phoenix in there.
Credibility
It's still
saved.
a little crazy to me. I want a more reasonable sell. Emily, what do you got?
Give me Vise.
Vise?
I love her.
There she is. All right,
Oh.
big play last year has not been picked in 26
Yeah,
after the nerfs.
I think people are just turned away because of the nerfs, but I don't think they're that crazy. Her kit relatively still is the exact same. Her ult got a little bigger. You know, we saw that buff. She has two basically Sage Slows that she can activate from anywhere across the map, and it does a little chip damage if you want to try and go through it. You have a flash that you can activate yourself, which is good for anchoring, good for retakes, especially because it can catch people off guard. And then the wall, like, it just activates automatically, and it either has to be baited out by like a body or by a piece of utility. You're just kind of trading one for one, and I think it brings good info. And also, did we not see Energy's defensive half on Abyss at Champs against Fnatic, where she went
Okay.
16-4
Okay.
on
all right.
Vise?
Yeah, but
you.
Phoenix has quick flash.
I like this sell a little better. Let's see what you guys think at home as well. You have an option to spam in chat yes or no. We'll feature your votes at the end of the segment, and you get to decide our fates of how smart or dumb we are, I suppose.
Or the face of the agents. It's not all about us, Mimi.
No, it's all about us. For
Okay,
like half
give me
a second.
Deadlock then, because truthfully, I don't see the vision with Vise. I think that Waylay causes Vise too many problems. Waylay jumps in, eats up the wall, eats a what the? You almost just killed me! That almost just took my head off!
Give me the pitch. It's paper.
Sorry, my life just flashed before my eyes. As will all of the VCT pros that find themselves on
What
the
a
receiving
segue.
end of
Okay.
a Deadlock ultimate. You can't do anything about it. And the thing I love about Deadlock is that she's so good at just shutting down a hit instantly, chewing up big cooldowns, especially after the patch changes, making it harder to get the refresh util online. Just having that wall come down instantly to destroy an exec, get another minute left on the clock is so good. And contrary to Vise, where a Waylay can just jump in and eat up the entire wall and then everyone else comes in behind it, Deadlock wall, that's gonna be slowing people down for a good long time.
What if I were to tell you that I think the only reason she hasn't been played is because we just didn't see that much bind week one, and there's going to be more teams.
I
that
would
play
say
on
that I
bind.
believe you. Yeah, and I think that like Deadlock's not an agent that you're gonna be playing on every map, but there's a few maps and a few teams that you can slot that in and do very successfully, especially against our teams that love to slow default early rounds and chew up that first minute on the clock.
So what you're saying is you picked the least scary option.
Yeah,
That's
the
kinda
one with
crazy.
the least amount of risk.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because it's the
That's kinda
most
boring.
logical.
Low risk,
That's
low
kinda boring.
reward. Am I right?
You know what? I feel like you didn't understand the assignment. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna pitch you on the agent that no one's ever gonna play. No.
What do you mean?
Well,
He's
the
crazy.
people are with you, at least by 7%, that one of these agents will show up. I feel like that started to trickle up once we talked about, you know, the latter two agents in the pool.
I'm
Whoa,
sorry, one
we
second.
got you, Vernon, don't worry.
Whoa.
Do you guys realize what just happened? She just went in the same order. Started with you. I'm last again. This is, again, me.
Yeah.
This is
Favorite
feeling
that's coming.
targeted.
Moving on, let's talk about our first matchup today between 100 Thieves. They went 1-1 last week and are now down in this middle bracket. This is a big rework for 100 Thieves. And Chrissy, I'd be so happy to start with you on this. To just run me through the impressions, because they nearly beat G2 in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely fantastic from them. And I think the big one, of course, was going to be the Corrode. where they absolutely smashed G2,
Yeah, that was
showing
crazy.
a really impressive new comp, working the Sage into there as well. I just think, all things considered, the veterans returning to this roster on top of the new IGLing from Vora, it was all clicking.
Yeah, and with Bind being that first map, that could have easily been a 2-0 in my eyes. I think their defense is where they struggled a lot. We saw them play like 4 to 5 eco and half-by rounds because they would win a round, but they couldn't get momentum after that. And that's already just putting them at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like they just constantly have these slow starts. And if they didn't have those slow starts, especially on their defensive side, their attack side is going to carry them through everything else. So if they just fix a lot of these smaller issues that they do have on the defensive side, this is kind of an unbeatable team.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Vora. He was one of the biggest changes with a Tier 2 player coming up, having to slot into that IGL role. I want to get your thoughts on how you felt he performed as a caller in his first showing.
I feel like when you have an IGL who has so much depth in their attack side, you know that they're putting in the creative work outside of the server, working with that coach to make sure that your playbook has so much depth that the micro kind of transitions and the post plans and everything is just working out in their favor. So I think he really stepped up when it comes to attack side. You can tell that he's put in a lot of that work and he's fragging out. But Emily, I know you have some thoughts about the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, on the defensive side, I didn't really see like his calls making that much sense or like that much purpose behind each of them. Like, I don't think it was all the calls were bad, but definitely when it comes down to playing like their weaker side, specifically on Bind, because I feel like that's where they struggle the most, is on those weaker sides. For example, A, when they were playing 2, they just kind of fell apart. They weren't always on the same page. And while it's not the IGL's job to kind of micro everyone, I think he should have kind of stepped up to try and help figure out what's going on.
Fix
and help,
those issues
yeah, fix
mid-round.
those issues for them.
Yeah.
I mean, you as an IGL, you did that to me all the time.
Do you think that could like cue into inexperience at all, of not like feeling fully confident as that kind of new member slotting into the roster to be the one to step in and make those adjustments right away?
Yeah, because he's already doing the big job of calling the macro. It's kind of hard to balance both, especially when you're also trying to be active on the server, and he was. Like, you saw him kind of perform really well, especially on Split, I believe it was.
Yeah, I feel like he fell into a lot of their kind of things where they had to be proactive on their defense side, and if they weren't really sure kind of what to do or how to position themselves, which makes sense because you don't have that much information. But again, like, if you know that proactivity kind of wins you your defense side, why not keep doing it?
I think the big thing for them is figuring out how to enable Cryo on defense, because you saw him take over the map on attack. A very different story on the defense side, which is where a chamber should absolutely be eating on Bind. So finding more proactive looks, like you're saying, in a more cohesive way of playing around him instead of just leaving him on an island.
Yeah, more still to prove for Vora, but still 2 more chances for 100 Thieves ahead of their match in the middle bracket. Let's check in with their veteran, Asuna. He's alongside Zoe.
Asuna, new players, new coaches, new year, new me. 100 Thieves so far has been showing us a very unpredictable and exciting new style. Is this the team identity that you guys are trying to create for this season, or are you still just trying to figure it out and discover that?
Yeah, I think for most of the maps, we're keeping a pretty consistent identity and, you know, just trying to implement our new coaching staff's vision in the game, and same with Vora, our IGL. So, you know, some maps are going to be straying away from it, and Corrode was one of them, and we had a really good, you know, unique gimmicky comp, and, you know, maybe we'll change from it, maybe we'll keep it, but that's just, you know, things only time will tell.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had eyes on that double Senti count on Corrode last week. I can't wait to see what more you have in store for us today. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Still defining their identity across more of the map pool, but I think already showing us a very interesting one with some well thought through ideas, at least in week 1. Let's pivot to their opponent today, which is, of course, Loud. They are knocked down pretty early here, and alongside that, came out with some pretty interesting compositions, including bringing this Harbor into the fray. And that's where I want to start with, because he did receive a big rework between 2025 and 2026, but to me, it did not look like the implementation here was particularly on point.
Yeah, the big one is going to be locking in on Abyss, which was a very close map for them, comes down 13-11. But I think this is an agent that initially on Abyss was seeing some play, but ever since people started playing the Omen and the Astra to have that extra ability to jump into a site, he's almost disappeared in terms of being a second smoke option.
Yeah, and it feels like the Harbor comp was kind of okay. It feels like they had a game plan around it on that defensive side, but they didn't really execute it really well because it felt like a lot of the time that harbor wall for the retakes was slicing that A site in half, but it was way too early. C9, we constantly saw them pushing through that wall, taking a lot of backside space, and everything was kind of falling apart. This round actually on B, was a really good round that they had, where they actually showed how to play around it. Lucio got one of those picks, TP'd back and played over the harbor wall. So I see potential. I just think the execution of it and the timing of it isn't really there.
Yeah, my question then is, how much do you feel like this was a compositional, like pre-planning issue, and how much do you feel like it was an issue of maybe the team not having everything quite together yet in these early stages?
I mean, I think it's a mix of both. I'm not a big fan of the double controller plus a Senti. Like, I feel like you lose out on so much of that utility that you kind of need. That's good in every single scenario, but I do think the harbor has potential. Just, yeah, like you were saying, the way that they were using the wall kind of willy-nilly, especially on that defensive half, and so early and not really doing anything off of it, it did feel like a mix of both compositional wise and also just the way that they played it.
Let's talk about one of the players that people were really excited to see step into this roster. It is, of course, Darker. He made his Tier 1 debut in this game, and despite the loss, I think still had some pretty big rounds for the team, Christy.
Yeah, I think some definite impact was shown from the player, which is a great sign for him coming onto the big stage for the very first time, and something that we're going to have to continue to track, because I think for this Loud roster to make an impact, he's a guy that you want to step up into some shoes of other rookies like Luke Shaw in the roster that looked very solid last year if this team's going to make it down.
I think he does a really good job at playing around his util too, putting himself in those clutch situations, putting himself in the positioning where he can kind of play that role, be more in a clutch situation, be more able to kind of win it out and round it up for his team. He's also really stable when he is on those sides kind of holding it down and they're executing into him.
Yeah, I think he really thrives though when he's playing with his teammates, not just around his utility. I mean, we saw him play Viper on Haven, and especially on that attack up, it was kind of weird. It was kind of funny. Like, he wasn't the one lurking. He would throw his wall A, but not really put too much pressure. He would always be kind of back in spawn, not really going for anything, but he's always there with his team executing, and it kind of worked out for them. They didn't win the map, but Darker definitely had a lot of good rounds, especially like locking down sites in those post plans.
He helps a lot in the post plan.
For sure.
Feels like that's where he shines.
Another big change, though, that this team made heading into 2026 was Pankata stepping into the IGL role. Let's check in and hear some of his thoughts going into their second match with Zoe.
Pankata, looking at last week's match, there were some questions regarding your compositions and the picks, right? You ran that solo Yoru, we also saw the harbor on Abyss, and it didn't really pay off for you and the team. Do you feel like you guys need to revise those comps, or was this past week more focused on adjusting the way you execute them in-game?
Sobre as comps, eu acho que ainda é um segredo. A gente vai mostrar se a gente mudou algo ou não. Eu só acredito que o time precisa mais de pouco de experiência como equipe, que aí vai se pagar o que a gente treinou.
About the comp is still a secret. We're not going to tell you right now if we have a new comp or not for today. But, you know, regarding the team, I think we just need more experience as a team, and things are going to start happening.
All right, can't wait to see that. Best of luck in today's match.
But not a lot of time to build experience in a format like this, where just 2 more losses will send Loud packing and not having an opportunity to play a Masters tournament in South America. Let's take a look at the talent predictions, see where we think that this game is going to go.
I had a bad feeling.
That's about what I expected. 100% going 400 Thieves.
I mean, the truth is, if you rate G2 and then you like highly, and then you see 100 Thieves like very nearly taking them down, you just have to assume they're going to be favorites. I think a lot of teams, or people think they're going deep.
Sorry, I think there's like a lot of small faults with 100 Thieves, but I don't see glaring issues. Whereas with Loud, I feel like there's a lot of glaring issues, timing-wise, retake-wise, playstyle-wise.
Yeah, and we also just don't know if that's like their Abyss comp. We don't know what they're going to pull out on any other map. We haven't seen a whole lot for them because they dropped into that middle bracket so early on. So a lot of things are just unexpected for me.
Yeah, I think the other sell, of course, for 100 Thieves is that they did play 2 matches. We saw them win one of them in pretty dominant fashion and then go into that very close game against G2. Definitely a favorite here, and the fan vote really represents that. 89% of people predicting this team. When do we start worrying that Loud is slipping back into the same issues of last year, with Lucio going big every game but just not quite closing out? Like,
if they strike out 0 for 3, then we worry. But people are already expecting 100 Thieves to be better than them, so I don't think like a disappointing match here would end their hope for this year, but I would like to see them have a better showing than week 1.
Yeah, I don't think honestly, I don't think they're too bad. They're definitely a lot better than last stage than what we saw. I feel like I see a lot more potential, and I see that they're trying to be way more creative and fix a lot of their smaller issues. It's just a matter of, like they said, practice, I guess, together.
For sure. Well, they'll have an opportunity to try against a team that nearly beat G2 last week. Our second week is underway, the middle bracket here, and we're kicking things off with 100 Thieves versus Loud. Brennan, Sideshow standing by in the back. They're going to be on the mic.
Down.
They're standing by, but they're sitting down. It's fine. They're going to be here after this. Kickoff starts right now.
Loud, they didn't have the greatest years recently. After they lost Aspas, I feel like they've been on a kind of a downhill trend, sadly. I feel like they've been picking up the pieces ever since, and they also have a lot to prove.
E agora, fica num 2 contra 2, Target! Target!
Siento que somos un equipo, o sea, con muchas promesas joven. Tenemos un IGL que ganó una Champions, que la verdad aporta mucha experiencia, y también somos un equipo con mucho aim.
Biggest key players is Luxo. I think he's kind of like an X factor. He's honestly just has really, really good mechanics. He can kind of hit almost any shot. He's really calm when he plays the game.
Pra buscar o corte!
I think he's going to be the most dangerous player in the match.
La verdad, Gente nunca ha sido un equipo que yo le haya prestado mucha atención, y la verdad no lo veo como un equipo fuerte.
I just feel like we have more talent on our team, so, and I feel like we have better structure. You guys should expect it too out of us.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, it's time for some casual casting as we all sit back. I get lulled into a false sense of security when we're in this setting, and I don't feel like I'm working, which is a bit of a problem.
Well, just pay attention to all of the you know, paraphernalia around you.
Yes, of course. Oh,
work-related. All sorts of things. There's pictures of Golden Boy scattered around here.
But we do have a match.
All sorts of things.
Yeah, we do have a match here, which is vitally important.
Look at that one.
Very good. Very professional. That is horrifying.
It really is, isn't
it?
Wow.
You have like prey eyes like a deer.
Yes.
Like you need to be looking in multiple directions at once in case you...
Well, I sometimes do feel attacked, I think.
Okay.
I think we've got a game here that is going to tell us a lot about these two teams, really. Because the community, we are all under the impression that 100 Thieves has a bit of a gap here over the top of Loud.
Sure.
But it's hard to tell when you've only seen one game from Loud. People love a little bit of recency bias and an overreaction, but you got to see games like this to see whether 100 Thieves are able to easily close out the games that they should be winning if they want to make runs towards global tournaments at some point this year.
Absolutely, yeah. I think for Loud as well, the way that this map select is corners, Breeze is an opening pick for them. And I think that's back to basics, because one of the questions we've got is about Pankata in terms of the ideas that the coaching staff for Loud are bringing to the table, because compared to 100 Thieves, I mean, 100 Thieves have been all in on the Waylay. They've had some fantastic concepts, especially with the Sage that they've been running on a variety of maps. So Loud, for themselves, they're still trying to find their footing. They don't want a repeat of last year where they've just been going winless in Stage 1, Stage 2, and that's the risk that you are at currently here in the middle bracket. It doesn't seem like much. Yes, the setting is casual. Yes, I'm getting lulled into potentially slipping up on broadcast, but this game really matters, because if you lose this one, you go straight down into the lowest of lowest brackets, and there are no more second chances at that point.
Yeah, some teams are going to go 0-3. That is how the format has to work.
Yeah.
You just do not want it to be you. And one of these teams is going to be down there in the lowers fighting with that final strike remaining.
Yeah.
You're right in terms of the coaching value. It's actually Cloud9 first round banned Breeze in their last game, so Loud never got an opportunity to pick it. So they've actually gone for the map I think that they probably prefer, like is top of their map pool.
Yeah.
Whereas 100 Thieves banned Abyss, despite the fact that Loud looked a bit shaky on it with the Harbor. So that confused me a little bit in terms of the map veto. But you never know at the start of the season how good teams' maps are really and where the map pool goes. But I think that indicates 100 Thieves do not particularly want to play on Abyss. But do these teams want to play Harbor again, for example, on Breeze?
Right.
I suggest probably not. Do they want to play Chamber again? This is a great Chamber map, I could see.
I mean, Luke Shaw was the shining star, really.
And Cryo was in their game against Lev on Bind too, so I would be so down for a Chamber v Chamber head-to-head. But we have also seen some teams dabbling with the Sage on this map. Fnatic actually ran it this morning, which, spoiler alert, went horrendously for them,
Right.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
They went nutty on the defense side, but didn't do it on the attack.
Let's see how this one goes, though. Double controller, name of the game here, and pretty standard stuff, honestly, as well. You're going for the KO and the Sova, Jets on display.
Very old school stuff, actually.
Yeah.
I was wondering if people were going to bring out the KO on Breeze, but this is... now, normally, if you were going all the way back to when Breeze was last meta, you would have often been playing a Sentinel alongside it as well instead of the double controller, instead of the Astra. But I do like this look more. I don't think Sentis are that great on this map, apart from the Chamber. But the KO is going to come down to who can get more KO value, really.
Yeah. I like it a lot as well. It goes back to the basics. For Timotino as well, he's going to be on the Jet. Now, he's been playing largely Waylay, I think all Waylay, honestly, but I can't recall. So this is going to be different for him. But I was thinking about that op value that you might be able to see. But Cryo's not on a roll where he's going to be enabled necessarily for that. Like, he's playing the Astra.
Cryo is not going to be off. I mean, if Cryo is upping on this map, something's gone very weird, I think.
Wrong.
But Timotino, really confident whenever he's playing this entry duelist. He's a very active player as well. So take a look towards him. I mean, there's Luke Shaw. He's another player that potentially wouldn't be enabled as much in this composition. But we'll have to see. I mean, there's lots of lurk opportunities on this map too. And because we haven't seen very much of it, it's a new map that's come back into the pool. And it had so long out of the rotation, an enormous amount of time out of the rotation, that teams are having to build up their strat book almost from the beginning again.
Yeah, they really are, especially with the massive amounts of changes that we're seeing. But for now as well, you can probably guess that we are filling a little bit here. But earlier we did speak with Bang about what the new IGL Vora brings to 100 Thieves, so let's hear from them.
I think Vora, he's someone who likes to take a lot of control over the rounds, like as an IGL should, but he does it like, he really likes kind of being the leader in most of our macro decisions. Like he lets us players focus on the micro and figure out like ways we take fight angles together with whatever utility, but like I feel like the way he IGLs is super macro focused, and he's just worrying about the end goal of the round, how we're pushing and pulling their defenses, things like that, and kind of just helping us staying on the same page and staying like just like we're playing together. He makes a lot of our action comms and sets up a lot of our team fights.
we are back straight into it. Hopefully getting into the game as well. Knock on wood. I'm going to knock on this table.
Ow, he's whacking me in the head.
Yeah, you are dense as anything. So, hollow knocking sound. But we hopefully will get into it and there won't be any issues. Don't want to curse things, but fist bumps are abound. So we shall see. And the timer is ticking down in game 2. So hopefully getting into it here for Breeze, our opener between 100 Thieves and Loud, 2 teams with quite big expectations onto their shoulders. 100 Thieves, though, the ones that have been showing us all the signs of life so far. Definitely one of the stronger teams coming out of the big shake-up of Americas. And Loud themselves are just looking for that win, something to put onto the board to say that they can dispel the doubts of last year.
Certainly the case. Eyes looking towards Loud, though, because it's their map pick. And in theory, looks like one of the maps that should be towards the top of their map pool. So what kind of ideas have they got here?
Let's find out. Slow to begin with. Orb through the double doors, I believe.
Posting Verti up behind this box, almost anticipating some mid-aggression, because Verti's not going for the full walk down mid. A drone to try to support him on a potential peek. He's the only player with a Sheriff in hand.
We're seeing some fights to be taken, Luke Show. Two players. Orb up as well. It's all just trying to pull out pieces of util, I think, some of that mid-round clearance. Dart, drone, or knife, keep them guessing. Down to that minute mark now. 100 Thieves look to finally see grouping up and going into some movement.
No smoke at the moment, actually, to block the sight line. Here comes a star.
Yeah.
Might give the game away.
Pops up. Their own orb as well to try and play in. Now you see the drone leads it in through main. It's a nice suppression. Dark just flicks it aside, adjusts, and Timotino's gone. Straight away in a blink of an eye, re-clearance as well. Loud looking to put a squeeze onto these players with double doors, really making it awkward. And nobody is allowed access to the A site. Cryo
30 seconds left.
Left to be that last straggler, last sign that they could potentially get something done.
Not ready
Double
yet.
face in the end. Good discipline and a great beginning for Loud as well.
Not ready yet.
You can see why they picked this map.
My quiver is never
Extremely clear protocol for Kawanzin and Verti on defense side. If the push goes towards A double doors, they push out mid and ends up pinching the attackers, stuffing them into this small corridor. Now the kill from Darker onto Timotino, you always go for that when the jet dashes into the smoke.
You never get it, no?
You don't always expect to get it, but that's a great way to open. Just makes the round so much easier because Timotino isn't going to be causing all of that space creation at the front of the pack.
Yeah. Drone timinged. Timotino's passed this here, and 100 Thieves just making a play for the orbs in a round like this. Don't have much money to go, but it's angles watched for. Called out. It's Kawazin that was on that line, so ensuring that there's no potential for lurks. Verdi posted. 2 opportunities, but missed at that. Could have potentially just taken him out.
Bit surprising that he's missed those. Not the most important round, in theory, because Loud have got a huge eco advantage, but he will want to tighten that up later on when he's got an AWP in hand.
Yeah.
Wall thrown down as a fake actually attracts 3, you could call it 3.5 players, because Verti's in mid.
Lucia's the only player on A right now. Does have a stinger, but now feeling the pressure. There's a snake bite dart towards his back. We'll have to deal with this one, but listen, help is a long way coming. Still, Verdi does find himself in the right place in the right time. Has that outlaw now. Dash procced and the spike drop down on his lap. He's going to have an easy time of things here. In theory, still has a lot of shots coming, but knows the right timing to take it. And this should be an easy cleanup at this point.
30 seconds left.
Verdi hit the shot that mattered. Outlaw in hand, dropped the spike. Definitely some danger in this round, though, wasn't there? With Cryo being so isolated. Sorry.
Luke Show
being so isolated on one side of the map on his own.
I was a bit worried.
100 Thieves showcasing early on here that they're willing to throw in fakes. And the Viper Wall can be used a bit as a fake when you have these double smoke compositions. You're not as hard committed to always using it as your point of contact, whatever site you're going into. When you're on the solo Viper comps, it does feel very limiting currently on Breeze. Definitely some teams still running it, though. All right, question now. Can Loud get some value out of this? They're running a B retake wall. So, implies that they're going to be fighting fairly heavy over A and mid in this round.
Yeah, we'll see it. Verdi's still got an outlaw in hand as well. Players going to be walking up onto him. The angle is denied just from this orb that's being thrown at the beginning of every round by 100 Thieves. Timotino, potential chance. Just a jiggle. Doesn't quite get the kill he was looking for. Reclearance with the drone as well, so 100 Thieves are very ingrained in terms of these positions. The reveal, though, straight through the wall. Can't wallbang that. There's no damage done.
It's a very thick wall there.
I mean, the bullets did go through the other side, so not too sure what ended up occurring, but 100 Thieves, slow and steady. Assert themselves into mid, wait for the fights to come to them with the rifles in play. Making it look easy here. Now pressure applied to these B players. Luxo looking to reposition himself, but 100 Thieves, again, not eager to rush into anything. They just poke, they prod, they get a few kills. They're like, okay, we're going to end over towards A now. Saw a little bit too many players for our liking over towards B, so it's an open site now.
Vora's doing a really good job of using the mid information and control that they have to fake like they could be going in either direction.
Yeah.
And Cryo's on the walkthrough, he'll have the pull for late round. But Loud breathing down the necks.
It's going to take heroics over to Loud at this point. Timotino walking around, you got to hit those shots, man! They've all gone a little bit too wide. Luxo finds it. Going to potentially to be able to reclaim, still as Yuto flying forwards as double doors. Looks to be under control now in 100 Thieves. As long as they clean this one up and make sure that they swing off each other, they shouldn't have too many issues. Asuna is low, there is danger still lurking around, but time it ticking, and that's what 100 Thieves are playing for. They're making it awkward, making it difficult. Still, pretty good bonus, all things considered. Not a round conversion for Lau, but they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's decent, but 200 Thieves players survive at the end without any armor being knocked, which means that they're just going to be able to drop teammates, and the economy should be absolutely fine. And it's actually the ult cycle that I'm paying more attention to, because Asuna's one away from getting null command online. And I think that could tear open one of these sites.
Bring around the Rosie on me, bro.
That's Breeze, buddy.
Yeah, well, Jet with Op, that's Breeze as well. Let's have a look at what Verti can do.
Yeah, in a different angle this time. He's been denied at double doors just from this Viper orders being thrown by Bang. Double smokes makes it very difficult as well to find those right timings, because just everything in your face.
Asuna's one away from the null command, like I said, but playing for this ult op is really tough because the Opper can be on that line.
They are in the open. They're sending Util anyway to try and push them off and away. It's a good tag. Pancada is forced back and away. Dash forwards. Timotino wants to try and take this one now. Players towards the back. Kawazine looking to hold it down. Hand in hand with Pancada. Shoulder to shoulder. See if they can land it. And yes, the kills are theirs. Left to be claimed now. Asuna. They do get this plan down, 100 Thieves, but they are in a pretty tough spot. They haven't cleared any of the backside players whatsoever. There's a thorn in their side constantly. Pancada just making a mockery of this one right now, forcing them to uncomfortable scenarios. Almost there with a reset. Let's go down in the end, though, and a pop over the top. Desperation of Vora. Loud, take it in the retake.
It's a big round for them to win. Knocking the economy down of 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves not able to get those ults up. Like I said, the op was just providing this kind of passive pressure. They felt like they had to go into the B-pop early, and then Pancada's anchoring it down from this back planks area. It's really strong. It's also difficult for the post plan to play from that situation because they've removed so many of the jump-up boxes. So it's hard to fight into that alleyway, and it's hard to fight from the alleyway back into sight. But now with the economy down, Loud have got a nice little clean-up round to get closer to big ultimates of their own. Luxo's in particular, I think, could be a game changer.
It's an early drone by Kawazine. Does get broken. Puts a bit of fear in the back of the heads of the Loud players here. And mid is essentially a big question mark right now for Loud. They have given this up entirely.
Yeah, they're not playing strong in here at all. I mean, Verti started from Nest in one of the previous rounds with his op, but generally speaking, I mean, I guess on the pistol they were there as well, but on these rifle rounds they have just basically been ignoring it and waiting for 100 Thieves to get to the sites. Well, if you've got an anchor like Pancada, why not?
It doesn't matter that they've revealed that the Marshal's in play, still eager. Let's take the fights, deny a bit of that space as well. Deep up, Pancada is getting away with a little bit too much there, but a swing on site potentially. Then Kawazine knows that pressure's arriving. That's a collat. Verti just slips in right when his team needed it.
10-2 Verti. The Jets should be thriving on the defense side once op is in hand.
Yeah.
Timotino struggling at the moment. Got a goose egg on the board.
It really is. 0-5.
Double duelist comps empower the Jet a lot because you get in so quickly, but I think there's a lot of pressure on Timotino to be opening these things up. And he's going to be going in with either a drone or a recon and then a flash, but he's got it all on his shoulders. It is a bit easier when you can spread the load between you, like the Comp the Furia play, for example.
And not just that, Timotino used to playing a Waylay, has a get out of jail card, essentially.
Yeah, or just a free kill card as well with the Saturate. That ability is bonkers.
Saturate, light speed, shotgun.
Sure.
Breeze doesn't really enable that, so that's why 100 Thieves have been forced into... I mean, at this point, it's early days. I don't want to call it uncomfortable roles, but, you know, it's definitely not where Cryo's being enabled on the Chamber, for example, or Timotino like we've seen on the Waylay. We'll see, though. It's still early days.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen that some teams, because the map is very early, are very good on one side and not good on the other.
Yeah, a bit one-sided. Potentially there, slowed down with the utility card across the board. That's going to be that Hunter's Fury now to set the pace and tone of things. See if they can cleave a bit of a path forwards with the guns in the hands. 100 Thieves are finding it steadily enough. Opportunities now to get the plant online. A lot of utility skills to make it mightily uncomfortable for these Loud players, and we'll see the discipline potentially there, but it is individualistic. Finally going for that peek and a play to be made. A little bit mistimed, I think, though. That was a team blind when they were going for the 3-2-1 swing. It won't matter, though, in the grand scheme of things here, because in a spot like this, Pancada can't really afford to play it.
Nice aggression in the post plant, though, for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I mean, setting up on the A split, all well and good. I mean, Cryo invests the pull even towards Yellow Box so that he can take the fight himself.
Yeah.
Normally, I mean, you'd be thinking the Astra wants to save that piece of utility to try to deny a defuse, but very coordinated with the rest of the team. All push forward, all try to play aggressive, and now Bang's got an attack op. I'm not sure the attack op is going to do that much against the way that Loud are currently playing. It's really good to punish teams that are going for dry info peaks around the map.
I mean, Pancada's been offering himself up to fight.
He
anchoring towards B.
But he's hard anchoring. He's holding angles, right? He's
Yeah.
not taking a swing into the attackers very often. But yeah, if you can predict where he's playing, you might be able to get a clean peek into him. The attack op is good, generally speaking, to be honest with you, if you're comfortable with it.
I think it's pretty wise for 100 Thieves. They've been playing it slow going, no big rushes, but Timotino has been left high and dry, largely. A lot on his shoulders, so maybe this will be a different avenue. Lets him open it up.
They know a defensive knife does come in here from Darker fairly often, but they're on the line early.
A lot of angles to account for if you're Timotino. Verdi. Looked up close, he's got a dash procced now. Suppression here, wants to go for a swing, and Timotino, none the wiser.
Wasn't expecting that aggression timing.
No. It's a very good timing at that here. Verti is thriving currently in this game.
Yeah, he's dominating.
Cryo left to see if he can get anything going, but again, it comes down to can you win these individual fights? Smokes lay it down. Back to mid, back to the well for 100 Thieves. That's where some of their success has really been. Passive positions, just signs of life shown. Kamazin doesn't overplay it, backs himself up. The amount of util it's taken just for 100 Thieves to get into a position where they feel comfortable. Stars now lay it down at the feet. Pancada doesn't really have an avenue of retreat, but we'll see what he can do from this spot. Stunned up.
Overall as well.
It's a bit of a bailout here. It is, Hunter's Fury. This is an attempt to see if they can find it. Asuna just peeks. There's a gap in the smoke. He finds it anyway. Kamazin not able to get anything done there. Will the trade be intact? Yes. Cryo fast on it. Util to clear it, but Luke Show is in his element now. He's taking these open sightline fights. Still finding that success. Player advantage now for Loud as well. See how this one moves forward for it. Cryo finds it. Verdi on his own. Through main now and applying that squeeze. It is all on Cryo's shoulders. What can he do? Finds one! Adjusting it, taking his time, but he lands it nevertheless. 4 kills in a round for Cryo. And he salvages it from the brink.
He's ice cold, man. Red Bull clutch for Cryo. Clean as you like. Those shots are beautiful towards the end. Obliterates one of the last members of Loud. And then goes for a re-swing onto the final player, knowing that he's going to go and try to tap the spike.
One enemy remaining.
God, that shot's demonic. You need a guy like him.
Yeah.
And Timotino's just got so much energy in the back there. But you see how much it means to them. I mean, everybody on the squad jumping up, popping off at the end of that round, because that's the one that swings the economy in their favor.
Yeah.
If they lose that, they're in a bit of a dire situation, but if they win, Loud forced down onto a low buy, and 100 Thieves are back in the game. Romanilli taking a timeout here as well to try to adjust some stuff. I mean, the big problem as well was Kawanzin getting caught while using the ultimate there. The Hunter's Fury from spawn should have set Pancada up for a beautiful opportunity to anchor. It's really difficult to try to put pressure on Pancada when you got a laser beam hunting you down as well.
You can't actually stand still and take a fight.
But he's not tucked safely enough, and Asuna just walks up and he's like, all right, bud.
Yeah, happy to take that. And it has knocked the money down. It's forced a timeout from Loud. They have a lot of ults to use, though, in the back pockets. I mean, Birdie has knives available, so going to be looking to probably invest into that. Full armor. Why not? But a bit of a weakness for Loud in terms of just how much they're just giving up mid. Yeah, letting 100 Thieves get into these opportunities, even when 100 Thieves were a player down in that scenario, right, in that previous round.
Yeah, you don't even have to hold mid as the defense. You just have to make 100 Thieves scared that you're going to peek them.
Sure.
So you just have to throw in a few rounds on your defense half where you play aggressive.
Okay.
You have to provide a threat. You can't just get whacked in the first 5 seconds of the round by Cryo.
Hoping to get something going there.
Oh my god. That's exactly how he ended round 7.
Trying to get active though is Loud. On their weaker buy, re-clearing for a bit of that space as Exec is coming through now. Hot and heavy. Let's see what he can do towards the back of the sides if Loud can hold on. There is help arriving, but with Pancada claimed, kill going away of 100 Thieves now. Plant. Awareness here towards a flank. Luke Show just taking that timing again, as we were saying. Just fast enough to rip. Fast and loose being the play in a weaker buy like this, and Louder trying to make a go of things. Still denying and making it awkward. Do the 100 Thieves feel like they can't go for this plan, but Body's toppling into it towards the back, and then it's evened out. No way, Bandit chipping them down. Darker opportunity of a lifetime. It's 100 Thieves again, left guessing. Get this plan down in a position like this, but they hold it down with composure. That got a little bit too messy for my liking, yet still does eventually go the way of 100 Thieves.
The safe pair of hands on 100 Thieves again, Cryo. Gets back-to-back 4Ks there. Had to open it up, destroy the player with the Blade Storm, and then clean everyone else up basically too. He's 12 and 4 right now, matching Verti at the top of the scoreboard, and annihilating him in the head-to-head to open the round. But man, what would they do without this guy?
He's been consistently clutching in these tight scenarios. Doesn't matter that Timatina's 1-8, he's just been hyped up, gassed up, to be honest, because it's not about KDA at the end of the day, it's about how you get these round wins online. 100 Thieves again. Look towards mid. That's their avenue, that's where they've been finding these pickoffs.
They've got to be cautious of Verti. They know that he's got op money, so recall smoke to take elbow. Droning through double door. Now they'll be worried about the tunnel angle. What kind of util do they actually have, though, to try to push him off?
Timatina with an op, but yeah, not favored. Peeking into the angle when Verti was already posted. He's been really struggling to get value. Hard pressed in a position like this, but again, 100 Thieves just relying on this wedge they're driving up the middle section of the map. On the other hand, pop out, and Verti was playing anti. He's revealed up there by the dart. Pancada happy to bail him out once more. Does Yuto going to be popped off? Pull towards the back. Kawazin's going to try and supplement this with any help that he possibly can. Walls up, obfuscating the approach. Again, lighting these players up entirely for Kawazin to just walk all over them. The no-scope misses. Cryo is now left into an impossible spot.
30 seconds left.
Perhaps, no, not quite. Trying to get it done.
The very fact that you believe is credit to how well he's been playing so far.
14 of 5.
But Loud do get it over the line. And I think played the defense side really well. Verti's got completely the idea of where Timatino's going to go. But in that situation, you've got to be setting them up better, in my opinion. Like, they use a recall smoke to go and take elbow control. They use the drone for double doors. Get another recall smoke in there. Get a flash onto the line.
Yeah.
Do something to push Verti off a really predictable position so that Timatino's holding the angle, not peeking into it.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, tough going. So it's to be expected, really, that the game plans are not going to be too fleshed out for these teams on Breeze.
It's looking good for Loud, though. They've got a good idea of how they want to play this. Pancada looks super comfortable in his B-anchor position.
Thieves, though, heavily relying on these clutches. We'll see, though, how does Exec end up playing out. The updraft dash misses up into the one-way. Timatino, though, still trying to lay claim to a lot of this space towards the back. Cryo, again, just being that player to keep an eye on entirely. I mean,
Darker's ultimate rips away the Blade Storm, but just a moment too late.
Yeah, Timatino still finds it.
Cloud in a much more uncomfortable position here. Trying to retake with the op, and Bang even invest in the ult.
At this point, call it quits, I think, if you're Loud. Yeah, they're already scurrying away.
You don't want to lose the operator, too. No. Cowanzine and Darker, both at 0 credits. It's just not worth taking that. Yeah, Timatino did beef the entry. He actually missed the Cloudburst as well, that he was going to be throwing in.
Definitely seeing signs that he's not comfortable in a jet.
Well,
not as comfortable.
Yeah, or maybe it's the map, right?
Sure.
Because he's definitely played quite a lot of jet, but end of the day, it didn't matter because the Bladestorm is so good at being able to gap close and utilize a bit of verticality to get onto a player that's anchoring towards the back of that site.
Yeah, hasn't really mattered.
No, it hasn't overall because Cryo's stepped up and delivered where there were gaps in terms of the fragging for the team.
Yeah.
15 and 5. And we were singing the praises of Verti because 13 kills across 10 rounds is also astonishingly good. B retake wall again here for Loud. So probably just going to leave Pancada to it and focus on controlling A main. Once they have that A main line, possibly even with Verti deep posted on it, they can start stacking bodies towards mid. Just making it easier for themselves to play such a big map on defense.
Flash start, Loud, making a lot of noise over towards A main.
That's going to stop Cryo from getting aggressive in that area.
Conditioning perhaps, if they've got a lot of players up towards it, but 100 Thieves, they just send it. I mean,
total
fake, yeah. So they've got the Yuto tagging up. They get a kill onto Luke. Sure to be happy with it because, listen, Timatino was just bait at the end of a stick, trying to sell this one and pull players out and away, but Loud still have a couple of stragglers left over towards that A side. If Timatino gets out, it could be in a good spot. Darker, though, the wall pops up. He finds his timing and takes it well. Still looking to hold this one down. That's a spike drop down. Players, though, rapidly approaching, but again, they're being left into no man's land. There's no real help for them. Darker, just one man, but he is fully locking down this site. The fake not going to really the way of 100 Thieves. They're sort of seeing if they can take these fights open, but it just looks slapdash and messy, really. And slowly the net will close. Leaping in upstream, Timatino does catch himself too, but Vora's left now into that 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Looking for the positioning, finds a 1v1, but he doesn't know. He's going to be guessing where Pancada is.
Oh, it's Snappy, though. And remember, this was the guy who clutched out to win against Leviathan.
Can he do it again? 5-5, all on his shoulders. Clutches is what to really say on 100 Thieves this way, but opens himself a little bit too wide for the angle, and Pancada will just mop it all up.
A close one, though. I agree with you that did look slapdash from 100 Thieves. Bang just running in alone befuddled me. I didn't know why that happened. I mean, Vora was right behind him throwing a recon, and Timatino could have come along as well. I think maybe something going very wrong in the comms. Vora almost saves it, though. Interestingly, the reason why they still ran into a stack is because they were playing B soft that round. When you're running this B retake wall, you don't tend to put a lot of bodies on B, so the fake on B didn't really pull defenders that much. So the call from Vora didn't do what they were looking for, but it's still a pretty decent half. We don't know whether this map trends attack or defense sided at the pro level just yet. Has been difficult for some of the attackers to get across the line, but then you look at other squads, and they're having no problems with it.
Definitely. Last round, though, this half. That gets good info. Hunter's Fury underhanded with a flash. That's a blind, and that's a spike drop down in your lap. That is exactly what you wanted. Fury's going to be pushing this one back with Darker, looking to see if he can hold on to it a little bit harder. Verdi by his side. That dash will be fading. Wants to vacate as well. Didn't want to be caught out into the open here, so happy to give up a bit of that space, making 100 Thieves work for it.
Loud immediately go to reclear, looking for the lurker. They know that 100 Thieves are picking up the spike. Can they take some map control in the meantime? Does Cryo get seen? Yep. Yeah, he does.
Seen by it. No one pushing off the back of the drone, no. Viper Orb timing is good.
Verti's going to be more cautious about taking the line here. He's got to think about the right and left side, even though Cryo's left now.
Yes. Here. Like you said, doesn't want to open himself up too much. The rest of the 100 Thieves all grouped up, cut noise. Looking like they want to go into the A hit. Biding their time, getting it out, potential for the repeat, orb in the face again. That makes it uncomfortable now for Verdi. Drone in through main. Going to go into this with the A split. Hyper committed position of Verdi. It's not ideal, is it? Hunter's Fury as well to layer it all on top. This is a very awkward engagement. 100 Thieves find a path forwards.
Timatino and Cryo powering through. Cryo can't afford to die here, though, really.
Whoa,
and he's just given his life very early there.
He's so pushed forwards. No one is ready to play off the back of him.
And he was incredibly weak, too. So now a 2v2 that Loud could absolutely win. 100 Thieves are going to need a lot from Timotino and Vora.
Messy state of affairs, but Loud will be happy for it. It's giving him a big
Last player standing.
potential for it, especially with these fights taken. I mean, the dash is fading. Timotino's way out into the open. Luxio happy to really just square up, take the fights. Damage done. It's a quick cleanup again from Pancada, and that's a 7-5 half. Loud leading by the 2 rounds here. Strong beginning to Breeze. And honestly, for 100 Thieves side of things, I mean, a little bit more, just chaotic, I would say, as well. It's not as disciplined as we've seen from them in the past.
Sure. I mean, they're definitely playing that slower pace that we've come to appreciate now, having watched them across 2 matches already. But yeah, there's less of that discipline, less of the clean plays. But a lot to be happy about if you're looking at Loud. A resurgence compared to their original match. Much better now they're up towards the top of their map pool.
Yeah, great beginning to the series. We'll see how this one really continues as well, looking towards that next half.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Back into the action as I knock signs all over the place here, which you can't see that, but you take my word for it, I'm making a mess of the place right now. And Loud have been relishing, I think, in terms of just the messy gameplay that 100 Thieves have been putting on display. It's been sometimes those signs of discipline, right? But definitely not as good as some of the other maps that we've already seen 100 Thieves. This is a team that pushed G2 to the limit, right?
Absolutely.
As a reminder. So we have high expectations for them, but Loud themselves as well looking for that strong start to 2026, which failed to capitalize in that opening game. Playing strong map of Breeze, and I think this goes back to that earlier point. Breeze is our opener map, does simplify the calling to a degree. The game plans of Loud are working out well on defense. Let's see how they fare when it comes to the attack.
It's an interesting setup here from 100 Thieves early on. Viper wall posted on A, but the Viper and the Astra utility on B, so they can afford to hold that down with the aggression in A main.
Real aggro. Just trying to push the players out of position as well, but Loud should react off the back of this, and yeah, putting a bit of a timing now, seeing if they can reclaim a bit of space over towards A. They're being threatened from multiple angles.
Pretty difficult to get a good post-plant setup here when you've lost A main.
Yeah.
And you're not that pushed up. I mean, Luxio's in a very deep position, but he doesn't control this space.
Potentially risky business when he's going lurking like this, but now
could win the round off it.
Yeah, definitely could as well with a kill onto Vora. Here it is, just lines it up, perfectly timed. Team can get the plan down now, but the Thieves are looking to get a bit of a move on themselves through double doors. Verdi, he's got his head on a swivel, worried about multiple directions, a position to be taken. That's a shot straight to the dome, and Verdi still wins it out, was being pressured. Overhead there with a snake fire. 100 Thieves are looking to send this one forwards again, but you're just swinging through the smokes, and Loud already posted on the angles. Pistol round again goes to Loud. Very, very good beginnings.
Bertie's having a great game.
Yeah.
He really is jet diffing Timotino at the moment. The value from defense, sure, but then also just controlling that 1v1 fight. So happy with Ghost in hand. Because in theory, Timotino's position there is great. And you see, Vora wasn't really aware of Luxio's push either. He's got Luxio's got such a good sense for how he's going to take space and avoid being punished. That's the inherent lurker quality in him.
Take flight. Going to be looking to toss enemy. See it. Let's see if they can not run into a stack of bodies. 100 Thieves, obviously on the weaker buy, and they're making moves of their own. Might be able to hit a rotates here if Timotino is tucked close enough, because to scurry a footsteps, they didn't like what they saw over towards B. Loud.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Might be out of range.
Looks just out of range to me, but Arsenal. Oh no, from Timotino's position, you can hear that. Yeah.
And now it's calling for it. Arsenal's going to be going over towards A. Trouble is, there's not a lot you can do from a spot like this, only with the classics.
Toxins going up.
Got to rely upon mistakes from Loud, and they're sticking together. They got that pack mentality. They're ensuring that no one can really get picked off, with the exception of Pancada. And Luxio finds it, yeah, a bit of a read there.
But now, are they really going to go all the way back to B? I mean, Pancada's taking space for them, but Cryo, if he had a weapon, would be devastating in this position. But, you know, he's not playing the chamber. He doesn't have the headhunter.
35 seconds left. Cryo. I mean, he gets one. That's, I mean, listen, that's good. Pancada already pushed up onto the position. Sheriff in his grips, and now doing the damage, putting in the work, shutting down 100 Thieves.
If that
could have got more dangerous.
Yeah, if it had not been pure classics, I think Loud's calling there could certainly have been punished, but see if it makes a difference on a rifle round, whether Loud want to play as a big pack like that.
Yeah.
We saw on the 100 Thieves attack side, they were looking to try to take mid, and Vora was calling a lot of pivots between whether or not they wanted to finish on B or A. The actual execution on the splits, sometimes a little bit off. But Loud, are they going to go for more of the site pops perhaps? They're 5 people grouped up in main on the bonus.
Certainly feels like it. Wall's up now. Bit of a B split perhaps as well. Putting a bit of a twist on it.
Taken out.
And that's just off timing. I mean, Vora, smoke goes up into his face. Potentially could have seen him as well before that smoke went up. The drone forwards gets a tag, and this is a timing taken again. Verdi was the guy to try and get ahead of most of this util. Is putting in a lot of pressure onto Cryo as an anchor player, but with the pause slow down. What is that? Barely seen him, and he wants a little bit more. He's eager for it.
The fast flank from Timotino, though, should be devastating.
No one's watching for this one. No one's watching! Got some off the plant, though. That won't be going down anytime soon. Darker's gone, being picked to pieces. Loud from every single angle. You have to find a path forwards now, and that potentially might be why Verdi is stepping towards this smoke. They need to find it in, and they need it now, but it's left down to just 2. Pancada and Verdi need to get something moving. Bang goes down. Clean shot. Rifle picked up.
But how does Pancada ever get out of this spot? He needs desperate help.
It's uncomfortable for everybody in the server right now. Dash forwards. Timotino's ready for it. Receives it all.
Really good positional play from 100 Thieves that round. They win basically because of the positions on the map that they dominated, even though they were getting out-fragged, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, it's whiffy from Timotino, but the very fact that he is on that fast flank and in B main makes all the difference. He eventually gets the kill, but he also puts so much pressure on the planter that Vora's eventually able to gobble up Kawanzin.
Let's go, boys.
And they never get into a good spot. So Loud need to be careful. If they're going to play 5 people all grouped up like this, 100 Thieves have the answer. They're willing to push out on defense, willing to surround them.
There's going to be no escape here for Timotino, but he's got a bit of bailout with Asuna at his back.
2 seen in A main, and you know that Darker was there because there was a KO flash. Could prompt a push on the other side of the map if that was where Timotino was playing.
Yeah.
Take flight.
100 Thieves looking for a bit more mid-round information here when he hits that 115. Tag and a drone broken. Kawazin's gone for a deep drone of his own. There's lots of players waiting. Timotino, that is risky business.
Oh, man.
Barely able to escape. Dodging past a lot of the bullets that were flying in his face.
He's getting these opportunities. He's just not quite able to capitalize.
Now it's Cryo under threat. Slow siege to be taken potentially from Lau, but they're not certain of the direction they even want to go in.
Well, yeah, they're faking the pivot into B and coming back. Pancada calling quite similarly to Vora, but how does the exec look like once you actually enter the site? There's still 3 here.
Yeah, passive sightlines. Timotino sort of star plays down, wants to play himself into it. Alongside an overhead flash! Barely getting into control, but the rifle's in the hands of these Lau players. They eventually ring true. plant will be able to go down. There's no more pushback here from these 100 Thieves players. Cryo and Bang making sure to take this one together, side by side. Able to trade at a moment's notice, but the issue is how do you get past a lot of this util?
Yeah. Fragment grenade, double shock, pull, Hunter's Fury. It doesn't particularly look possible for 100 Thieves unless they find some Loud players overextending looking for kills.
Yeah. Awkward spot time. Thoroughly against them here, especially as it starts ticking like this. A lot to clear towards the back of the site. Fragment may get sent out even prior, before that first tap. Dart, pull, really denying any sort of chance here. So Loud up to 10, and that's the danger as well. You let a team like this get into that post plan when they have all those tools available to them.
Bears repeating that they look so much more comfortable on this map compared to what we've seen them.
Yeah, they really do.
That might, I'm phrasing it as a positive. That might indicate that their map pool is a puddle, but we'll see as we go further in this. It's possible that we've just caught them on some rough maps so far, Loud. They're actually not as bad as it originally appeared. In that round, they go through 3 defenders on A, and they frag their way through. They've certainly got the skill to be able to push through.
It sounds like that's what a lot of it has boiled down to.
Oh, Verdi's been having a great game, particularly.
He's got the Owl now as well. Good read onto the economy. Doesn't take much though, you just have to hold tab and use your eyes, but still.
People in my rank struggle with that.
Exactly, yeah. Have to praise it. Verdi slow going as well. Approaching now onto these angles. The knife might slow them down. It's traded out here. On either side, Asuna quite aggro in terms of the line that he's trying to take him. Just spots it, sees the player, naively bounce, and will delay for now. Hunter's Fury is going to be used though, offloaded into a round like this. See if you can pave the way for them, but in the midst of all this chaos, 100 Thieves are happy to strike back, pounce back. Into the fight, a lot of space going to be gained over towards them, and that damage done. That is shots fired, rattled off of the Marshals. You're being picked apart. Comes down to the rifle play, and in the hands of these players, what can they do? Pankana and Kawazine, they weather the storm.
Standing strong towards the end, even though 100 Thieves had them boxed in. Fast push out through elbow from the defenders gave them complete confidence that that was going to be an A hit. Put a lot of pressure on Loud, but again, Loud prevailed. They're putting themselves in quite difficult spots. But in this, in this situation, they've got better rifles. They're also fairly aware. And I think happy to just be taking long-range duels.
Yeah.
The way that Loud's been built, you've got a lot of people who, they are comfortable fraggers. I think they're happy on a straight-up map like Breeze, where you just get to take long-range engagements. Can't get cheesed by a waylay.
That's what I mean. Big map. I would like to see 100 Thieves run it on this map, though, to be honest. To see how it works. And yeah, and
I think
honestly,
I think it'd be terrible.
Hot take Brimstone instead of Astra. Listen, hot take. I think it might cook.
Brimstone on
I
this
think
map.
it might cook. Now, there's a reason why I'm sat here casting the game and not actually playing or coaching.
Mean, it's definitely better than it used to be, Brimstone, on this map. But
listen, all I'm saying is you go into that wheelhouse as comfort.
You know what's awful about Brim, though, is that if you're smoking on one side of the map, you know the Brim has to be right there.
Oh, yeah, it's got limitations. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah?
It's probably not good. I just want to see someone run it.
Hey, I mean, a bunch of teams. I was watching General Mates in EMEA running Brimstone on Abyss, which it kind of cooked, honestly.
Yeah.
I was all about that. Insane post-plant lineups.
Don't be slaves to the meta.
Play some Harbor.
Okay. Maybe not that. Maybe old Harbor.
Okay. So there are limitations to your madness.
Yeah, sometimes.
Timatino with an operator looking potentially to take this as a peek into Luke Show with a flash. Luke Show chilling. Flash, recon. Nobody going aggressive early on.
Clears out some of that space.
Timo would love to get active at this point in the game. 5 rounds down. If he heats up, potentially that could be the route back in for 100 Thieves.
That's when it gets perfect timing on that knife. I think that's 3 players tagged with it, so that will slow Loud down.
And it allows them to keep this stack over towards the A side.
Blocking vision.
Timatino on more of an aggressive position.
There's no one. Well, actually, tell a lie. I was like, there's no one watching mid. There is. Vora's got his back, so no chance of a backstab. We know Loud are going to be looking to send this one flying, but that's cross with the nade, and that's a shot missed. Could have been a perfect timing. And so just peeking back into it, and Timatino's not done yet. But that dash active eventually retreats now forward. Bang! Again, that's a shorty in your face, though, and the knives have popped out. Timatino looking to redeem. At least himself now. Cosmic Divide splits it up, cuts away all sorts of sound cues. Now that plan will be able to go down here for Lau, but they have to fight their way past a difficult spot because Asuna is already inserted. Wedged into the side, wedged into the map, and 100 Thieves are taking this one at a blitzing pace now. Overwhelming the Lau players before they could reposition.
Cute little angle for Asuna to be able to get into.
Yeah.
Tucks himself into the bosom of the pyramids there. Able to get a cheeky one on a player that had no idea where he was.
And was that just the Cosmic Divine to just let them get in?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the wall up as well, right? The attacking walls just in general are giving them, the defenders, quite a lot of space. But yeah, you can see it from his angle here. Asuna just able to take a ton of space, creep in, and get himself into an unexpected position.
That's a crazy timing.
It's also a good round from Timotino.
Yeah.
He goes for the re-peek. Clearly his confidence isn't knocked, even though he has been missing a lot of opportunities. Gets the re-peek back into Luke Show. And a kill with the Blade Storm, not half bad.
No, listen, consider the dire beginnings. He's almost back up to even, which is a hell of a task.
Jet spotted out here. Timo might go for the peek.
Yeah, might indeed. Takes the pick, okay. Head to head. Adds to the tally for Timo.
Yeah, starting to equalize a bit more.
He really is, heating up. And it does get easier when you're on the defense side as a Jet.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
But still, like you said, hasn't lost his confidence. ADS stop! That's the player you want in that exact spot. Stars immediately drop down as well, feeling that pressure that's going to be mounting from Lau. The rest of them, just a bit of util, the pull slows it down even more. Tag, bang, has to be tucked close here, and Lauda being pushed into a different direction. Shoved away from the A site.
All three holding hands through mid.
Yeah.
Not really putting pressure in multiple directions.
Timotino.
Should be good for it here.
Yeah, he's on the up line. The perfect line, really. The recall star's going to be awkward. No one crosses up in time, tries to adjust the aim. Timotino's in a bit of a dire spot potentially, but just happy to take these re-peeks, potentially seeing all these players now, but re-peeking into the same line gives that easy shot to Darker. Moving back and away, hold on, knife out, and potentially running around, and a scramble gives again an opening for Lau to work with. They're still down a player. They have to deal with Bang, inserted into position like this. 100's Fury to try and set Bang up for that swing. It's good from 100 Thieves. Really sublime stuff.
Very nice little combo there to set Bang up. And Bang had taken a lot of space over towards A main too. Strange to see Cryo running into mid after Asuna's knife saw that they were not continuing to scale into B, but things getting a little chaotic there. Overall though, defense side looking more comfortable for both of these teams actually.
Yeah, certainly.
And maybe that should be expected based on the comps that they're playing. Since both teams are running the KO mirror, it is much easier to run your defenses with that knife that tells you where people are, turns off their abilities, that kind of stuff. Versus if you're running a double duelist setup, for example, here, you'd be loving the attack sides, but both of these teams specking into their defense. And we could definitely still have a game here. Loud have won double pistol. Romanilli was bothered about that in their previous game.
Right, because that was the second map where they won double pistols, right? And they ended up losing 13-11.
Yeah, I think they did end up winning a pistol or two in that game, but the first map for sure they were down double pistol.
Down double pistol. I mean, they've had struggles, really. They've had struggles, Loud.
But it's early days, and I mean, to win double pistols on a map that should be top of your map pool, probably, and not get it over the line, that would be a worry to me. Because then we have to start talking about how Loud are getting close, but not delivering again. And that was the narrative.
Story of last year.
Yeah, that was brutal how often we were saying that last year.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see, for Loud's sake, them get this over the line, but it probably isn't going to happen in this one. Already without the Blade Storm, everybody working with light weaponry. A chance for 100 Thieves to nip it within 2.
Real big chance for them. Strong with a util now. Here's the drone. Up, knife against the back wall. That will be that tag, but slowed down by the pull. The drone's going to be broken. Not sure if that was a clearance into the corner. Maybe, potentially. No way! Cryo's still sitting here. The kills are labored at best, but they do eventually come through. Still, they haven't dealt with Bang. Asserting himself now forwards again. A flash overhead from Asuna to try and again play his team back in. 3v3 though. Good spot for Lau potentially, especially considering the weak eye. Spike planted. Peek into the back. Don't really have the guns for the job here, but Darker definitely does with that rifle. 1-for-1 now. 2v2 in this spot. Nade towards the back, rebounds. Asuna fast and loose, making it nice and awkward. Pushes down a tap. He wants to try and play out in the open. Vora, sharp as anything. Locking down this angle. Buys his time superbly.
Really good shooting from Vora.
Wow.
Thought there was a chance that Pancada was just going to call their bluff on that one. Recognized that it was a tap. But despite the best efforts of Loud, and that one was still dangerous, 100 Thieves pick up an anti-eco. I think they'll be fairly happy that they dragged the null command out of that round. It's more important as an attacking ultimate, and Darker has his own version of it.
Sure.
Verti looking to pick up the attack op even here. So Loud, they only need 2 rounds to get this over the line. Op v op battle. We saw that be a real struggle for Timotino in the few rounds that he decided to go for that on the attack side. Didn't really get put in the best positions. Pit used in A main, but I'm focused on this fight towards mid. Yeah. Very, very passive setup from Verti at the moment. Timotino has been playing around double doors a lot, so it's not a bad read. It's just that this time...
I think it's hard to get something going, though, when the pit's here. It's another lane that's just completely cut off access for you. 100 Thieves can invest even more resources into double doors, into mid, like you're seeing here.
Yeah.
And Timotino can afford to just hold the angles like so.
There's 4 main positions that he could be open from. Double doors, he could be pushed out B, looking for a pick onto Pancada. He could be tunnel, anchoring B, or he could be nest, which is his actual position. So there are still plenty of spots that Verti has to be worried about.
Verti's feeling like he might want to go aggro, but the dash just fades away. Position here, throws a nade. He was waiting for the timing up of that one, so he's just, again, peeling out a couple of seconds, trying to buy time for his team to get into the appropriate positions. But this is a fake, on a fake here, over towards the B side. That is where Loud's actual objective is. Verti's going to be dropped. Working their way in, there's still a player towards the back, and it's Cryo, the player exactly you don't want to see in a spot like this. Jump spot, Pancada trying to play his life, trying to win that fight, and that is good with the movement. Crouching down, shot going wide and missed. Hit now layered, that's another layer of defense to potentially play around Timotino. Hearing that, cools it down with the aim, doesn't overplay his hand in a spot like this, and now towards the back of the site, flash, peek, still that pit to play around.
Funky pick goes all the way back towards ladder.
And it has to be the win con for Loud in a spot like this. This has to be... 12, flash overhead, pit's going to be dropped. No more coverage, no more safety from it, but Darker is primed in a spot like this. His position is no to the nade. It's short of the mark. Still players could have been sticking onto him at 100 Thieves to just gather it up. Take the fight together, 2v1, winning it out. This dire stuff for Loud now at this point. Heavy investments all around.
Yeah, that is a potential disaster round for Loud there.
100 Thieves up to 10.
Great play from Timotino, though. He's a player that we were looking at in the first half, struggling, and he's making that constant climb back up. Almost redeemed himself in terms of the KD right now. He's 18 for 19, but the impact is all coming through. His hard punish onto Pancada, who overheated in the backside. And I'm liking these flashes from Asuna as well. They are really coordinated.
Yeah.
There's always a player ready to follow up on them. He's a very clear communicator in the comms. I mean, he's loud.
I mean, he's loud.
He's loud.
We'll make sure you can hear him.
It's a buy from Loud. Speaking of which,
this
4 rifles and a sheriff on Darker.
Listen, they're up around currently. They have ults to use, but
Need that back.
Well, they
investing everything to try and get up to 12. This is how teams lose.
Yeah, they burned some big ones in the previous though, didn't they?
Yeah.
Null command pit.
Tino got that dash now. We've seen a player. Yep, he has. Now he's backing out. Now Darker goes down. He didn't have a gun, so at the end of the world, potentially could make a play towards it, and he's going to get caught by Luke's show, so even out.
Revealing area.
Still good for Loud. They've got a player inserted, not able to get themselves past. Ult, Hunter's Fury. No one's scaling off of this, though. Loud are just stuck in the mud, essentially. No one's getting past this, and it's giving a possibility, but Verti's been handed these opening kills anyway. Players in his sight line. He's waiting for the fight to come to him. It's 100 Thieves that just in disbelief, I think, really, that there was no movement being made, but the patience pays off in the end here for Loud. This will be inevitable at the 12th round, earned up. Needed to be the case. He's going to be offered up a couple of chances to get a kills. ISO's the fight. Oh, no. Don't give a player like him a chance to get back into things, because Bang will just take over. 7 bullets left, though. Running short. ISOing the fights, and it's almost a possibility. Almost a clip and a half, but Verti shuts it down. He was the opener and the closer to a round like that, bringing Loud up to that 12.
There couldn't have been more heartbreak than if that had been the way that Loud let a round slip out of their grasp. But as you said, Verti is doing everything at the moment. He was the only player that got into the site, even based on all of the pressure that Loud is applying. And he's forced to deliver it towards the end too. He's telling his team, relax, relax. Guys, I'm there. I'm going to close it, but I'd appreciate it if you help me.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to really face when Verti's in that tuck position, but...
A walk down mid from Timotino. He has Bladestorm and an Outlaw. 3 players with light armor on the other side. We haven't seen Luke Shaw go too aggressive at the moment.
No.
In elbow. He hasn't done this very much.
He's been quite controlled. Flying forward zone now. Util sails overhead, and Luke Shaw's crosshair placement not ready for a fight there. Asuna just cleans him up. Head chopped off. The Thieves have got very ingrained positions here. Full control of one side of the pyramid. Bang inserted towards the back of the box. Kawazine is going to be potentially no more if he oversteps himself, which he does. Steps past it. A lot of damage done. And McAdam and the Wiser there. Ivor steps past it with a Cosmic Divide and the timing to be taken. That's in your hand. There it is. Right click to finish. 100 Thieves take it to 11. One more round now being that tipping point. Will we see OT or will we see Loud get that map win?
Well, Loud's economy is going to be in the bin. They're on minimum loss bonus here. So they're going to be putting together, what, Guardians, maybe?
Yeah.
For this next round? Like, it's not going to be pretty. I'm not even sure they're going to be able to afford Guardians.
One enemy remaining.
So our chances of going to OT are through the roof right now. Look at what they're working with here.
Oh my.
They're going to need Verti to be the superstar player.
Timotino knows it. He's got the Outlaw.
Yeah. Actually, only 3 of them running on the light armor, though. Kawazine and Verti especially buying up. It's all on Verti.
Flash. Has to be the playmaker. Rifle. His grips all grouped up now. Time timing is good. 2 players caught, but it's a bit of an indicator when you see the Jet and the Sova.
They've still got to be a little concerned about Luke Shaw, who has been willing to play the lurk role. This time, though,
You are divided.
all grouped up as 5.
Yeah, this is leaving nothing to chance, essentially. No lurks whatsoever. Cosmic Divide to see if they can take the side by storm. Get this plant down in a secure spot. Util does delay them, shooting them down steadily.
Deploying drone.
What is Verti up to? I think...
Sure.
Okay, he's back.
Take flight.
Alright. Revealed up by the drone here, but this needs to be broken in time, so not clearing towards the back of the side where these Loud players are sitting, but they are potentially sitting ducks. That pull is perfect with the Util. Vora happy to clean them all up. Diving head first now into the smoke shotgun to lead the charge, and a dash forwards where that's at, but again, approaching and cutting it close. Luke Shaw just dominates his position, 13-11. Loud do not let the opportunity slip away from them. Securing up map 1 in this series, leading it forwards. And their best foot forwards, really.
Yeah, I mean, that one got incredibly close.
I was worried.
Loud pulling it across the line with a weaker buy, showing that they're not here to let opportunities slip in 2026.
Yeah.
What a performance from Verti. And credit to the rest of the team, because he went down having only got 1 kill in that final round. Rifle in his hand. Couldn't be the hero when his team needed it most, but everyone else stepped up and showed that they had his back. It's good to see that Loud are able to win maps when they get their selection. As we go deeper into this pool, though, towards Pearl, towards Bind, that's where the pressure is going to increase.
Absolutely it is, because the calling's going to get a little bit more complicated when you go into maps like that, and the 100 Thieves are no slouches. They've proven themselves already in Kickoff so far. We'll see, though, how this one all shakes out on the other side. Do not go anywhere.
One enemy.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
E agora foi cada primeira toma também no chão, vai ter que ser você. Bora, Luke! É você contra o Ox pra buscar o clutch! Luke Shaw!
Hear the footsteps though. It's not fake presence and pressure. Vora's forwards, rifle there. This is the fake TP. Happy to just stand against it.
Maybe some echoes of 2025 as Loud almost let game one of this series slip away, but they managed to close it out at the end, 13-11. Let's dive right in and talk about Breeze, because a fixture of that first half, Myrna, was definitely the site anchoring for Loud, and in particular, the work Pancata was doing.
Dude, 100%. Pancata was just standing on the back of that wall on B site and getting pick after pick. It felt like whether or not 100 Thieves were either splitting or just executing from that main B main or A main, every single time Pancata was there to kind of shut it down. They had these protocols where they retook mid, they got that information, they were just so proactive, but the only reason why they did that is because they had the time to with the amount of kills that they were getting on that site.
Yeah, and he was also just really good at working around the map and the util that he literally provided for himself with those smokes. With 100 Thieves, with their execs, you know, their util was kind of separated. They weren't having the timings down, right? And he took advantage of that and was able to kind of pick apart their execs as they kind of flooded out.
Yeah, I want to lean on the map change just a little bit here, because since the way that they switch things around on B side, it seems like just a playground for anchor players like Pancata now to be able to just hold that site, oftentimes alone.
Yeah, especially that position boosting up where you get that off angle looking down into tunnel. I was watching from Loud's perspective, or from 100 Thieves' perspective rather, and it seemed like they consistently had mid control handed to them, but they had no reliable way of actually getting back through that space when Pancata was abusing that angle.
True, like I said, when they were just running up tons, they weren't using the Sova Dart to the best of their ability. We were actually talking about how they weren't using a lot of their util from the mains, which would have helped them out with their executes. The drone just wasn't really getting that much util, like everything just wasn't really working.
I think
it's a win for Loud in map one here. Sorry, Emily. But we want to hear a little bit more from them. Let's check in with Coach Romanelli and hear his thoughts after their win.
Romanelli got a little dicey there in the end, but you closed it out. This was a really, really strong start. Protocols and Breeze looked really spot on for you and the team. How did you approach your preparation for this map that has been out of the pool for such a long time?
Like, when we know like the map was coming in, it was okay, we need to start training right now, you know? And it's a map that all of us like, so it was really, really easy to set up the protocols or reactions, how the comm that fits most for us. So I think it was pretty easy, to be honest, with this map.
All right, well, hopefully that was the first of many more to come. Best of luck.
You can see what he's saying. They certainly looked confident here on Breeze. And Emily, I think that's especially true for Verdi.
Yeah, no, and you can tell that they're having fun with the way that they were playing. You know, being able to get those fights, being able to op on both attack and defense. You can tell it was just like a jet playground, and Breeze has always been that. And Verdi, he thrived on it. You can tell that they were just finding success and having fun, and it didn't feel like a hard transition or a hard thing to kind of pick up again, like the coach said.
Yeah, I feel like what they did really good was being able to set him up for success, letting him play towards that close mains, letting him fall back and taking a lot more of that role where he's holding for the executes versus only being that information towards mid, using that operator more for kills and stuff. And it just felt like he did such a good job even setting himself up for success.
Yeah, I think the thing that paid off for him so much was the angles he sort of peeked back into. He was constantly looking for timings, not even like off of the back of utility or anything like this, but 100 Thieves were walking in thinking they'd cleared space, and then all of a sudden there's a jet swinging into their screen halfway through their exec. It's really frustrating.
Was sick. Yeah, Loud definitely did a great job of being proactive at re-clearing into that space. I think even back to that pistol round where they had a round like that. But let's look ahead into this series. Loud has picked up map 1, 13-11, but there's plenty more still to play. We head to Pearl as map number 2. I want to get some kind of thoughts from you, Chrissy, because I know you were taking a focus with 100 Thieves in that map one, a really close loss. What were you picking up from them? What should we be ready for looking ahead to Pearl?
Well, mainly I had the chance to listen in on their comms because I wanted to see how much of an impact Vora was having in the rounds. And I think the style of 100 Thieves off of one game, but what I'm trying to pick up from them is I think they're a very flexible team. They're a team with very strong map fundamentals that they play for consistently in their sort of defaulting opening to rounds, especially on the attack side. And Vora is is very flexible in his calling early round plans that they can then pivot off of after, you know, the early results go down. I think where 100 Thieves were struggling was later into rounds when comms are getting cluttered. I'm talking about when the spike is left in the open, I'm talking about post plants, etc., where sometimes listening was a problem for the 100 Thieves. A lot of times Vora had the right solution to a thing, but the team wasn't actually able to hear him in the moment and listen to him. And that's where I think a player like Asuna came into play, because he was a player that was consistently able to be a very dominating voice in comms. If he saw his teammates ready to like overheat in a post plant, he was getting loud and clear and giving a direct plan with timing of when his utility was going to come in. And I think he ended up saving a lot of rounds for 100 Thieves.
And if you're a 100 Thieves fan, you probably know this. There is a reason why this guy is that one remaining member that is stuck around on this team for so many years. He adds that second voice on top of just his performance in the server.
Do you think that the reason why those things were happening, because for us when we were watching, it felt more like they weren't used to the map. Do you think it could have been a map practice issue, or do you feel like it literally was just maybe their comms weren't warm that day?
My take on 100 Thieves is I actually thought their map understanding was very strong. I think maybe they were a little bit more freeform in how they actually played the rounds out.
Yeah.
And that's where, when it gets a little bit muddy, there wasn't a clear plan for them. But again, there were a lot of times where comms were there. There were just individual players getting ahead of the play and not able to like listen and react in that moment that was causing the problems where one player is running into a side as another is like getting ready to use util, that sort of thing.
Yeah, looking ahead now further to this Pearl. On this last map, we saw both teams going for a double initiator comp with the KO in a world where a lot of teams are just dropping that second initiator completely, playing the Yoru instead. Is there anything you're looking to see from the 100 Thieves camp in terms of their composition going into this next map? Because they have had some very interesting reads. You think about the Sage comps they're running, things like that. Is there anything you want to see here on Pearl?
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like something new, something different on the side of 100 Thieves, but I'm also happy if they run like a more standard comp, you know, maybe run like a double duelist, maybe have that Yoru, but I'm mostly just looking to see if it's going to be as well-rounded as their bind. I feel like with their bind, you can tell that they've had a lot of reps on it with how that they were playing, and I really want to see that going onto a map like Pearl.
Well, the man who's responsible for making those choices is Coach NBS. He's standing by ahead of map 2.
NBS, your team was almost getting that comeback there on that first map. Individuals like Timotino really struggled early on in the series, but he more than redeemed himself later on. What do you as the coach say in those moments to ensure player confidence doesn't get knocked and they're able to actually mount a comeback?
Yeah, the word almost. It seems to be haunting us almost against G2, almost this map as well. Honestly, we just started with like a little bit shaky, and the team lane wasn't like clicking as much, and obviously for Timotino as a duelist, right, like when things are not clicking team-wise, it's kind of hard to get things going sometimes. So like during the pauses, we emphasized that we want to remain a little bit more calm, and the emphasis was control. Just keep control of the game, keep control of our communication and the pace of the way like we speed things up when we take it calm and stuff like that.
All right, hope that works out for you, map 2. Best of luck.
And Ender, taking control of communication is something that you were bringing up from your reporting on this 100 Thieves teams. It feels like Asuna is going to be a big key to that going forward.
Yeah, I think I already talked about how much impact he had during the rounds, but another thing he was doing in pre-rounds was after an early plan would come in, he was asking very good and clear, like clarifying questions for like what exactly pieces of utility you need, where do people need to be necessarily, when Voro was giving more general ideas, which I thought was really cool. And also he was fully in charge of tracking economy and making decisions around like buying versus saving, light armor versus heavy shields. I was very surprised to see the amount of impact in all aspects of the game that Asuna was having for the team.
I think when it comes to IGLing, it's really hard to keep that in mind the whole time. So it's really good to have that second person. I think Emily was a lot of that for me, where she's always like keeping track of orbs, keeping track of util, and making sure that I was aware that everything that was happening on the map was fitting in. So I think that makes a lot of sense, and makes sense it's coming from Asuna.
Well, we'll see how those keys apply. Map number 2, Pearl, coming right up with Bren and Sideshow on the other side of this break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be getting into the action shortly for Map 2 in this series. Pearl, up for grabs, really, for both of these teams, but for Loud, a prime opportunity to potentially seal this one up, get a win on the board. They haven't had that in a long minute, and they would love to move a little bit further forwards into this middle bracket. It's all about avoiding being sent toppling and spiraling all the way down to the lowest of lowest brackets in kickoff, because at that point, there are no more second chances.
It's absolutely true. And now we get to see 100 Thieves back on what they've mostly been running on, essentially all the rest of the maps that we've seen them, which is the Waylay and a solo Waylay in particular. So Timotino going forwards, working with the rest of the team to try to set up those saturate engages, and then Cryo mopping up on Chamber. This was a map that they didn't have the most success on, actually, in their opening game, but it's one that they're comfortable on. They've chosen it here. In theory, it's one where Cryo can have enormous impact. Though if you're talking about Cryo impact, it'd be map 3 of Bind, where your eyes would be going even more. So yeah, we're yet to see Loud pull out a composition here. So going with something fairly standard, to be honest with you. A lot of teams playing double initiator with the Astra. Makes your post plants really potent.
Flash over the top. Hold on, here it is. Yep, saturate. Flash is good with the connection, but Timotino has to respect that timing on the refract. So
seen 100 Thieves go for that one before.
Yeah, now Cryo's going to be the one to be tested next up, and he's missing a headhunter shot. Unorthodox in terms of the approach. Verdi, though, is going to be happy with it. Can steamroll their way towards the B side now off the back of that one pick. Flash to get them through, a drone as well to lead the way. They've called for a bit of a pause. Slowing it down just for a moment with the tempering, but salvos, that is a very awkward spot to be placed in. I mean, still playing Plant Denial, but it's Loud that are currently whittling away 100 Thieves. Still finding all sorts of pickoffs. Now it's evened out ever so slightly, but still a 4v2. 100 Thieves are the ones with the disadvantage to play in for.
Timotino's threatened that he's coming from Link, and now goes back to reconnect with Asuna. So Loud might be worried about getting pinched from both angles. Could offer Asuna a slightly easier entry here. But they are an uphill, yeah, they're going for the uphill battle for sure.
Certainly the knife is going to be turning off at least a turret, but still holding it down, doubled up. They're making it really awkward to see if they can take these fights fairly. For 100 Thieves, it's all over. Oh, God!
Not like that.
Now this is
VALORANT.
This is VALORANT, baby. Yeah, sure. Loud have got a pistol round. They are going to be happy with this one, but this is.
Loud actually winning all of the pistols so far in this series.
They certainly have. And honestly, I like the way that they took this one with a bit of caution. Tiptoeing their way into the side, even though they got the initial pick off. They didn't want to rush into things, they waited. Got confirmation on where to play as well.
Luxor loving that.
Oh.
3-1.
Yeah. Fights like that is just where you're praying no one's spectating. But unfortunately, everybody was dead.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately, you're the last alive, and so you know it's been caught on camera. 4 stingers here, and Pancada with a bandit.
It's unusual, considering longer sight lines on a map like Pearl, but...
Yeah, this is something that Sentinels were doing at the end of last season, if I remember correctly, where they kind of like half buy on a lot of their players. You still got money in the bank. I guess you're not as worried losing these stingers too.
Right, not worried about losing his guns, and that means he can go walkabouts.
Man, he was an absolute menace in the game against Leviathan. Lev kept winning pistols, and Cryo kept winning the follow-up round for 100 Thieves. Headhunter in hand. 4 more bullets, could easily be 4 more kills.
Yeah, too much tiptoeing. Might just play directly into the hand of the team that's ecoing.
Right there.
Too much caution can be a bad thing, as we've seen many a times. And you are going back into the stack of players.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this call from Pancada. You know that Cryo's pushed up, so why would they ever be on A?
Yeah. A lot of footsteps, though. Comes in around, and that's going to be broken. And now is the time to really see if he can step forwards. TP just to disengage. Timatino out wide into the open. Still, the Stingers are doing a quick work, shredding the opposition. There was danger lurking around the corner. Gets handled in time, though. Because of the kind of half investment almost into your winning a round, even if Cryo gets a few more kills, he still might be in a pretty good spot. Cryo's got a really hard task ahead of him, and Luxio's ensuring that there is no opportunities whatsoever for anything to go awry.
The Stingers are also just nuts on an anti-eco like that, because you can straight up just run and gun. Yeah. I mean, it's the best way of playing. Yeah. So you're not worried about, for example, if there's a bandit on the other side, they have to stay still, they have to tap.
Did not realize Ferdy's K-Crash was deeper into back halls.
Yeah, he just, peekaboo, jumps into his lap. It does make for some weird bonus round buys, though. I mean, here you've got a Guardian and 3 Stingers. Presumably, they've got something fast cooked up.
Have to imagine. A few ults too, off the back of a lot of the damage done. The Prowler's going to be broken. We've seen this set up by 100 Thieves before. We'll see if Loud have done their homework, because they definitely ran this one. Timatino hiding, waiting for the time to strike, and flashing and playing off the back of one and each other. It's 100 Thieves who are getting the wins here, at least in an area like Art. Tooth and nail is how they're fighting over this, and Cryo still has that TP as well to get the hell out of there, but the spike has been dropped down in a very sublime spot for them.
He's also hit a cracking shot there. Might not look like it, but when Luxio's full strafing with Stinger in hand,
really difficult.
Yeah, it is tough. And against the Stinger, you're getting aim punched fairly frequently too. They have lost these guys. From 100 Thieves' perspective, they're pretty confident they've got everybody who was coming through mid. So they know they were in A main, but now they... I mean, they could be anywhere. Pancada's given the game away a little bit as to one of their positioning.
Picked up a gun. Hello.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
That's a big one.
35 seconds, though, is going to be so difficult to get through to R, pick up the spike, go back to the site, and there's just too much to do here, surely.
It really is. See Utils recalls up. There's a salvo to try and make the fight a little bit easier to take, but everybody's locked on. And locked in, really, understanding exactly what was going on. So, 2 players fall for 100 Thieves. But
not the worst bonus in the world.
Intact. Yeah, not the worst thing in the world.
And Luxio, 1 away from getting his ult online, so are they going to play for some kind of orb? I would imagine they'd have to work their way through Cryo, though. Played that mid-trap play in this round, but I would expect they're going to be sending their star player back to an extremity, fight over an ult orb. Which one is it? Yeah, A main. They're expecting Loud to be fighting over that one. Now, actually, Luxio's just controlling mid, letting the rest of his team fight over these spaces while he chills. You've got to be so worried if you're in Darker's position right now over towards A main, because you know that Timatino's got that play where he can push over the top with a KO flash.
And the ult conceded, at least with the ult orb, which means, yeah, Timatino's got it. Convergent Paths is online.
So now, B orb. They're going to play over that. Yeah, I mean, Cryo's so pushed up. And he was getting them constant information like this in, what was it, round 1?
Yeah. Second round.
Second round, sorry. Yeah, round 2.
The only weakness on the map currently for 100 Thieves is that double doors angle. They don't have a trip there. So
yeah, but they've got 2 players in a crossfire covering it. So.
Yeah, it requires a bit of caution from them.
No attempt to play for Luxio's ult orb, perhaps thinking that that's a bit too ABC and 100 Thieves would be all over it.
Think about that tail drone though. Cryo is forced to respect it, doesn't want to get suppressed out into the open. Trademark is tripped, not broken.
Yeah, it's not great for Loud.
Slows him down. Pangada's trying to play off of a lot of this chaos and noise pressure that's being made across the board, but players are waiting around the corner. Might have even been spotted. Asuna is just letting the util fly forwards now, and the kills potentially racking up on the other side of things here. Open side on A. Main controls there as they get the plant down. It's 100 Thieves who are scurrying to get back into position, but they do have the tools to deal with most of this one. I mean, Pangada's miles away. He's playing in a completely different zip code currently. Luxio forwards and doesn't want to overstep. I mean, Vora's just running straight in, slowed down by the bullet tag and lands the bullet to the dome regardless. Luxio's gone. Target is trying to play the long con really here, but honestly, you don't have enough players onto the point. The convergent pass is going to see if they can really excavate a lot of that space over towards A. The Salvas is forced out early. Still have that pull from across the board.
Yeah, you have to force a pull.
You have to now. They're going to try and body block it, body block it, body block it. They've got it. Sticking it all the way through now. There is no stopping that. That's the danger of leaning too hard onto those util pieces.
Oh, that's beautiful. You've seen a lot of teams go for that, and it's difficult to pull off. What are we, 5 years into the game? I guess 4 years into playing around Astra, and teams still struggle to execute that, but beautifully showcased there from 100 Thieves. We were talking about Pancada being miles away, not really able to affect the round with his rifle.
No freebies for stats players. Nice! Let's go!
Who was that directed to?
I mean, Pancada, surely. He wasn't even playing the round, was he? He was miles away.
Okay. 2-2. Fly's a bit weird here for Loud.
Well, there's only one player with full armor, so Cryo's read that, got the Outlaw, set up to feast, but there's a drone in his face.
He's just got into range there with a trademark. On the rendezvous, I should say. Gotta be scared of that drone.
Yeah, that drone is nasty now. It gives you full reveal and suppresses you, so you wouldn't be able to escape. If you were playing Chamber or Yoru, something like that, Teo is a nightmare.
You don't want to get caught out of position for it. He's in a more passive line now, and Lauder really all grouped up. There's no work in the map here.
Haunt from the defenders, pushing Timatino onto an angle at A. That's going to allow the defenders to rotate to B. Can they get here in time?
Asuna overhead with a flash. Sees, does connect. There's a lot of util that's going to be landing at their feet. Asuna's just looking to delay, but the splashes are really to no avail. Cryo, time bought, and plays Asuna straight into the fight. The phrase just kicking, screaming at them. The team, 100 Thieves, getting involved into the muck of it.
Beautiful stuff. Really good delay utility from Asuna too. That duo of Cryo and Asuna locking down the B side. Didn't even really need the help for the rotates. And Cryo gets an upgrade as well. Can go from the Outlaw over to a rifle. Might even pick up an op and throw the rifle away to a teammate.
Nice! Good hold, guys. Let's go!
And as 100 Thieves players could very well have got overwhelmed, but timing was played well.
Oh, well, here it is. Op, in fact. Not even having to buy an having to buy an operator in this round.
Steps himself up onto that B line. So far, game plan for 100 Thieves quite clear. They've been heavy prioritizing extremities, A main, B main, getting players into these forward approaches.
I mean, they've played through mid a little bit too.
Hold on, there's an angle. It's a fight here, just in time. Pancada had to be accurate on that first shot. Wasn't quite the case.
Always tough stepping into Cryo's domain.
He's fully locking down B long. I mean, he's got all that information, but 100 Thieves having to give up space towards Con as a result of it, so Loud can walk around here, poke and prod, see what it can get going.
The B split is potentially the weakness, but if they end through A here...
And the players, look at them.
No split through A main.
Obscuring vision.
Really just putting up a bit of a shield here. The Horn revealing towards the back side, step of the C's. Trying to get a move on, doubled up. A lot of damage on the plays to be made, bang! My God, man, what is that? Pulls it out of nowhere, 2 players dropped like flies. There's ults to be expended if you want to use them if you're Loud, but in a 2v4 like this, it just feels uncomfortable. You need more kills to go your way before you even consider it.
Well, now you can't. For Luxio, anyway.
Yeah, locked out of that. There's a possibility just for a minor moment. Sidestep though to suppress. Not quite there. Doubling in now. Flash overhead. That's going to be the connection. And what they play, man. They're just the util. I got to say, supportive-wise, Asuna is thriving in this position on the KO.
Yeah, he really is. No, it's great to see. It's great to see. And all of them waiting for Cryo to push fully out through B and get ready to help them on an A retake pinch. The timing and the control. NBS was saying it. He said what was the main thing that they were looking to do on map 1 was control. Control the way that they were holding the map, control the way that they were communicating. And that's exactly what they did in that A retake.
A lot more in sync.
Yeah, it's not as rushed as we've seen from previous years from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, or just even that prior map where Breeze looked a lot more uncomfortable, I would say.
Yeah, I think on their attack side, once they hit the sites, things did get quite chaotic, even though there were those same slow beginnings. But here, I mean, this is a map that they're much more comfortable with. This match maybe being a tale of the map pool.
Sure.
For both squads.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, map 3 is buying. 100 Thieves would love to get in that direction, wouldn't they?
Certainly.
It's a map that they have been so damn good at.
At the same time, I could see some of the Loud players thriving in that position too.
Yeah.
I mean, Luke Show, anytime you can get him activated on what would be a phenomenal... I mean, could he play the Chamber? Absolutely. But I was thinking just then about him playing the Viper.
The Viper?
Either way.
Lurk timings.
Either way, whatever he ends up going towards, though, I think it would be a map that would activate him, get some huge value out of him. But Loud need a response here, so they're taking attack time out on Pearl.
Only the 2 rounds, and that's as a result of the pistol.
I think Cryo's been a massive, massive problem.
I mean, the deep pushes into B main, A main.
Yeah.
And not just that, I mean, the other side of things, Timotino gets pushed up as well.
Yeah.
They're constantly getting really good information in the mid-rounds in terms of where these hits are going to be landing.
I think Loud aren't doing a great job of pushing back those, you know, duelist-esque characters, Timotino and Cryo, who want to get posted up.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you don't push them back in the mid-round at least, they're just giving so much info to the rest of the defenders to get stacks online. It's brutal stuff. It was the defense side that Loud was struggling on the most in their opening match. Today, hasn't really been the case. Their defense side looked lovely on Breeze. Yet to see it here on Pearl. But have they figured out what to do on the attack?
Around like this, they don't.
Again, Timo is really pushed up. Slaughters the stick bug.
Yeah. Luke Shoda might have found a bit of a gap here. Good time to take it, but always back
he's been seen.
Called, yeah. Pinged out.
Right there.
They know exactly where he is. Trying to steadily work towards it, and it's all accounted for, isn't it? Yeah, if Bang didn't get it, Asuna would.
And because Luxo was headed towards B, I think they can get the read now that that's where the rest of Loud were going, and that's why Pancada has to call an audible. They were getting ready to try to split B there, based off Luxo getting into a good position, and now with 40 seconds left,
it's not looking great.
The Prowler tells them they can probably push up to this kind of spot. But yeah, they've struggled taking A at the best of times, and now the weaponry's not there. It is going to be difficult.
And with a kill like that, gets a lot easier. Saturate's thrown overhead, anticipating that response back. There's 18 seconds left. Player's not making all the noise in the world here. Louder trying to get past this one into the choke, but how the hell did you get past that? It's Timotino holding the door, slamming it shut in their faces, and buying enough time for the rest of the team to get everything in order. 5-2, but the timeout was taken for this round coming up. A lot of ults built up for Loud now. You've got to think the money in a better spot too.
Yeah, it's a great point. Romanelli's impact yet to be seen, because that was just an eco round. I'm looking towards Luxo. Luxo's had his art online since very early on. We were talking about him being one away for a while.
I don't care! Give me all the eeks!
Yeah, I mean, okay.
I mean, dude, this guy has got some energy. Even when he was struggling on Breeze, he was gassing up the rest of his team.
Yeah, yeah.
Individual, it doesn't seem like he cares that much about his individual ability.
He's playing, well, in that instance, he's playing for the VLR stats, but...
Well, he's also playing for his ult.
He is, yeah. The
Eco Cobra's doing something worthwhile in this game. Yeah, Luxo finally invests the lockdown. It's been many rounds since he got that one online.
Nothing subtle about this round from Loud.
They have a tail ult, though, would destroy Bang in his position.
Yeah, if you push them in forward. Should be with the right timing, but they're not using, they're not combining these ultimates up. As Cryo is given that perfect window. Cosmic Divide has to be just pushed up, but any coverage into the corner, the bullets, there's no plan getting off. Bang is a constant thorn, constant worry. Spike's picked up, but these are ultimates that have just gone faded away. And 100 Thieves left to contain, absorbing all this pressure. Man, still not down. Second round of things, you do have ults to use, but you need picks. Loud know it. It's thinking about it. Salvos popped off, lock committed. That's just to clear out secrets. Taking another step forwards. You need these picks. There's one. Vora dropped. Attack. See where the next line of things come. And then overhead with a flash hit. Perfect stuff again. Supportive, supplementary util. So that helps his team really lay claim to a lot of this map, but it's left Luke Show in a really sticky spot. Could he do it? There's damage done. 9 seconds left to make a play here. Saturate though, that's a connection. And now the double dash means good night.
Loud are playing that round like they're in 1940s London in the middle of the Blitz. And rationing is out, and they are not allowed to use more than 2 ults in a round. Like the combo
Why are they rationing it?
The combo is so clear there, in my opinion, that you want to be locked down, and there is a little gap where you know the defenders are going to be, and you throw the Teo ult there. But I think the reason they're rationing is because they think they can get the plant for free, and then they'll have all of the Teo utility for post. So I think the idea for Darker is he saved the double salvo as well.
Yeah, they're just really trying to get the plant down and drag it out.
Yeah, but I mean, that is just it's too basic, unfortunately. Like, that might win you rounds at a lower level, but against a decent team, they're going to have enough util of their own on the defense side to stop you getting in just based off one lockdown.
Yeah. A little bit too one-dimensional.
But that's okay. Next rifle round, they'll use their ration book for another couple. They've still got some.
Yeah, Loud again. I mean, grouped up here heavily, of course. It's another weak buy for them, but offload and ults. Okay, Dimensional Drift's going to be used. Not the best in terms of the weaponry that they got available. Verti does have a Bucky, so he could potentially make a play if he wants to try and dominate this space. But Timotino is just spamming away. Happy as anything to see if he can do it, and shotgun me, shotgun Verti. Wins it out, drop down to 4 HP. Spam though, and Bang's already up onto the line. He's just spotted out Luke Show. Armageddon, this is everything being thrown at the wall, seeing what sticks for Loud. Can they carve out a path to victory? It's feeling unlikely. 100 Thieves happy to slow it all down. Temperate, ults of their own now going to be used. Cosmic Divide forces the issue. It's Loud who have to push forwards here. Pull's already been forced out because, again, of course, those sound cues are just non-existent. They don't know what's waiting for them. No commands, just in case. And they've got, I mean, listen, every tool at their disposal.
And there's still so much time on this clock. Doesn't make a difference who defuses. 100 Thieves lock that one up. And Loud, they used 2 more ultimates in that round.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why 100 Thieves were happy to use ults of their own, even though they're against the eco.
Absolutely, though. Yeah. Absolutely. So if you were looking at the next rifle round as like a big turning point, potentially, well, now they don't have the tools to really invest into it. And by the time they went for it, well, it was a 4v4. I mean, I don't know. I think it's going to be a real struggle for Loud in this game. You can see that they've got a clear game plan that they want to play these very passive post plants where they play for the pull, they play for the salvos, like that kind of idea. But to be honest with you, most of the teams that we've seen play well with the Tejo on attack of Pearl, and any map, to be honest with you, and Bind as well, have been using the salvos actually to generate picks.
Yeah, not getting too greedy.
Yeah, because you can do that in ranked. I mean, that's great. You all have a very clear game plan of
no one uses
cringing
util in ranked, man. It's, you can save it all day long.
But once you get into the pro games, you can't play pure theory. You have to be utilizing some of util throughout the round in order to generate these advantages.
It's too simple.
And unfortunately, Loud have got themselves in a pickle now. They're taking their second tack timeout on their attack side to try to recover this half. They've got rifles back, but they've expended the ult bank that they have fought so heavily to acquire.
Yeah.
It's only Cow and Zine with it. Darker, who's actually had a pretty decent debut, actually. Struggling at the bottom here on Tejo.
Not ideal. We were talking, I mean, kind of just setting it up almost for Pancada. It's a big test for him in terms of the calling. Especially on maps like now, we're getting into the Pearl territory, potentially Bind if 100 Thieves keep this going.
Turn out.
Very different maps, I think.
Yeah.
Those two.
Definitely are.
You got a lot to worry about as an attack caller here. You know, pushing off an op player, although that is going to be the same on Bind. But you've got mid to try to take a lot of avenues and 2 very far extremities. less able to do sight pops straight off barrier. This round, they've done a decent job at pushing back a player over towards B. Yeah. Flash reclear just to gain a little bit of information there. Cryo's in an unexpected position. You don't really expect the Oppa to be playing double doors.
Right, it is different. Prowler drops it off there. Version pass to try and push them back and away, so ensuring that there's no access to lane.
All 5 players right now want to force a fight for 100 Thieves in mid.
Straight into mid, collapsing onto it. Oh, the timing is impeccable. Timatino just spams away into that line.
Pre-fire exactly expecting Verti to swing off his flash.
30 seconds left.
This is a devastating one.
Yeah, 100 Thieves reading ahead of the timeout. Because like you said, they did shift the setup. It was all extremity control towards B and A for the longest time, but
they actually just left A completely here.
Right.
They knew that Loud have been spamming A hits for the last few rounds. They're very unlikely to do another one coming out of attack timeout. So let's just leave it really soft.
10 seconds left.
Play heavy for mid, fairly heavy for B.
Yeah.
An incredible read. You are really seeing the difference in terms of map comfort here, I think.
Yeah, the depth is on show.
That also might suggest that 100 Thieves have Breeze somewhere towards the bottom of their map pool.
Yeah, I was looking at the pick bans. They did, so a lot of teams have been banning it first round against them. I think G2 did that. But they have had opportunities, the one time where they had it, to float it all towards, towards the end, essentially. Tail end. Never been ones to ban it themselves. So.
It's hard at the beginning of the season to know who's good on Breeze as well. You only know from scrims.
Exactly. You're trying to build up your expectations for what maps to even avoid at this point. But here we go. New beginning, though. Round 11. Guns were saved, Loud, from the prior rounds. And back to the similar game plans that 100 Thieves had on their defensive setups. Cryo towards B. Timatino holding down A.
Yeah, Cryo posted on B, as you said. And if they try to drone him out of this position, Asana's there with the knife. Now, knife dodged, which means you get a safe drone.
Winning on the timing. Asana's going to try and break the shot.
Can he break it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cryo doesn't have to use the rendezvous. Still back up. Well, no, we will respect that.
All right, so 40 seconds into the round, and they have identified where Cryo is playing, and they've pushed him off the angle. The thing is, look at the other side of the map. Timatino really pushed up on A. And Cryo might still get a pick here. I don't think Pancada will walk into him. You never know.
Never know. Timatino's just trying to gather a bit of information. Maybe in that weaker side, trying to make a play towards us. Are you kidding me? He's got the light speed. We'll be able to evacuate and get the hell out, but big threats waiting on the other side of things here.
Pancada heard them run away from B, and so now he's calling his team to him. But they've already used a minute on the clock. They're going to take so long rotating this spike to B.
It's a big map.
I'm not sure they have the time to do this, but B is really weak currently. It is only Asana.
Asana in a rock in a hard place now. Underhand with a flash behind him. He's looking to see if he can square up, take some fights early on. Another round, another go of things, and that is a great connection. He's just single-handedly locking this one all the way down. You will not remove him from this spot. Lucio eventually getting involved, but the time has just dwindled into nothing to work with. Loud of nothing but scraps at this point, and no time. This has been a constant uphill battle for Loud.
Doesn't matter what they try, none of it is working.
Heartbreaking for them.
I mean, that's a very ambitious audible called. That's the kind of desperate audible that happens when you're, 2-8 down. And Pancada feels like he has an opening there based on the information he's found on the other side of the map. If Asana plays that worse, if he gives his life a bit too easily, if somebody's playing anti-flash, maybe that could have been a conversion, but Asana was just perfect in terms of how he delayed one half of that split.
Right click.
Yeah.
KO buff's paying off.
They're very difficult to dodge now.
Yeah.
Not that I ever could.
Listen. I don't dare touch that agent.
Well, I'm not dodging breach flashes. I don't know. I'm too old. People in gold are dodging breach flashes now.
Yeah.
I get full body by every time.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it feels inevitable at this point. Everything Loud are going for. Shut down.
Yeah, every area they poke towards, 100 Thieves have got a setup for it.
Yeah.
Timatino poking his head into A main. Cryo's locking down Art. And this time, they play B long a little softly. It's the constant rotation, although that's a stunner of a shot from Lucio. Peeks around the corner with immaculate crosshair placement. Couldn't have known for sure that Cryo was there, I don't think.
That's a hard fight to win because Cryo, he's already posted up there, so chances. Forwards, Timotino inserts himself into the smoke. Splits up section of the sides, but players slip the net ever so slightly. But a spam does the job though. Darker capitalizes. 3v3. Salvo's now going to be offloaded to see if they can fight more aggro for a bit of this space. Not trying to play hard into the post plan like they were before. Twist and turn and a change of pace, but Asuna got something to say about it. That's Darker and Kawazine sent straight back to that spectator seat, and Pancada now left to do it in a 1v2.
They were so worried about an A-main player, they just sat in the open.
Full bit of space gained for him, but I mean, this plant is not for him, is it? They know where he is now at this point. They hard clear towards main, waiting it out entirely. Time to be played for. That's 10 rounds at the half for 100 Thieves. Felt like Loud, every move they made, I mean, it was just 100 Thieves one step ahead.
Yeah, this is why 100 Thieves have been going towards the map. Doesn't matter that they lost on it recently. They're very confident here. The chamber value, absolutely dominant.
Yeah.
They were completely all over every move that Loud went for. Very tough game for Pancada to IGL so far.
Very tough indeed. The second half is going to be looking as well. Questions still remaining, but for 100 Thieves, they are thinking about how they can wrap this one up and get us to that map 3. Still rounds to be played though, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Break it down.
Well, 100 Thieves, an amazing beginning to Pearl themselves, looking to see if they can take this one all the way to map 3, but still, as I said just before we ended up going to that break, a few more rounds left to be played, and Loud are really going to have to dig deep in a spot like this. I mean, everything they tried was just getting hard read. 100 Thieves had an answer to it, a game plan, always thinking how to just outplay them at every twist and turn.
The pistol round worked.
Yes, they have won a lot of pistol rounds. It's just the rounds outside of the pistol rounds.
Yeah.
So, which they end up being quite important, actually.
Yeah, there are more of them. There's more
there are more of them.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's great to win the pistol rounds. You get off to a very strong start, but it's all about how you snowball off the back of that. And they were not able to get anything going at all. But yet to be seen again. VALORANT is a game of two halves.
It's the wisest thing you've ever said.
Thank you. Yep.
Well, Loud are going for a mid push, maybe a flank retake setup here. Cryo's actually waiting for that as 100 Thieves make the entry into A.
Spotting a weakness. They jump on the chance to just absorb up a lot of the space over towards A. And even further forwards as well. That Prowler just learned it. Nobody was towards the back. Timotino though, waiting for a flash, it looks like. Second round of things. He's seizing a salvo, and he should be dead. Yeah, it is. Okay, util comboed. 100 Thieves, pistol round demons perhaps, but Bora's going to see if he can again find a bit of a flag in the ground where he stands, not let them step past that secret angle, and Ashen is going, working around, trying to see if he can just play it, making a bit of noise in the process. It wasn't accounted for, but he still plays claim to the life of Lucio regardless. Bang! Back into position, playing his life. And this is an awkward spot as any. Time starting to tick. Pancada hard press now. Get anything done at all. Doubled up. Tried to play it well. Just adjusted to the side, but I think even if he'd managed to get those 2 kills, the time pressure was too much there.
Yeah. Well, this time they're not going to win the pistol, which I think is going to call curtains on Pearl, barring some kind of genuine deity intervening in the match. I think the reason that Timotino dies there is because he's been seized and all of his sound cues got taken away.
Blicky, bro. Yes.
Vora's had some nice flicks, actually. He's been a really skilled player.
I mean, yeah, for a Tier 1 opening, I mean, this guy has been shooting.
Yeah, I've been impressed, actually, with the rookies on either side.
Yeah.
I thought Darker had a good opening, too. It's not the map, really, to highlight him, but, you know, generally speaking, actually quite a good addition to Loud, I think, in terms of adding some firepower. But, yeah, Vora's been good.
Yeah, always a big fan of that. A lot of these 2-2 players, I mean, they've been chomping at the bit to get involved in Tier 1 for the longest time.
It's rare, actually, that we see a rookie performance that doesn't impress.
Yeah, right,
Like,
because
the trend is that they tend to show up.
Because in their heads, I mean, everything's been building up to that one moment, right?
Yeah.
So, usually expecting the rookies to have a good show. I mean, Loud are investing, obviously. You have to. It's 11-2.
It's not the greatest investment in the world, though. Full buy on the other side. 100 Thieves know what's happening. Very passive beginning to the rounds, as we've come to expect, actually, from 100 Thieves. They really have slowed the game down. But they're expecting aggression from Loud, and it's not. It's more just trap plays. Bucky's sat around the corner.
I think Dark's got some util held here, so yeah, util off the signs of life and contact. 100 Thieves are standing their ground, but getting put into a bit of a blender here. But there's more where that came from. Cryo slinks his way in through the back.
And poor Pancada left to pick up the pieces. Wonder what happened to the team that he's been calling for.
Spike planted.
Feels like it will be 12 now for 100 Thieves. Pancada, slow and steady stuff. Makes his way forwards, but there are way too many to count for. Although uncontested, surely not. A spot like this, not a lot to work with. Last star really expended.
He smoked it, but he hasn't tapped it.
No, but he's finding his ones and planning to that corner. The span, you've got to be wary of it. Sees as well, connects. And you don't know that Vora's running up onto you because all those sound cues drifting away and the bullet's just running out. Chances. Pancada just trying to play to all of his outs in a spot like that, but that will be 12 rounds now for 100 Thieves.
And another broken buy for Loud as they limp back in here with whatever they can possibly purchase. 100 Thieves, despite going into the trap there, still came out on top.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
What's scary, I think, in this one too is, I was looking back over the way that 100 Thieves play with this solo Waylay comp, but they've actually got more, and I think better theory on Bind than they do on Pearl.
Yeah.
For this kind of stuff, so.
That Bind looks very fleshed out.
Yeah, so it's not, I don't think it's going to get much easier for Loud. Maybe Loud themselves will feel a bit more comfortable map 3 because they've looked. I mean, you know, they're still going through the motions here, but there hasn't been much going on.
No.
It's been tough to watch.
At this point, just waiting for that nail in the coffin for this map. Although Cryo finished it off.
Back in a flash.
Threat of the lurk. Fused away. Double dash over the top. Timotino doesn't spot any targets. Saturate even missing here. Luke Show's going to be careful in a spot like this. It's a pull and an A towards the back here. 100 Thieves are just sending it forwards anyway. Don't care if there's signs of life. They're happy to mop it all up. That will go down with no problems whatsoever. Kawazin trying to play himself the inside of some angles, but with only the stinger to hand. Not the right tool for the job there. 13-2. 100 Thieves. Clean sweep, essentially. I mean, the only reason they're able to get those rounds on the board is because of the pistols. So, fantastic for them. They can look forward to buying a map that they are scary on.
Yeah, that is a rough showing for Loud. They got to mentally reset after getting obliterated here and jump back into things facing 100 Thieves who should now be fully activated. It was great to see Loud firing on all cylinders for map 1. But they are going to have to get back in the zone real fast.
I mean, it's been absolutely stunted, haven't they? We'll see, though, if they can change the tune over towards Bind, but 100 Thieves have been dominant on that map. We're expecting a continuation of that momentum. Do not go anywhere.
E agora o pancada primeira, toma também no chão, vai ter que ser você. Bora, Luke! É você contra o Ot, pra buscar o punch! Luke Shaw!
Hear the footsteps though. It's not fake presence and pressure. Vora's forwards, rifle there. Sees the fake TP. Happy to just stand against it.
Welcome back. 1-1 series now after a massive bounce back from 100 Thieves. A completely dominant win on Pearl to send us all the way in this series. A really incredible performance from them, defined by a dominant defensive half. And I want to start there because we started this game by watching an absolute turnaround of what happened map 1 with Cryo and Bang finding so much success in these anchor positions.
Yeah, no, I really like the way Cryo kind of played towards B site with the KO kind of setting him up early to get those first picks. He would use his knife super early, get info if nothing scanned. The next round, you'd see him kind of delay that, allowing Cryo to kind of push up without having to worry about that Teo drone, and he was finding success there.
And I think on the other side too, Bang was just doing a phenomenal job just holding down the site. He didn't even need help. He was just smoking himself off, spamming a lot of those planters, and avoiding that util to get a lot of those picks on the site. So yeah, really, really good retakes because they just held down the sites.
Yeah, and it's great news for 100 Thieves, right? Really close game 1, they just barely lose. Dominant game 2. We've never seen this before, right?
No.
This is smooth sailing
And you would
ahead.
think they would never lose map 3 after a dominant game 2 win like that. It just wouldn't happen. Taking a look at the stats of that one, I think a big thing to walk home from 400 Thieves is also Timotino, who really struggled back on Breeze, but here I think looked super confident on that Waylay, was taking fights, was winning everything he needed.
His Waylay has been really phenomenal. You can tell that that's one of his comfort agents, but he also on this map had really good timings. It felt like on Breeze he was struggling with those entries, with his kind of smoke on site, not really getting into that smoke in time or peeking a little bit too early. But on Waylay, he just had a much better understanding of the timings for the map.
Yeah, he was also just really good when it came to helping his site anchors and flooding those sites. We saw them delay really well with the Suna and his utility over at B site, and he was right there getting active, peeking through and flooding in on every single
He was
site.
even doing a lot towards mid as well.
Yeah. He really felt unstoppable on the Waylay.
Let's talk now a little bit about map 3 of this series. After a dominant win there, 100 Thieves get to go to Bind. Chrissy, this has always been a home for the team even before the rebuild, and they did look good, at least on the attack side of their first debut on this map, but couldn't quite close that out on defense against G2. What are you looking to change today?
For me, I said it before the matches, but I really want to see Cryo get activated on the defensive side. I think that on attack, he looked absolutely phenomenal on the chamber, but wasn't able to find that same level of impact on defense, which is where he should be farming. It's where he has been so good in the past as well. So definitely want to see that level of proactivity come into play.
Yeah, I feel like you're right, because we saw a lot of him just playing on sites, trying to get those picks. He wasn't scared. He would stay in the same spot. But again, yeah, they weren't proactive. And we talked about how 100 Thieves, their best defense is when they're proactive. So I completely agree with that. I also want to see Timotino kind of stepping it up and playing it the way that he did now, because that first game, the Jet was a little lackluster. Now with this Waylay, there's a lot more to see. So I'm hoping we can see that going into Bind.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Bind. Earlier, Josh managed to put together a telestrator on some of the keys to this Waylay composition when 100 Thieves played it the first time. Let's take a listen.
Americas is poised to enter a Waylay meta, and nobody's showing it better than 100 Thieves and Timotino. Now, this is the Waylay on the other side, but I want to walk you through 3 points. They gain info, they hinder using the saturate, and then they look to get an elimination. So let's have a look in this example how they play this out. And the first thing that you'll notice is Spike's tucked in this corner, but actually the target's on the other side. So as this dog comes up, it stuns the player on the left. Timotino doesn't have to worry about that. He double dashes in, grabs the saturate, and they combo it with an orbital strike. Absolutely beautiful way of being able to set this up. And here's another example. PXS is the target this time. A Viper's pick goes down. It's really, really difficult as the Viper to stop this happening. He gets double dashed on again. Now, the information, you know that the guy's there because short pits are super common. This time, Timotino gets the kill, but the orbital strike would have anyway. Let's have a look at another example, though. We'll go into this one, which, again, we're going to be taking a look actually at the minimap here. And we're going to have a look again at a B long idea. Now, instead of following the dog up this time, they've actually smoked the top here, and they're going to flash in and around the corner. And that gives you really precise information. You know exactly that somebody is in garden if that smoke makes the bong noise. So as that happens, we'll run it back again. And you can see in the mini-map that what they do is they go up here, they throw this smoke, they throw the flash. When the flash connects, we'll go back to this POV, a jump peek, just a little jiggle jump peek to throw out the saturate, and because that's a quick cast, they're able to get the kill off the back of it. And let's have a look at how it's used on defense. This is PXS trying to lurk down short, and in this situation, jiggle peek, Timotino doesn't commit, but then after he throws the saturate out, double blast with the shorty. What on earth can PXS do in this situation? And we're going to take another look at the minimap here to show another play that Timotino is going for. He's able to throw his saturate through the teleport, and because it's a quick cast ability, that is going to instantly open the teleport doors and allow him to be able to get a pick, whether or not the player is hindered on the other side. You'll see it on the minimap, and you'll see it flash up in the kill feed here while we're watching 100 Thieves Cryo. But there are just so many ways of making this Waylay look amazing. So many different plays that you can try, and a lot for other regions to learn about from Americas.
Thanks, Josh. We'll be looking forward to that in the second half when 100 Thieves get their hand at attacking. But I want to turn attention to Loud, who will be starting on the attack side here. They were a team that last year were defined by the close series where they played well and couldn't quite close it out. And I think here, going into a map 3, it's a real chance to show that that is a narrative of the past and that they have a strong plan for Bind.
Yeah, they can reset expectations from previous years and also this year, because I think most people, the fans said 88.8% of fans thought that 100 Thieves were going to be winning today. And after the breeze went down, already that's gotten shaken up a little bit. Loud could make a big impact with a win here.
No, they really can, but I mean, going up against a map that we've seen 100 Thieves play so well, that's going to be a hard narrative to kind of break.
I think they can kind of try to find those kind of weak points in 100 Thieves because, again, they are starting on the defense side. We've talked a lot about how that tends to be their weaker side. I know that wasn't really the story for this last map, but still on their bind, they have to fix a lot of those issues. And for Loud, maybe this is kind of where their firepower comes in hand and they kind of start executing and making sure they get rid of those site anchors.
I think the anchoring is going to be a big deal for them, especially after seeing so many different looks with the Waylay. You can understand the common dive patterns that the enemy team is going to be going for. That means that all of a sudden you can play behind walls, go for a swing and off of the audio. You don't have to be playing out in the open in those pockets that Josh was just breaking down, all these players getting caught out in. You can try and read what the opponent is trying to do and all of a sudden start to punish the Waylay.
For Vora and Coach NBS as well, I think that this is a map to prove that winning a dominant map to not being able to close out is a story of one game and that they can win this match against Loud. Map 3, that's what's coming up. Bind is the destination. We'll get it started after this break.
As a shadow hidden from view, 끝없는 길 위에서 lost in the noise, I didn't know how to speak, but I was bolder than they thought I'd be. All the scars try to keep peace, but I couldn't find my own way. They call me fragile, said I'm too wild, but now that fire is reconciled.
Straight back into it here then. Map 3 is up for grabs between these two teams. But Loud have got one hell of a task to try and bounce back, honestly, because they got slapped around on Pearl. 100 Thieves are fully in the driving seat. And now we're going to a map where they are very, very comfortable. Josh, you were breaking it down as well with the Waylay tech that they've got going on. They have depth. They have depth to this map and the way that they like to play it as well. Very easy to execute as well. Short sight lines with the Waylay.
Sure, yeah. I mean, easy to execute, but there's not many teams actually doing it better than 100 Thieves. So in terms of the variety of stuff, the variety of theory that they've got, the specific one I'm thinking about to open here, because 100 Thieves are on the defense, was when they threw the hinder onto the lurking Viper and double dashed onto them. And that's something that Luxio's got to keep in the back of his mind. So either take a buddy with you when you're going for the short lurk and make sure they're playing outside of the saturate range, or be very, very cautious on your timing. And if you see Timatino, run away. But running the Tejo composition is interesting here. We've seen teams, EMEA teams actually, being the ones to run this the most. Na'Vi recently, this week, ran it and had a lot of good ideas. But it does come down to theory, and theory's been something that I don't think has been the strong suit thus far for Loud. And the Tejo, they didn't really get the execution looking great on Pearl. So I'd like to see better things here, not just from Darker individually, but from the team overall and the prep that they've done.
The ideas play a part here, but let's get into it then. Pistol round, 4 bind, 100 Thieves on that defensive side. There are threats, I mean, still with the Tejo. Got to worry about the drone if you're cryo. This is a heavy stack of Lord Showers. All drops down. They hear that one. At least the drone's going to be broken. Saturate. There's a connection. Salvos to try and bail them out. It's a flash in your face. That was sent flying on the other side of the map by Vora. Cryo still squaring up. I mean, potentially overzealous in nature, but they might be able to clean it up. Oh my goodness!
He's flipped on a dime.
Snaps it onto Verdi.
That should have been a playmaking there from Verti. The planet went down in the midst of all of that.
Lucio, 10 HP in a dream, but he has managed to do a bit of that damage. I mean, 3 kills for him. Kawazin's stepping forwards, looking for a play to be made in a spot like this. Snake Eye potentially catching. Timatino, though, has found Lucio. 1v2 tap. Kawazin, an attempt to pull him wide out into the open. He's made a lot of noise now, but left guessing as to where 100 Thieves could be. Time pressure, though, is on them, and the shots need to be landing right here, right now. 100 Thieves holding it down. They get it done.
Lots of faith there from Timatino. The Bang was going to hold on for it. What a chaotic round.
Yeah.
Hey, Vora's flash, I think, did more harm than good there.
It did, yeah, it did.
But I'm amazed that the play from Verti didn't win Loud the pistol. Because they've run all the way through. The reaction is exactly what you would want it to be.
Yeah. 3 players seen as Showers, immediate attempt to try and flank him around.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's fantastic from Verti and Kawanzin to go down short, get the plant, and backstab, but the flick shot was disgusting from Timatino.
That's nasty stuff.
He backhanded Verti out of the round. Flash through to give Cryo a little bit of information. He gets posted outside Showers. Pressure's coming B long, though.
Make sure to shut them out. Hold on. Well, okay. Round 2 with a spraying and praying with the Spectres.
They've done quite a bit of damage, but losing a player there is not great.
Yeah, Vora has to respect the space.
And Verti's picked up a Spectre.
Actually, not too bad at all for Loud. Big group up from them. Death balling it up.
Molly.
Timatino got the information.
Oh my god! He's put him in a blender.
Has anyone seen each other this round?
It doesn't.
It's just
seem
all
to
spam.
be the case,
It's just
right?
all spam.
Yeah.
I believe the Spectre just fires classic bullets at a higher rate as well. So everyone's just firing the same caliber of bullet at each other. Says 100 Thieves are spitting them out faster than Loud. Okay, a weird round. Luxio actually fairly close to his ult as well.
Those kills earlier, right?
Yeah, Timatino got really heavy pushed here, though. The rest of 100 Thieves on B giving him good information during this round.
30 seconds left.
They'd spotted basically everybody. And he's got the bandit in his back pocket. Doesn't have to worry about the judge at long range. Doesn't look like there's too much possibility.
No, I'm just
Cryo
thinking
would
about
really
it.
have to drop the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a trademark. It's going to give him the indicator, and now
Enemy
down, and
10 seconds left.
Cryo wants one angle. Horn does reveal. He's got to be careful of those stray shots, but wrapping from behind of Cryo again. Fell in the process. I think the Thieves had more than enough insurance to make sure that they closed that one up.
It's not a bad eco overall, though, for Loud. But now we get to see how good do they actually look when rifles are in play. Loud should have the better weaponry for this round. 100 Thieves are happy to set up some kind of aggressive play, though. They've started this map showcasing that you've got to respect them in terms of like a Showers crunch or something like that.
Yeah.
And that all takes that all allows Cryo to just have more space. So when they're not doing something aggressive, because Loud are more timid, Cryo gets posted on lines more easily. It all plays into the plan, this conditioning.
Yeah, early on, show of hands saying that we are willing to fight.
Locating target.
Smoke drone is immediately broken, so that's not ideal for Loud. They were hoping that could gain a little bit more space, and makes it feel like Cryo could be lurking around that corner. Deep setup on the line with a rendezvous to back out, and the drone broken is your biggest tool for dealing with him.
It's possible. It would be a little bit strange to smoke off your outlaw player.
Sure, that's true. Big priority though from 100 Thieves. Putting a lot of attention onto B-Long, just I think as well. Understanding of how bind attack side can go. You can snowball very quickly if you get those ults online.
I think the question here is, where is Cryo? He's unlikely to be B-Long because they smoked it off. They've put a Prowler over towards Showers, and they're pretty confident he isn't there. So he's either going to be short or he's holding an aggressive angle in Hookah.
Yeah.
And
now
they are gathering short.
It's full armor for everybody on Loud, so they should be safe. Prowler spots it. He's just trying to lead, see if he can do a bit of damage in the process.
30 seconds.
Takes a lot himself. Asuna, that's a bullet to the dome for the wall. The Traymon are broken. You're slow to a crawl. This could still get messy.
20 seconds.
Scrappy in. Yeah, 20 seconds. It doesn't leave a lot of time, not a lot of buffer.
Down.
Room to breathe. Bryn Molly to deny. This is all coming down to the usual timings, and the fight's taken as well. Forwards! It's so damn messy. Wrapping around, damage done. Spikes drop down. Saturate. Chances, opportunities. And Lucio go over and double dash. Got a shotgun. Oh! That is the worst case scenario for Loud to play into.
Oh, that's devastating. The shotgun merchant's back at it again. How is he looking so calm after that play, and yet he's popping off whenever his teammates win the round?
Oh my god.
It's a Red Bull clutch for Timotino. The time is so low here, by the way. Yeah. It's at 5 seconds when they tap the final time, so they had to commit. But also, Timotino has to commit. That's a primal snarl, the war face coming out from Asuna. That is a fun way to end the round. Unless you're a Loud fan, I suppose.
Yes, in which case you're crying, I think. Nothing's going your way. Loud sending it. 4 players up straight through A.
Oh, Lucio's got a timing and a
yeah,
half
he's
here.
found it, hasn't he? That's a bullet straight to the back of the dome of Cryo. Anticipating this was all grouped up. Man's still being denied for a bit, but now eventually going down, and Showers control crucially still there for Loud. I mean, they have weaker buys, but they're in a pretty prime spot. Bang moving forward steadily now. Flash overhead to see if they can play Bang in. Deep ingrained positionings again. That saturate is perfect. In and around through the walls. Ulta popped off, up, and it's just buying time for 100 Thieves to get this defuse off and online. It's good kills claimed. A decent attempt by Loud, but 100 Thieves, they have not slowed down from Pearl.
No, classic Asuna moment just to end the round there as well. So many good smoke pieces of util there. Asuna has his smoke, which creates a lot of pressure onto the planter. Right here. But also, they can combo with a Sky Flash for them to get out. And then they have the Viper Wall to be able to cover. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what, dude, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Watch and learn.
Cryo picks up the AWP, goes over towards B-Long.
Smoke's down.
Loud may want to speed things up. If they could get the Viper's pit down in post, maybe then they'd be able to apply enough pressure.
Throwing a lot here to try and get themselves into this A site. Presence around. Timotino does go down. Couldn't refract back in time to safety. A bit of spam as well into that smoke. Does keep the pressure mounting on the side of 100 Thieves, but you're a player down. Loud can force the tempo back into their control. They just temper it a bit. Armageddon into the back. That's going to roll it out, make it nice and messy. Yeah, Asuna had nowhere really to run there. Pick your poison situation as those smokes dissipate. Loud can finally start to get this plant online. No way. No one watching for that one with the walkout. Bang's got his ult now layered down. Another attempted this one. I mean, the spike picked up. They can TP.
Can they TP? Straight into Cryo's waiting arms. They've slowed it down instead.
There's no way they lose this.
I mean, Lucio, I think, might have wanted to pit in that situation, but this pit from Bang, is horrid. I mean, first of all, getting the spike down is difficult, but then think how easy it is for the retakers to just run back in and try to stick a defuse. They don't go through
30 seconds
the
left.
TP to Sand. Instead, they full walk it. But there is a
27
trademark in
seconds.
hookah and a devastating superstar opper at long.
Waiting to receive all that attention. He's got a bit of a challenge ahead of him. He's got his back turned to a lot of this again. So the timing is right. Luke Show pounces on the chance.
He's had
Spike
Cryo's
planted.
number in the last couple of rounds. That's perfect timing.
One enemy remaining.
Loud should have this one now, especially complete side control, and Bang has just given it up. He doesn't even want to attempt to play it, rightfully so, but moments like that, man, I'm just thinking, oh my goodness, Loud, they get themselves into a good spot, but 100 Thieves are just...
Well, the attempting to go for the plant inside Bang's orb and not having anybody cover the
covering
plant,
it?
that's a big mistake. Thankfully, they're able to redeem themselves by putting pressure hookah, and you know that the player long is always going to be watching for that hookah drop. That's just the most standard way of playing that. And so Luxio finds the perfect timing off the trip being broken. So, you know, there's good and there's bad. It's just, it's lucky for Loud that the good came after the bad in this round.
Yeah. Found a way in. Round on the board.
And overall, they did have opportunities there by going for the short pop. So it might be something that Pancada can call again. In this situation, though, they did deal with Tomatino early, and Cryo didn't happen to be posted on short. So as 100 Thieves change around the defensive composition, change around the defensive setup, they might run into more or less difficulty getting through. Like for this round, for example, Cryo top truck.
30 with the attack side up, though. Claim that one. Don't know how I feel about this, to be honest. I mean, Loud could be forced to slow down rounds themselves to see if Birdie can get a bit of a play guy.
Well, they're putting a bit of B-long pressure to try to bait the push out through showers. I don't think 100 Thieves had any intention of pushing showers this round, though. Asna smoked it off instantly.
Bring them down.
It's also a pretty big tell, though, that Cryo is not... I mean, Cryo doesn't have ult money this round, but, you know, the Cryo isn't looking to play aggressively on that area of the map.
My issue is time has been an issue for Loud with these hits, and the operator not going to be...
Oh, that's not going to help.
Cause, is it? Yeah, and it's not just that. It's almost like if it goes wrong, you've essentially saved them the op for Cryo to pick back up again.
Interesting bit of information there. Vora knows that they were hanging around Fountain. Uses the Seekers afterwards too. Loud thought they had a timing to regroup over towards A, but as the Seekers leave the B site, 100 Thieves know to keep the stack on over here.
Eating a lot. Show the timing there, but Timotino's ready to respond.
My ult is ready.
Up towards the top though, Cryo is not willing to let anything slip. Holding
30
down on
seconds
A
left.
short avenue, and Verdi, this is the
Trap destroyed.
worst case scenario I was talking about. Can't really speed up in a position like this. You have to take it slow and steady, and he's looking in all sorts of directions while Bang is creeping
One
and
enemy
finding
remaining.
all of it for him. Last player noted, trying to reset. Decent try by Darker, but exactly the scenario I was kind of describing is that the operator didn't really help you much there. Now, I believe 100 Thieves probably picking that one up.
I think Vora just did such a good job in terms of providing information to them as well.
Yeah.
Plus, Cryo did not get dealt with by the Teo drone.
Remaining.
Teo drone comes down short. Cryo's playing top truck, tucks away from it, doesn't get suppressed or revealed. This is a tough nut to crack for Loud. They've already been struggling with their attacks like calling on Pearl, and I think this is going to pose a similar challenge for them. Finding out where Cryo is, and then finding out how to navigate it.
Yeah.
And then you also need to not get hit by the saturate.
Yep.
It's a really powerful composition, which is why we saw 100 Thieves and G2 playing a mirror match on this map.
There's so many dangers lurking around every corner with this comp.
Yeah.
That 100 Thieves are playing that you just have to deal with. I mean, Ateo theoretically gives you good answers. The drone suppression if you push Cryo off the line, but they haven't been finding the right, place for it essentially, or the drone's just been getting broken. So, like we were saying, I mean, in theory it can work out, but in theory hasn't been the strongest suit for Loud.
Yeah, I think the other thing that you should be able to do with the Tejo is throw salvos at people. Like, once you confirm where somebody's playing, throwing salvos at them to force them into uncomfortable scenarios and set up for an entry onto them. That's kind of the way that you're attempting to generate picks on your attack side. But we haven't really seen much of that. I think the first part of it, finding out exactly what the 100 Thieves defensive setup looks like, has been a challenge. Because they're rotating it a lot.
They always adjust it.
Yeah, the theory overall, like the setups, the coaching, the game plans, it's looked good for 100 Thieves so far this year.
Oh, this time towards B.
Is it a fake or?
Okay, I mean, they've walked out there. I think the flash was avoided. We're pulling out util in moments like that, okay.
Playing on his iPad.
Yeah. Cocomelon in sight. It does give a pickup here to Loud, so...
This is weird, though.
Really deep push.
Yeah, Cryo's pushed, but they're also hearing somebody in hookah.
Verti will be able to escape their ire for now.
Yeah, and they'll hear that teleport. There's nobody playing on the B side right now. They know it's ending A again. This is tough stuff. Pancada's calling is getting hard red.
See, beacon down. There. Deletes the drone, a bit of spam as well, just making it really awkward to try and get through this. Choke point flash overhead! Vora! Can't be stopped in a position like that, and the lurk's happening all around them. Bang, again, finding those perfect timings. Don't expect that. Deep push played through. Luke Show on 5. More than 5 HP, a little bit of the regen shield added on top, but at the end of the day, he will go down just to
30 seconds left.
Bullet to the chest.
Yeah, breath of fresh air would topple him over at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
The attack side calling here is just getting obliterated.
I think you're just witnessing a bit of a tear gap as well.
But I think also what you're witnessing is an upcoming IGL who has a lot of experience calling at the tier 2 level and being combined with a good coaching staff that they're familiar working with, thriving. Whereas on the other side, Pancada's not the most experienced IGL, for sure. And working with a coach that he doesn't have, as far as I'm aware anyway, prior history with.
Yeah, the chemistry.
And I think that's just going to take longer to figure out for Loud. And that was always the problem, actually. Not just for them, but for Brazil in general, isn't it? Is finding where this new crop of callers is going to come from.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle. That's why last year they brought in Robbie BK. But they've gone in a different direction this time. And it is difficult for it.
Yeah. It feels like death from 1,000 cuts, really. Not having that depth for it. Timotino gets a bit of information gathered. Pulled back. A lot of aggro showers played by Thieves. Drone needs to be dealt with. It's not, so Cry will actually this time heal his way back towards that rendezvous. So one of the first times that Loud have been able to successfully take a bit of control, push and find where Cryo was playing.
At the same time, Vora, look at that Trailblazer, full clears out sand, so they're pretty confident it's not a real B hit, which means they can keep 3 players stacked on A. Now, what we're looking at, I think the plan for Loud is to go through the teleporter, but maybe Pancada will drag these players back to B. At the moment, though, feels like 100 Thieves actually have a pretty good read. I don't think Pancada's hitting B anytime soon, just with these 3. It would be weird to leave Galantine and Luxio completely on the other side of the map.
There's other issues arising, though, as well. The fact that Loud aren't really doing much posturing, it means that 100 Thieves have tons of util to delay. Salva's going to be sent out as well over towards that B side, but Cryo is still sidestepping most of it, locking down the angles. They're looking like they want to TP.
30 seconds left.
My update teleport.
Grab the orb, you have 27 seconds left, and now you're making a move towards it. Dimensional Drift is going to be offloaded. Vora is the only one home. Over a strike. Just off his contact. Over a strike goes either way here with a Salvas. What a shot by Luxio. Verti forwards as well, stepping into the fights, and time pressure.
10 seconds left.
Water of a duck's back there. Loud have found all the picks they needed. They know what Bang's been up to. The shots go missing, but there shouldn't be too much more danger here.
Another fantastic performance from Luxio in this round. Timotino actually just missed the timing a little bit. I think overall, 100 Thieves had the read that that was very likely to end with a Showers TP, but when Timotino pushes out the short smoke and doesn't see anything, I think he probably overrides the call there and says, it's got to be a B finish, I don't see anything.
Yeah.
But he just walked past Luxio, who then was able to come back in and collect easy cleanup kills. 11 and 5. He's almost got the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined.
We know the caliber of player that he is, and we were hoping that he would take over a little bit on a map like this, but it's essentially been necessary for Loud to get anything going. Not a spot that you want to be pressed into. Cryo, tour de force, got the line down, deep into Showers. All that aggro play, you can see that Loud are holding it very passively. I mean, Kawazini, he doesn't want to overstep too much because has been very active in terms of the way 100 Thieves are playing. Salvos, there's a pocket playing. Vora's got his feet laid down, but this is dangerous now. He's very much alone! I spoke too soon, perhaps, I think. A lot of damage there. Didn't even need the shot to the head, but it's crispy. It looks nice, it looks clean.
And that's the spike drop right in front of where Vora's playing.
Okay.
The jump peak from Loud was too early.
Yeah.
And they weren't expecting Vora to be tucked on such a deep line. Which is weird, because 100 Thieves have been playing doubled up at Garden every round.
Last player standing.
Shin.
Pure timing through the smoke. Very ambitious from Luke Shaw, but what else are you supposed to do?
30 seconds left.
Calling out where Kawazine is. No reason to overplay here, but a spam supplementary. Push him away. Don't give him any chances here. 7th round now for 100 Thieves. Racking them up. Similar story to Pearl. I was hoping it wouldn't be the case.
10 seconds left.
I was hoping that we would see a little bit more depth, I think, just...
Yeah, they're struggling. I think depth is the right term, because their Breeze, which they picked as the opener here, looking pretty nice. Had a lot of good ideas about how they wanted to set Verti up. He was absolutely thriving. Here, though, I mean, you can just see in the way that they're taking B-Long and Garden control, they don't really have a good idea of, you know, if they put that Tejo salvo down, of course it's going to push someone into a deep corner if they're there, and yet they don't actually clear it. They jump peek for an angle that they've already cleared with the Tejo utility. So the theory is looking shallow, let's say, across a lot of the maps here for Loud. And maybe that'll just get worked on as the season goes on. It is still, you know, early doors.
Yeah, it's very early days.
But when you compare it to the other teams, when you compare it to 100 Thieves, there is just a bit more depth there.
Yeah. Well, Hookah control's been given up. Birdie looking like that's his time to strike, and it has put a bit of a pinch on. Vora caught, easily unaware, nearsighted. A lot of damage, a lot of util sent flying over. Bang still claims a second. Convergent paths. It was offloaded, slowing down these players. Simatino's taking his time with it, but sidestepped. Rattling off the shots, it goes either way. Verdi's picked up 3 in a round like this. What they needed, but Asuna slips it again.
They were so worried about this smoke.
Finds the pocket to play in. Darker tapping, hoping that he can draw some of these 100 Thieves players out into the open, but he's left guessing. Look at it. Crosser placement is everywhere. Doesn't know where they might be. Landed and committed though. Asuna's forwards, and even though he's low, one bullet would have done him. Still brings down Darker. Shot straight to the cranium.
That duo again. Asuna does a great job here. I love that smoke. It's a great smoke. Threatens that you could be walking into backside.
No more doubts. We're ready.
And Loud are petrified of it. Walked inside of it with both players, and Asuna got a timer to walk out elbow. Big credit to Bang as well for somehow getting 2 in this situation. No idea how Loud didn't deal with him earlier. He was caught dead to rights. But it's a 7th on the board. I kind of like the pace increase. And the fact that they went through Hookah, which generally has been ignored by Loud. It was a good change-up.
I mean, that should give you a bit of an indicator, surely, of what to press further, but they're not moving there. Bit of a bait and switch. Not a bit of it, is a bait and switch. I mean, Cryo's forward. Luke Shaw, uh-oh. He has spotted both of them, though, so disjointed a lot of that play going on. Timatino has the refract, spots 2 players. Back to the box.
Going for a silent jump peek here as well. If he does catch Pancada, it'll give them an idea of what's going on. Yep, and now he knows that they're regathering.
Oh.
Cryo goes for the peek on the other side. Crosshair's trained on the right-hand side, Cryo peeks from the left.
Yeah, as soon as he gets that kill, smoke drop down.
And as soon as they get the info, Bang pushes out.
Oh.
It's just, it's textbook from 100 Thieves. They look great on this map, but they're playing Loud like a fiddle.
And this is what we're talking about with depth. When we use that word, it's a bit vague, but this is exactly it. All the right moves being made, layers on top of it. One play goes amiss. Right in your face, but again, Cryo is hello. Backs towards him. Verdi's there. He does claim the kill onto Timatino. Asuna wants to play inside that one, doesn't he? With that shorty. This is just, I mean, you're picking up a part of this. This stage of the game, playing with your food almost of your 100 Thieves, 9-2.
Last round before the switch.
It has not been close.
No, it is very much, I guess technically it is closer than Pearl, because Pearl, it was only the pistol round, and then it was 10 in a row, every single rifle round going the way of 100 Thieves. But the actual scoreline could be identical. It feels like we're headed for a 10-2.
Enemy remaining.
Boom, 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 boom. Just running and gunning, bro. Accidents will happen.
I like that. It's a good slogan.
Yeah.
It sums up the way that he plays.
It really does.
Who's
yeah.
next?
Loves a bit of running and gunning. Pace increase for Loud. Making moves towards it. Verdi should get a clearance now out towards South. Hold on. Yeah, spot it. And after Frags, when he gets pulled back, it needs to be defended. Oh, Timotino's even just gone down anyway. Hell of a shot by Pancada to manage all of that. Asena's the one who's in a bit of a pinch. Tries to smoke and just play into the corner.
Just trying to hide.
And these players being caught though. Darker out into the open, not anticipating that they could have worked their way forwards.
Oh,
Cryo! No chance.
It's okay. Loud has still got a pit down.
Yeah.
It's not possible to lose this round.
No, not at all, right? Bang. Players have got shorties out, time's ticking away.
Hello.
It should play towards their favor. Okay. Found it now, the Decay's there. Snakebite forwards, and that's another kill for it, but time surely at this point has been played. But that Snakebite, the Decay, out of the grasp of Cryo. 3 rounds for Loud. That's what they've got to work with.
Well, the pace increase finally works there. They change it up, send it down, get the ults flowing, and it's a 3rd round on the board. But we've already seen how good 100 Thieves are at comboing this waylay. Util to be able to generate picks on the attack side. It is going to be a tough road back for Loud in this second half.
Definitely is, yeah. Like you said, we know how good they are. We'll see moving into that second half what they've got up their sleeves for now, though. Loud, they got a few smiles to say drift into it, but it's all or nothing at this point. Let's take a look then. It's the last half of this series between Loud and 100 Thieves, and the loser will be going all the way down to that lowest of low brackets with no more second chances. It's a heavy emphasis being placed on a match like this with these two teams in the middle of the bracket, but we are witnessing a bit of that tier gap and that tier differential. I mean, the depth that 100 Thieves has at this point is not in doubt, really, is it? And for Loud, they're staring at, what is it, 6 rounds down? 9-3?
Yep, 9-3. It would be very difficult to generate a comeback at this point. It'd have to come off the back of a pistol, and I think probably an incredible game from Luxio. Maybe just dominating.
Yeah.
He's already got 12 kills. What more can you actually ask of this guy? But he's a certified star. Unfortunately, he's just never quite had the team around him to be able to get wins on the board despite his excellent performances.
Stimming fast. Flash forwards, Timotino gets a bit of information there. He does have the shorty. Prowler's also going to be caught onto him.
Yeah, that's way more resistance in hookah than they were expecting.
Yeah, there's a gun in the corner for him to pick up as well, so he does have a classic. Not going to be just isolated onto those close quarter angles, but 100 Thieves have gotten a lot of space for free here. All will be long.
They don't have their duelist with them, though.
Here.
So they're not going to be able to pop out. The pistol round that they intended to win has had to be cancelled at this point. And Loud haven't heard anything over towards A, so they're going to have a really strong defense on this side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of util too. Push them back and away. Salvos are there. Drop down, but as that smoke fades away, it gives open sight lines. The C's does connect and stall it out a little bit longer. The Mort needs to be broken and dealt with. Timatino is dashed in. He's found himself a bit of that space in the pocket. Darker is doing the most here. Towards the back, Cryo tries to even it out, but Loud had it in their hands there. Made sure not to drop it.
The hookah resistance slowed down what 100 Thieves were going for and made it really obvious. I think clearly 100 Thieves wanted that to be a B finish. They clearly wanted Timatino to be launching his way out of hookah. And as soon as you see the Waylay pop the refract like that, at the very start of the round, I think the calling was simplified dramatically for Loud. The stack bodies on the B site, set up some crossfires, and they easily dismissed that. If there was a route back into this game, that would be the beginning.
Yeah, starts with a pistol. Cryo's a bit of a danger though with those headhunter bullets.
Verti was a beast on the defensive breeze.
He was.
He's lost a teammate.
He has, yeah, now smoked off from that line of sight.
Hello, hello.
What's going on there?
Timatino got down here very quickly.
Yeah, he's found that massive gap.
I assume that was just silently behind the Viper wall. It's possible that Timatino went for a dash and I missed it on the minimap, but I'm going to assume this was quiet because Pancada doesn't seem to be aware of it.
No. Lack of focus.
He's watching a little bit. He seems to have some idea that there could be a timing through lamps.
Trailblazer is going to be leading the way. Pancada very passive in his positioning.
Here comes Timatino up behind him.
And this is the danger lurking. Doesn't have a molly either to play with, and there he is. Timatino activating. Hands over a gun.
Does he? Or is Verti covering it?
Might be covered. Verti's there though, and yeah, okay, with the outlaw.
Find you.
Swift work made of Timatino. But you're down 3 players, the plan is down, and you're trying to get back into this fight with a Judge, Stinger, Outlaw.
Bring them down.
And Util is primed and ready for a rainy day. Luke Shodo just leaps in, takes it by control, and order kills claimed. Hold on.
Should be
safe, should be safe.
Luke Shodo's got plenty of HP to tank this snake bite. Incredible bandit gameplay there towards the end.
Yeah.
All good. Plenty of time on the clock here for Verti to come and collect. He's the closest to getting an ult online. So they want to try to prioritize that.
Yeah, still thinking about how to stretch out and win cons.
Yeah, because they need to generate a pretty big snowball here, which is still tough on your defense side as well. Luke Shaw jumping into that and then shuts down the long players, or the short players, sorry, with his bandit. Had to be the star player. He's asked so much of in this team.
Yeah, 15 and 9.
He's delivering. But they're going to need more. Much more where that came from.
So money looking good at this point for 100 Thieves, obviously.
The Judge is quite a nice anti to the idea that Timatino is going to be jumping into your face.
Sure.
Even if he lands the hinder.
You fight fire with fire. Yeah. Shotgun v shotgun.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a Vandal this round, but...
Hello. Yeah, okay. Vora was just pushed out in the open, panicking a little bit. It was calm to him in time to try and get out of there, but...
Yeah.
Well played. It's a good play to cook up and generate a pick.
Yeah, definitely.
This time much more mindful of that short avenue. That's what they lost track of in the prior round. The only issue is they have lost showers. Cryo has all that space for himself.
If that orb goes back up, they could end up double swinging into Kawanzine. Timatino's making his way back over here, having broken the Teo drone and given some fake presence on B.
Cryo activates, he's found his way in. Sliders the pockets to play in, and the rest of his team, they jump straight into the fight. Not willing to lay all the glory at the hands of Cryo, but he might just take it anyway.
30 seconds left.
Good start for Loud, but
yeah.
100 Thieves with a great idea of how they wanted to capitalize on a small mistake there.
Cryo was so
Last
fast,
player
making sure that he
standing.
took advantage of the fact that the Prowler didn't clear him.
Yeah, killer instinct, isn't it? I think Luke Shaw could try to keep this gun. You wouldn't usually want to, right? Because he's got the money to be able to buy in the next.
Yeah.
And maybe he won't, but I actually think the Judge could rip against 100 Thieves in the way they play.
It's not the worst weapon, especially on bind.
Maybe you wouldn't want to give it to Luke Shaw, in fairness, because the guy's aim is spectacular. But I could definitely see dropping that over to somebody that wants to play B long.
Yeah.
And you just invite Timotino to dash into you. I mean, all good. He can die here and they can just rebuy one if they want the judge.
Yeah. Wanting to go down, ensuring that they don't give up. I mean, one of the scariest prospects I think of playing against 100 Thieves on Bind is how to use their ultimates.
Getting tired is optional.
Cooking up a lot of good plans around it. They're coming close to a couple of crucial ones.
Yeah, thus far we haven't actually seen much of the Waylay tech that was demonstrated against Leviathan. They really used a lot of the playbook during that game. But there's still time in the attack half. Up 10-5.
Yeah.
30 going for the glass cannon op. Looks like we might see a clash over here towards Showers.
See how he takes it. Flash. Straight through the gap on the high ground, and it just buys the slightest of margins, the tiniest of time for Cryo to post himself up and hit a shot like that.
And if Cryo's got an op, that's a fairly easy kill. But
with the
with the Vandal, I mean, he's got to be really precise in that moment, but of course he is. Anytime you can get Cryo on chamber, it's a great meta for 100 Thieves.
It's a triple high-low. Looks like it.
High, medium, low?
Yeah. Like the kickoff bracket.
Like our kickoff bracket TM.
They just generate a pick and now they let it stew in the back of Loud's heads. Now, there's danger in buying out the time like this, but...
Well, especially if Loud are willing to get active like this.
Walking out.
They're going to push up to the chamber trip, though.
Flash in. That's a good kill to be claimed, but he does... I mean, Kamasin's hard committed in a spot like that. Instantly traded. Carter. Oh, there it is.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
They were doing a lot of that again against Leviathan.
They were.
And Vora drives a spike into the ground for a 3v2.
Trailblazer for that extra info. Could be a timing to take. Good show. Recognizing it. Jumps on the chance there with Cryo gone. 2v2 now. Playing his partner in. I'm guessing as to where the players go. It has a bit of an inclination. Vora can't control the aim. Darker finds the target. The kill that they desperately needed.
Small adjustment in this round. If Asuna had gone for the plant instead of Vora, he would have had orbital strike online. And then I think that round is just checkmated.
Yeah.
Because Asuna can escape over towards short, and then how on earth are you pulling off the retake? 6 shots, though. I mean, this one was great to open, but my comment was more aimed towards the retake, towards the end.
Yeah.
Loud digging deep for that.
Certainly were.
That round means
how much
everything.
It means? Yeah, it's a lot, really. Anything to stave off. And hopefully bring it a little bit more even in terms of the round differential.
And getting Darker up there as well. That's an important 1v1 to finish with. You get confidence. He was getting wrecked on Pearl, remember?
Yeah.
He's a rookie player. 1 away from his ult now. Could be a game changer if he's able to get a pick in the middle of this round.
Asuna,
yeah, Asuna's orbital strike. Remember that Timotino was comboing that so effectively.
Dangerous. There it is. Flash is perfect. Trying to find it. Didn't let loose the saturate. He pulled it back. So, no orbital strike combo this time. That sightline though, Cryo's all the way inserted. The shots go wide.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did he not see Darker there on the elbow exec, or maybe worried about getting killed? But I felt like an opportunity for the saturate orbital strike combo.
These wait out the timing of this drone. Means a stack of Loud players are still over towards A, not realizing that 100 Thieves are grouped up. Jump spotting towards the back. There's going to be some util health for this one to try and slow them down. Snake bites. It's a little bit too far forwards. He'll want to try to get them in. It's all gone wrong.
How have they not killed Timotino there?
It's all gone wrong. Timotino.
He was team blinded.
5 HP. Still alive. Still kicking. Heal online too, so he's going to be topped back up to 100.
Oh, that is a disaster for Loud. They can't afford those.
It really is. It's aligned with the util. Luke Show's going to try and make it up to the rest of his team. Util's flying forwards, and Asuna just approaching back onto that line. Dimensional Drift is going to give you the information. Verdi picks up the gun.
Yeah, but they're mollied out. The rest of his
They
team can't
are.
get
No
in.
one can follow up onto this one. He might be able to at least get himself into the back of the site. So, Lane claims some of it. Flash forward, trying to play himself in, but Timotino is not blinded up. Happy to just absorb up a lot of that pressure going their way. At this point, it's curtains for a round like this. 100 Thieves, they get themselves up to 11.
Just when Loud thought they had an opportunity back into this game, it's been ripped away from them. By winning the previous round, they reset their loss bonus, and what's going on here? I mean, he did spot Darker for a moment. Oh, he just drops off the box. Oh man, look at that from Timatino's perspective. Fully blinded up by his own team's flash, and then just sat there wondering, surely I'm dead. When am I gonna die? Oh wait, I'm alive. That is a rough one, and instantly Romanelli with the panic button.
It has to be the case, right? I mean, it's not too much in terms of breathing room at all that Loud have got now.
They also missed, you were mentioning it
the snake bite, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, I actually meant the defensive stack, but sure, the snake bite too.
Sure. Yeah.
But the fact that there was only 2 players on the site, they actually didn't have the read that Loud were going for the that 100 Thieves were going for the re-hit. Loud hadn't got enough bodies on the site there.
Yeah, just the timing. I mean, they used the drone for the mid-round information, but all of 100 Thieves hid from it, and then they were happy to walk all the way back up onto it. So a lot that just went missing, but credit to 100 Thieves for being able to capitalize off of it.
Getting tweets in there from the fans.
Yeah.
Saw Hiko in the chat earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Shout out Hiko.
Reminiscing.
Yeah.
It's not a goodbye for Loud.
No, it really isn't. Like I said, the reset of the loss bonus is just devastating there for them.
Yeah.
Whereas you're looking at the other side and they'd be chilling. I mean, even if they lose this one, Cryo's got his ult, so good rebuy. And he's got the Outlaw this round.
Yeah, he's just been tracking the money.
Helps him save a little bit. Every penny counts.
Thieves willing to let this one slow down, at least at the beginning of this round, because again, they're just trying to fish out where there could be a stack of players. If there's an aggro play, buy your time, walk all the way up. A lot of space given for free.
They were doing this constantly in their previous game.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare to deal with.
Shower's still occupied. I think they've got a bit of knowledge that that's the case. Flat down for no push back, and Pancada has inserted himself there towards the back of the side.
Your trail.
Claims the kill onto Asuna. Bang could potentially reactivate now with these Seekers pointing a path forwards, but Campbell's is aware of it, just can't quite nail those shots.
Last player standing.
Molly's going to sail overhead, but it's desperation essentially in play, and Vora just takes over. 12 rounds now. All 100 Thieves need is one more.
Match point.
And on the flip side, 6 needed in a row for Loud. They do have the ults. I mean, this would be it's a massively important round. But also, in the back of your head, you are thinking, well, if we use all of our ults here, we're going to be in a bit of a tough spot.
Nothing to bring into OT.
It's almost the opposite of the situation I was talking about on Pearl, where you do need to keep maybe one in your back pocket just so that you could continue rolling forwards.
Yeah.
If you do win this round, Luke will have an opportunity to use his pit, and maybe he could generate something off that, but one mistake and it is over for Loud.
For posturing like there's more players over towards Shower's angle. Cryo to insert himself. He shoulder peeking out, I should say. So lucky that he isn't finished off in a spot like that. The smoke immediately going to be placed down to ensure that he can't take that space again.
And in the previous round, that contact all the way down short was a massive problem for Loud.
Oh my god, the danger zone is there. There was no coverage for Luke Show. Tried to do it, but Timatino was rapid.
And in a split second decides between using the shorty or going for the saturate. Realizes he's got the kill.
Yeah.
No need for any follow-up.
I mean, when Darker's using the drone that close to the corner.
Yeah.
Timatino just takes the right play, really. And with a pick like that, Loud desperation mounting in their heads, because this is them potentially sailing down to the lowest of brackets that we've got in kickoff. Fight Buddy, he's got to step up. Cryo and Timatino crack it wide open. Side is theirs now.
30 seconds left.
Seeing this one, Orbital Strike to clear a bit of space in through Hookah.
Smokes down.
Through lamps, I should say.
Timatino's still got his ult online as well. Lucio and Pancada with a world on their shoulders.
Yeah. And I've got to do it all from a spot like this. Difficult. Poking out, spotted where Cryo is, but there is too much to account for. Conversion paths, slows it down. Approach found, time is ticking though, and Loud are running out of it.
One enemy remaining.
Sand drifting out of an hourglass, and 100 Thieves find it all in the end, 13-6.
Win.
Hell of a finish. Clean sweep towards the tail end of those last two maps. They find themselves moving forwards, and for Loud, unfortunate tidings for them. They're going to be going down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, our first team to end up down there in the lower bracket of Americas. It's been a rough showing for Loud. They did show at least some positive in terms of turning up here on their map pick of Breeze and being able to take it away, but they were completely out of the game when it came to map 2, map 3. They were, yeah, out of their depth, unfortunately. 100 Thieves really showing that there is a tier diff in this game. I mean, we saw it demonstrated on Pearl and reinforced on Bind. A good showing from 100 Thieves, which will have them meeting the winner of EG versus Sentinels, which is coming up next.
I'll be looking forward towards that one here.
Player standing. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here joined by Vora from 100 Thieves for our Verizon post-match interview. First things first, of course, congratulations. Let's roll it back. Let's talk about the series. Starting on map 1, you were off to a slow start, kind of came back into that map at the very end, but just not soon enough. What didn't click for you in the team?
I think at first we had the right macro read of the game. Like the end of the round, we had the stack, we were right. We couldn't close out the rounds. We weren't really playing together, so we changed that for map 2 and 3, and it worked in our favor for sure.
It did. Now, if we're looking at map 3, Bind, we saw you guys playing on Bind last week. The defense didn't quite work out for you. We saw direct changes being made today. What did you learn from your game against G2 last week?
I think we gave them we're just on Bind, our defense in general, we were being a little too respectful. So now we're kind of playing in their face, playing to hold, just like giving ourselves like the same pedestal that we gave the enemies last week, and we just took the fight to them. So I think the biggest change is just trusting ourselves and just fighting for the space instead of just giving it.
You said that with such confidence, and confidence is something I want to talk to you about because you're stepping into this team, right? You're coming from tier 2, coming in as the IGL. That is intimidating if you're having veteran players on your team as well. Do you feel like the trust has been established? Obviously, you worked with MBS before, you worked with Timotino, but like with the more veteran players, is the trust established that you need in order to lead them as an IGL?
Absolutely. They don't step on my toes. They give me full trust. They believe in me. Every call I make, they do it, you know, there's no questions asked. They know it's the right play. So the respect is definitely there. You see it in the rounds being played. There's no hesitation. We do our thing. And honestly, IGLing with these guys has been really, really easy and really a breeze. So I think it's been really fun. We're going to keep improving and doing better. But yeah, they trust me and it's great.
Yeah, and it's resulting in the dubs. Vora, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in your next match. And we are now heading back to our desk.
Okay.
Welcome to the desk. We finished up our first match of the day, 100 Thieves, your winner, and I'm happy to be joined by Cryo and Timo from 100 Thieves. Congrats on the win, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just start with a quick question to you guys. You had your first series that you kind of fell into G2, where you get a dominant map to a very similar circumstance, and then couldn't close it out there. What learnings did you take from that G2 game to then kind of come into today and actually close out dominantly against Loud?
Yeah, I mean, personally, the main thing for me as a duelist is mostly like giving them respect. I feel like when we played Bind against Baby Bay, he had a lot of like impact with his operator.
Sure.
So I was just like respecting it way too much. And in this map against Verdi, I was like way more like willing to just face an operator if it was there and gamble that I would take the fight and win it. And it's just that like confidence that really changed it for me.
I love that. That's such a good answer. Yeah, I love seeing that out of you.
I was getting diffed by Baby Bay, you know. He's too good.
Had to bounce back from Unk. Well, we have something kind of diabolical prepped for you guys. I don't know. Do you spend a lot of time on TikTok or the internet?
Well, yeah, I do. Personally,
Okay.
I do.
There's been a trend going around where people have tried to guess agents by only their feet.
Footsteps?
So,
Ooh.
no, not
No,
footsteps.
bare
So
feet.
Emily here, she thought it would be a really
Genuine
great
feet.
idea to run that as a segment.
I swear it's been a trend, guys.
If you guys think you'll be good at this game.
Wait, you're gonna be insane at this.
Okay, we're being weird. We're just relaxing.
He's gonna be good for
It
us.
hasn't started and we're just being weird.
Let's get into it then. Let's pull up our first example and tell me the agent.
That's Reina.
That was quick.
That was a little quick.
That was quick.
Sorry.
It does look like
Don't
Reina.
look at
Are
me
you
weird. Don't look at
alive?
me weird. Don't look at me weird.
I mean, now that you say that, it kind of looks.
Does it not look like Reina?
No, I'm gonna. Does Reina have like those gold tips on her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think so.
I mean, you're confident.
We're locking in Reina.
Pull it out and see if you're correct.
Can't
Is
overthink.
it Reina?
Okay.
No,
That's
it's Cypher.
Okay.
It's Cypher,
you're
so a
just a
tough
fraud.
It's not
start.
looking good. It's not looking good.
So you're just a
Tough
fraud.
start. Let's go
Okay,
to the
okay.
second one here.
You even
and
try
see
to guess. You just like.
Well, you sound so confident. How am I supposed to overcall you?
Okay.
Oh, that's
Well.
ISO. That's ISO. Locking it in.
Okay. I mean, I
That
trust
was
him.
quick. You guys are quick with this.
ISO.
Why did you take that picture so close?
I don't feel like I've ever seen these boots before. You're
Yeah.
positive it's ISO?
Now that you say that,
That's
no, I
what
think.
he said. Making him doubt. I have no.
Don't trust yourself. You gotta go with the
Yeah.
Wait,
first
no,
guess.
I think ISO has different just like sneakers actually.
Viper doesn't have white on.
Who else would it be then?
She's not-
Oh my God. Why is it so hard?
This is really tough. No, I didn't think it would be this hard.
Any other
I mean-
guess? Anything out there? Timo, you were on
I
point
would
for
say
the first one.
KO, but it's not a robot.
No.
It can't be KO. Like,
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
he's
see.
robotic.
Is it ISO? Let's reveal it. Here we go.
It's Omen.
guys.
The slow roll.
Not looking good for us.
Oh,
It's Fade.
I thought they had like
It's
sneakers.
said it's Omen. It's just wrong.
Okay, so you've been confidently wrong twice. We have a third one ready. Let's pull that
I
up.
need an easy one here.
Lock in.
Yoru. That's 100% Yoru.
Yuri?
Yeah.
100%?
Maybe
We
like,
said that
maybe
about
like
the
80,
last
maybe
two.
like 80%. Maybe like 80%.
I'm actually down to say Yoru. I mean, if he's gonna say it like that, it's Yoru.
He was wrong last time he said it like that.
Yeah,
Do you have
but-
any inkling?
She's trying to get us to change our answer. I feel like
I'm
it's
trying to
wrong.
pry you guys apart.
I don't like that. It's Yoru.
It's
believe
your.
it.
Like
I respect
confidence,
that.
yeah.
Commit to your teammate.
Yeah.
Are they correct?
Oh, why? It's so wrong.
It's hard. Okay. Now,
right.
now here's my next question.
You know,
Is it a
that's-
good thing
That's my bad.
or a bad thing that you went 0-3 in this game?
It's a good thing, honestly. I don't know.
We're not looking at feet. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, you guys are looking
that's
at their
probably good.
heads. The crosshair placement, right?
Something like that. It's looking
Yeah.
around there.
Yeah. Okay, well that's a priority. Well, NT in that game, that was the thing that we had prepared for you guys. So thank you very much. Congratulations again on the win. We'll see you all playing
Thank you so
again
much.
Sunday. And we're going to take a short break before getting into our second match of the day. Evil Geniuses against SEN.
It was a short set.
Bao already primed the evolution. That's a nice shot from him, lining him up. New kid on the block. Bao with 4 gets another 3G.
Sentinels will be an interesting match because Caillou is their IGL, and he's also IGL'd me and Okeanos in the past. I think it's going to be a fun game no matter what happens because he's our boy, and I mean, you're going to destroy him, obviously.
I think Caillou on IGL is great. He has a lot of good ideas. He's learning fast. Me being swapped to like more secondary caller just gave me a new perspective on the game.
John finds it! That's insane!
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here and help him.
The vibes on this team are definitely like really great. I mean, we love each other as bros, and our team environment has been great so far. It just takes time for us to be able to coordinate our plays and get used to playing with each other.
I think EG plays a little bit similar to us. They have good game plans, and they also have really strong players that shine individually. Really, their fraggers is, I would say, Digizin and Okeanos. Audience should expect to see a better Sentinels moving forward. We'll definitely clean up with our mistakes. The first game jitters are out. From now on, we'll be a way better team.
Welcome back. We're about to get underway with our second middle bracket match of the day, EG versus Sentinels. And this game, no more feet guessing, which is good.
Thank
We're
God.
locking back in on Val.
Whose weird idea was that?
Yeah, I can't believe you thought about that, Marino.
What?
Did either of you get any right?
No.
I wasn't playing.
Well, you were watching behind us.
Yeah.
No, I was just kind of hanging out, having a good time.
I thought the fade one was deadlock for sure.
It was a tough game. I'm interested to see if you guys in chat got anything right. But let's talk a little bit about Sentinels, because this is a team that came in with some solid expectations given the pedigree of the org, and in a match against Furia you would have thought even with the changes maybe Sen is favored, but it did not go that way. This is a really rough way to start their season.
I mean, but you gotta look at it. They're one of the teams that made a lot of changes coming into the new year, right? They didn't even come in with a core. They're going for that developmental kind of feel, long-term feel. So they're not gonna be one of those teams that find success right away. They don't have a foundation to fall back on when things start going wrong in their game plan, and it's gonna take time to kind of build that up.
Yeah, let's talk about the comps though, because that was a big question. Sentinels played no scan initiator, solo Sky on their Breeze, and also a solo Teo on Split. Do you think that this is something that they are committing to, and what were your impressions on that? Because it is pretty non-standard to move away from the scan on a map like Breeze.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a thing that persists on all maps. Split, it's not a huge surprise for me. That's not like so out there, but the solo Sky on Breeze is a little bit of a wild card, especially because like I just feel like it limits so much in terms of like the early information you're actually gathering. You'd see all the time Caillou sending like one Sky Flash into elbow at the start of every round, but because it's not as reliable, like it either says no one's there or 1 to 5 players are there, I feel like it's not actually giving Sentinels the right amount of info to help them make good decisions.
Yeah, I feel like it affects both their defense and attack too, because taking a side and kind of pushing that in doesn't really help. But also, we wanted to talk about Caillou, his road to victory. He steps into that IGL role, and honestly, personally, I have my own opinions on how Caillou's IGLing. I think a lot of it does fall down to the comps and the struggle. I really wonder if he kind of worked with Kaplan to kind of come up with these comps.
What do you feel like was going wrong in that first week?
It just felt like they had a game plan, but the second that game plan was broken, they didn't know how to adapt because their comp doesn't allow them to. Like a lot of the micro adjustments that they had to make, taking a lot of that information, punishing the operator, they couldn't do those things because they just didn't have the means in the comp to.
Well, they just didn't have the info, and I feel like it's so hard to IGL and make these macro calls when you don't know what's going on around the rest of the map. And I know for you used to yell at me when I wasn't giving you enough info.
Whoa.
Respectfully, she did. But it is really hard because then you're just kind of gambling. You don't know where you're going into on either side, but you have to make a decision because the clock is running out.
Yeah.
I also think there's another big gap in it compared to like a Sova, for example, where you don't have that scan when it comes to actually hitting a site or looking for retakes. Like, how many times have we seen now on Breeze since it's been reintroduced to the pool? Hit comes into a site, there's a dart in the back, someone gets pinged through a wall, and they get owned by either utility or a gun spray. It happens all the time. They already have Yoru flashes in the comp. It feels like they've pivoted to a direction that they're just doubling down on flashes where it's not helping them as much as other options.
Yeah, it is certainly interesting, and I think it's especially so after a year where it felt like sometimes Sentinels was also in a different place in the meta than the top teams in 2025. And of course, the fixture of those discussions goes to the coach, Kaplan. He's standing by with Zoe, and we'll get to hear his thoughts.
Kaplan, after what looked like a really good offseason for the team, last week's result came a little bit as a shock to a lot of people, I would say. Was there anything specific in the loss to Furia that you feel like you need to clean up heading into the middle bracket?
Definitely made some strategic adjustments. And other than that, I think we just need to trust ourselves and lean into our intuition a little more, play our game. So we're focused on that today.
That was the perfect PR answer. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, a lot going to be looking at the coach of Sentinels to try and guide his new look team to a victory now in this middle bracket. They're going up against another team who couldn't make it happen in their opener, and that's, of course, Evil Geniuses. This squad, Emily, also had a huge revamp in the roster, and I think had a lot more mixed expectations compared to Sentinels. After getting to see that first week of play, where do you see them slotting into the pecking order?
I honestly I don't see anything special, I would say, with this roster, but I also don't think they're horrible. Like, I definitely see, when it comes to like rating or ranking all of these teams, they're definitely somewhere in the mid to low for me, just because I feel like their win condition so far has kind of revolved on not only Digizin kind of popping off on that duelist role, but even Oak kind of trying to step up in that second duelist role, and I haven't seen that where they're both kind of popping off at the same time, where I feel like that's what they needed to kind of close out these maps like Corrode.
Yeah, I feel like with EG, I struggle to see, like you said, the excitement, but I also thought they would be a lot more creative because you have Calm and you have Potter, and I feel like that IGL captain coach combo should come up with a lot more creativeness in the server, but it felt very to the book right away. They weren't able to adapt as fast as they should have, and they were just doing something so standard that it just didn't excite me when I was watching them.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised to hear some general negativity from you guys. I'm kind of an EG believer.
Give me the sell.
Okay. I mean, my believer, first of all, like they're playing the veto, right? So
I like the
it's
veto.
not stock standard. We've seen like a series from them, so give them time to get you know, having some new ideas. I think there's other players that can pop off. For example, Vito, the Bow, like he looked like a deity in that first map. Wasn't the same story throughout, but I think the talent is there for them, and I don't know, this was one of the rosters that I was like more excited for on paper when it was being put together in the offseason, because there is a lot of younger talent and players like Okeanos that were popping off when they got brought in last year. I think this team has a lot more legs than I'm hearing from you two.
Okay, I think part of the sell for EG, if they are going to be good and live up to some of what you're promising, has to be Digizin, though. This guy was such a question mark coming into the roster for his first time playing on a non-Portuguese speaking team, really seemingly looking for that second chance after going back down and having to play Tier 2 for the second time in his career. What were your impressions after seeing his first week?
Oh, I was stoked to see everything he was doing specifically on op. We knew throughout 2025 that he is an opper, like that is his weapon of choice, and he made it work in every single scenario, like even in this Viper ult. Who brings an op into not only a retake rather than swapping it off for one of his other teammates, but actually getting success with it in an ult like that, pulling out a shorty, getting a second. Like, he's just so good at working around with it and just making it work in scenarios that it shouldn't.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't have to be set up, he sets himself up, and he does a lot to kind of bring that confidence and success to the team. We saw him play a lot of Yoru, which was really good. He does play the Waylay. It wasn't my favorite, but I still think he did a pretty good job at opening up for the rest of his team. It was just a matter of the following up, and that's kind of where I feel like, yes, I agree with you. I like the veto, and I like that. That's the kind of creativeness that I was looking for.
I've won someone over. Let's go.
However, I just
Soon.
feel like the execution maybe wasn't there, and they need a little bit more time to cook on it, and that's kind of what I'm expecting from them.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you expected when you're clambering this group of players together, but they're running out of time. 2 more elimination games possible here before they would fall all the way out of this bracket. Let's hear from Digizin, the man in that hot seat, as he readies for the middle bracket.
Digizin, this is the first time you're playing on an English-speaking roster. Were there any adjustments you had to make as a player in terms of comms or your mid-round syncs? Anything you had to do different playing for this team?
Cara, é a minha primeira experiência assim, jogando com um time americano.
Foi difícil o início por conta da partida ser um pouco mais emotiva assim, as coisas são mais corridas, são mais rápidas, então você tem que se adaptar rápido. Eu tenho estudado bastante inglês e estou aprendendo muito com os moleques, acabei me adaptando bem, então está sendo divertido, está sendo uma experiência que eu estou gostando muito, está fazendo eu crescer como pessoa também, e estar do lado desses moleques não tem nenhum desafio, é sempre um privilégio estar aqui.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning was kind of difficult because, you know, it's a new environment, new jokes, new everything. But I feel like I have adapted well. It's my first time working with an English speaking team, so it's been a challenge. But you know, I feel very well adapted. I'm learning a lot with the other kids, so it's really nice to be here.
All right. Well, best of luck to you and the other kids.
Really smooth, Zoe, but feeling like he's slotting in exactly what you want to hear from the star player for EG. Let's take a look back at those predictions, because this one was a bit more of a mixed bag. I want you to kind of have a moment, Christy, here to continue giving the EG sales pitch. Why are
well,
they
the
winning?
thing is, Mimi, I predicted Sentinels.
You predicted Sentinels.
I picked EG.
I picked EG.
Well, but I have a very simple excuse, and that's that Rob Moore will hunt me down if I don't predict Sentinels. But but actually,
give me a pitch.
My truth is that everyone is overreacting. Y'all are freaking out for absolutely no reason. Sentinels are better than you think. Evil Genius is better than you think. Let's all calm down.
Oh. Okay, so the sell is both sides are good. Everyone's happy. I hope we all
John's
have
gonna
fun.
save this team, okay?
He's gonna save this team. Okay.
You know what? I will say for these two, it really was a 50-50 for me.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, this is about which team shows up.
The fans agree.
I know that literally applies to every team, but for this specific matchup, I had no clue. Like, I really was, like, going off of vibes, and for me, Sentinel vibes
Can you give me the win conditions then? Because you predicted Sen, right?
Yeah.
What do you think pushes them over the line in a close game like that?
I think they have more firepower capability over EG, so I feel like if they, I feel like, whoa.
I don't agree with that.
Me?
I don't. They have Digizen, they have Oak, they have.
That's it.
Bao. We saw Bao in the
did good.
video. It's weird, like, trying to defend EG when I was kind of like
why
pointing
did
at their
you
names. But no, they do have the firepower that can kind of overpower Sentinels, especially if they're like starting to take those solos and getting split apart.
But I feel like for EG, they're more likely to be kind of reserved and a little less confident. Whereas for Sen, I'm looking for confidence. I'm looking for pushing. I'm looking for more hero plays, which might win them out rounds. And that's kind of the vibe that was for me to push me over the edge. Again, I was 50-50, guys. Okay, relax.
Pick a lane.
Why wouldn't Sentinels be confident? They won both off-season tournaments that they themselves hosted. So.
Wow.
And not
100% win rate. That's something. I am sure that is something. We're just around the corner from getting into this one, though. Is there anything for Sentinels in terms of the IGL that you really want to see Caillou focusing on as he gets ready for this one? Like, what are we trying to see as turnarounds, especially for those attack sides? Real quick here.
I don't even, like I said, I don't even think it's solely on Caillou to have those calls. I think it goes on to what the rest of the team is kind of feeding him around the entire map, right? Because I did think that there was like gambling a lot of his calls, and I want to see him have purpose behind them. I want to see the reasoning. I want to be able to see that when I'm watching them play, because if I don't, then it's just like, oh, we're going here because, well, we're grouped here. We're
Well,
going
we'll
to
get that opportunity to see what they have prepared. The second series of the day just around the corner from getting underway. Map 1 with Uber and Wyatt after a short break.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
It's madness. Kesnet is up on top of site. Envy continue on in. Nice hold out of Oki. Tries to stay alive as long as he can. How does he get that? Giving John a chance. John finds it. That's insane.
Well, folks, another year and another ambitious campaign for actually both these teams we've got coming up in just a moment. Mitch Leslie here with Wyatt River. Great to be back on the couch with you, bro.
It is good to be back.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And I tell
Dare
you,
I say I missed you?
Do you dare? Do you dare to say that? That's crazy. It's the only nice thing he's ever said to me. It's performative as heck. But, of course, we've got two teams here. One of them, I think, whose game last week, and Sentinels raised maybe more questions than it kind of answered, where we saw this very retooled roster with calling responsibilities move to Caillou, of course, on the Sentinels side of things. And then, for me, one of the most interesting EG outfits that we've kind of seen, some real shooters on this team, but the pieces feel like they're still coming together.
Yeah, it is a cool unit, though. I definitely agree with you. Calm debuting with the IGL, returning to, you know, working with Potter. That's a cool little setup in of itself. Digizine for the first time playing on what feels like just not Furia, just playing somewhere else. But then also on top of that, to be on an English-speaking American team is a huge mix-up for him. And I mean, I know he's definitely taking this as the frankly kind of golden opportunity that it is to get back in the league, because if it weren't for EG taking a risk on him, would he be here? I don't know. But listen, he's obviously been a good player so far.
Now, Abyss here is Sen's pick. This actually got floated in their game against Furia, and we just never got there, right? A bit of a blowout for those that didn't catch it. Brutal for you, Sen fans. So, yeah, Pearl, though, is going to be the pick for EG here.
Yeah, and listen, this Abyss map, it wasn't actually EG's pick last week. It was the one map that they won against Envy, and it was the map where they looked the most coordinated. So it's no surprise for me that they're leaning into that. And when we do get to Pearl, if we do just go back to the off-season, those few months in the fall where this new Sen roster were active, Pearl might have been the best map in their pool, honestly. They looked really nice there, but let's see what they have on offer for Abyss.
Really want to zero in on this veto pickup for Bao. Last time we saw over Genesis, of course, against Envy, he was immovable. Fantastic site anchoring up there on the B side, obviously making the most of Vito's kit, and honestly just making some really good decisions, being super self-sufficient, just a bulwark for EG on the map.
Comboing some of that veto util, having little trap plays on defense with your breach. You know, that trip goes off, stun into main. If you're caught in that trip, it, you know, basically works like a fade seize. The stun is connecting onto you 100%, and you are just cooked. You are the freest kill for anyone swinging into you. So EG, their defensive setups, definitely potent. That's definitely going to be a problem for Sen. That's also just saying a map that's historically been so attack-sided. I mean, how many games have we watched the team just run it down a site, go up like 10-2, and then it goes to OT because the other team just runs it down, right?
And that Sen comp we're actually seeing, obviously, this is a Tejo map for John, so reprising his role a little bit from last year, albeit without the calling. This is Cortezia going to be on the controller. I look forward to Pearl, because you kind of mentioned it. That's where we see his Killjoy play, which I thought was really sick in the off-season. It's going to be EG starting on defense. And yeah, Sentinels, questions for these guys. Obviously, you know, as the winningest Sentinels casters from last year, Rob Moore had to get us in today. Flew you straight in overnight. Love to see that. But EG, they've got shooters now. Let's see what Sentinels have for us, though. Group up towards his A main.
Yeah, the check hasn't cleared yet, but I'm waiting on
it. Oh, yeah.
Any
It'll come.
Any second now. Comes that drone coming through. Mosquito comp hit activated. I mean, easy stun backside onto Super. Com's actually dropped in.
That's just not worked out from it all here. Narray playing in front of security. But Com was really the only option to give EG a foothold after that fast hit came through. No nonsense, all business here from Sentinels. And we've got Bao. Obviously in a position to make his way across to this side. And Sen have a cover. They get the flank watched as well. And no follow-up here. The flashes out of security. One walks into the crosshairs of Redux. Bao really working with nothing but the Ghost.
I mean, ultimately, even if they take out Narrate there, the time is getting so low. Multiple players from Sen in main. Feels like this is unlosable.
Last player standing.
And here we go. Now, Guided Salvo going to make it impossible to get that defuse. And this is Sentinels getting off to the races. Talked about running it down on that attack side. Sentinels happy to keep up the trend.
Yep, that is some real Abyss gameplay and some real the meta, the world we live in gameplay, which is you have a Waylay, you have a Yoru, and when you have the Breach, you're just sending it in. The stun connects, the Waylay is right on top of that anchored player. This comp is just so good right now, so prevalent, and there is a reason Like, Wele is just an incredible agent in the meta.
Straight here, we might just be running it back, right? We've got Stingers brought up for the second round. Another fast hit here for Sentinels.
Nothing for EG, just straight classic. So this one probably as good as done. You know, an opportunity for Sen to try and get some of those orbs maybe to Redux or Caillou. I think Neri takes that one, but you know, obviously want to get to that Yoru ult ASAP. Even though Yoru got some nerfs, the fact that we're seeing him in literally every single game definitely tells the story of how good the agent still is.
Off we go. Someone check on Lothar. That's going to be EG exiting the round very quickly. Obviously to not suffer any economic downfall, to give those ult orbs over. That one out of the way nice and quick. Now though, the real deal.
With actual guns, let's see if EG can get this defensive setup that they have online. You're going to see Bao switching which site he's on very often. That was something they did last week. And then that's sort of in tandem, with Dijizin, who's going to be able to just teleport back and forth to the other sites. I really liked his Yoru, and I'm hoping we're going to see more of his Yoru in this series. He absolutely went off last week on defense.
Definitely a win condition, and Sen honestly weren't able to play around Koala Nu very well in that last series. They were on a single initiator a lot, so that was an issue for them. But here, got the breach in tow.
It looks like Sen want to set up for an A split, but EG, they have intentions of getting very aggro in main.
Dijizin with a saturate has to back away. Good control here over towards tower side. Redux wants to get in. The smoke unlikely to hold him up for too long. Narrate though picked off. That looks like it was through smoke out towards main side. And Redux has got to get active. But Oki shuts him down.
Sen really disconnected there. Multiple players very focused on Redux, who obviously made all that sound breaking the vent door, sending the clone through into heaven. Had two crosshairs his way. Sen just completely bogged down in main though. Could not get through, couldn't support. So Redux goes down totally isolated. Stinger is going to be tough at range heading towards B unless they can get up mid, work through heaven. So let's see what Bao can do on the anchor. You mentioned his proficiency from last week. He was really nice.
Pretty passive angle here. That's going to be smoked out as well to try and bleed the clock a little further. Some util has to be used in order to get past the smoke. So dead giveaway here for Bao. Pings it out. Now he knows the action is going to be over towards that B side. EG will set up, come through spawn.
So looks like a free plant. I mean, at the very least for Sen in future rounds, maybe the next one. Caillou's about to have that rolling thunder.
Yeah.
So early in the game, so early. So, you know, if they get a few kills here, at least if Sen get away with some damage, maybe get him to that ult. This next round will be really important.
Fault line here you can play off for Caillou now, trying to play into this, but maybe thinks Dijizin was a clone or doesn't expect him so far forward already. Now it's up to Cortezia, but he's got his hands well and truly full. And only John now will remain. Dives on in, wants to get this one over with as well, I'd suggest, and that is a pretty clean round as EG emerge mostly unscathed.
Also prioritizing just getting the orbs over to their breach. Okeanos gets that defuse. What a nice retake from EG. They have some very, very solid coordination when it comes down to getting back onto that B site. Sen are going to have to be absolutely dialed in the post plants over there. Yeah, Caillou just did not expect Dijizin to already be past that line where he threw the stun.
Get that shit. Very good.
All 5 rifles retained.
So guys.
Yeah, flawless round, pretty important to get off to the races here on defense, especially get to see that B site tested. Sen want to run it back on A once more.
Is it time to just absolutely send it? It may be. There are 3 EG players here. Stun comes through. Wow, middle from Dijizin. Nice shot. Traded out though.
Yeah, can't get back. Cock going to step up to the plate next. Going to play off the flash. The pick is also going to be there. That's a one for none. This puts a little bit of pressure now on Oki, and it's going to draw the rotation away by Superman.
Listen, if you're a Sen fan, you want to see Redux start to get the ball rolling here early, start to get some kills. Rolling Thunder is going to force Okeanos all the way back out of here. Site taken for Sen, 4v3 advantage. Let's see if they can close this out.
A couple retakes already from EG once Sen are well and truly entrenched. They don't really have that tower control yet. You can see Bao try to do something about that, work his way up, but John is going to be in residence. Redux hoping to play off the clone there. This is all slowing EG up. Nova Pulse as well, something that's going to be respected by the defenders. Bao though finding some damage, tearing strips off these players out over in main, but John is going to be waiting on the side. It's a 1-for-1. Bao drops down. He's got to get active now as well. Has to respect this grab well. Now Cortez can sit back inside main and try and hold it down, but hold on, Bao yet again. Going to give it a tickle. There's got to be a step up here from Cortezia, and the timing's got to be done. Good! It's Bao again for 3. Picking up where he left off last week on this map. dominant showing from our newcomer.
Stunning clutch from him. Cortesia, man, he's going to walk away from that feeling like it was his round to lose, a 1v1 to lose there. Had prime opportunity on the swing to get the kill. Redux had those nice openings, just winning out straight up trade fights in main, and even that was not enough.
No way.
The time delay wasn't enough.
For legal reasons, muted, of course. Yeah, feeling himself. That's what I'm enjoying this EG team. They're really interesting this year, and they got some, again, they're hard hitters on this roster.
And now one of their big win cons online, Dijazine, one of the best offers that we have in the region, has that gun in his hands. He is just so proficient with it, so consistent.
In contrast to last week, though, Sentinels have actually got that extra initiator here, so they've got more options to try and clear those op lines. They've walked into Koala a lot previously. They might have done something in their comps to remediate that.
Yeah, at least with this breach, maybe opportunities to stun where Dishazin's playing. Try and get him with a flash. Spots him out with a clone. Yeah, that works. I mean, you mentioned it, but that was such a struggle against Furia. They were getting torn apart by Koala's op, running these solo initiator comps, not able to force him off lines.
Sky on Breeze, they just have the Teo for split.
This is definitely a chance to rectify those mistakes going up against another top-tier opper in their very next match.
There's a late round re-clear for EG behind this flashpoint. They don't really see SEN encroaching now, though they realize it. Super's going to try and back away now as the aftershock comes through. This surely is going to draw some attention, but there's a wedge driven in between the two sides of EG setup. Redux can make something happen here, but EG calling players back from tower to maybe deal with that.
There, it's stuffed a little bit by that stun as SEN attempt to get out of this choke. 20 seconds left. EG have so many players here ready to fight.
Big one from the Raid is going to double down on that. Superman ends up on top of someone's head. Kayu's able to deal with that, and I think EG here realize it's a matter of stepping back, sitting on these weapons, keep the op in rotation.
Yeah, Superman just a little bit late on that drop. Couldn't tell if maybe there was a gravel there or stun, so he wasn't able to get out immediately to support those players' back sights. Man, if he could have, if that timing was a little tighter, EG would have had a shot there for sure. Now Bao successfully able to clean up these players from SEN who are desperate to get the op out of EG's hands. But honestly, SEN, look at their money. It's not like they really want to be losing that many players either. So this is probably time to relax, just let the spike tick and move on to the next one. Cut your losses in a win. I mean, it's a solid round from SEN.
Yeah, also the kind of round where SEN want a guarantee behind their duelist ultimates. Should have come to that. So again, making that rotate back over towards the A side, and couple quick frags from Narrate to really get them entrenched.
Yeah, we haven't really had a situation fully come up yet where SEN have gone into this veto and have just gotten completely stopped by that brick wall, and then there's the breach util coming at them. They get stunned there in main, but ultimately Narrate, he's still double dashing in. Like, they're still getting that space, right? So EG's game plan has not been fully operational yet. It hasn't been completely tested. Center hitting the right sites.
They move Bao over to A now. Gunning through. Try and get some value out of the Sentinel utility bit. So far, Sentinels want to try and work mid. That's into the op line, though.
And that is going to be droned off, of course. And on account of that, Dijazine just needs to get out before he was potentially suppressed.
Notice there's no gate crash active right now for EG.
Dijazine's just been able to repush towards B main, but this push out from Bao is a little messy. John catches him. And now EG want to respond with aggression towards B. They want to take some control somewhere on the map, try and even this up.
Oh, nice timing here from Cortesia. Flash as well, something he can play off comfortably. A mid-round noise cut here from Sentinels has EG pushing out for info.
Oh, I mean, I think that was Dijazine's own flash. He just kind of got startled by the swing upper. Okay, well, that's fortunate. That is very fortunate. And even more fortunate is the fact that Redux and Narrate, they didn't even have to use their ults. They've still got them for a future round.
They got the op dropped. That's being pinged out right now over on the B side, and Com was in no position to salvage that. Walking away with nothing but a Guardian and very, very light pockets.
Yeah, weird. I mean, Bao over on A pushes out in front of his setup and is just caught by John, who's just watching for the push. So it's about as free as it gets for the longest standing member of this new SEN roster. I mean, that's just so free.
Yeah.
And then from the world is their oyster. I mean, yeah, they just actually got. He was so scared on the swing and just threw the flash out. I mean, listen, I get it.
Yeah, the voodoo hands there from Mr. Kaplan. He's definitely being able to, play the puppet master right now and have EG getting pulled up and out of position into these lines that are being held by Sen.
This year is definitely a test for Kaplan as a coach, having such a different roster with so many new players to the league, promoting 2 of their Qbert Academy guys from Challengers, a new IGL for the actual VCT league.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of pressure on these guys, right? So
it makes you wonder if, I'm sure there was a lot of discussion about this in the off-season as well. Is like, is this a retooling to get that ceiling for Sentinels raised up? Because it feels like domestically and to some degree internationally, in that previous roster last year, maybe we hit it. Maybe the realization was that was as far as they could go. Injection of youth here, maybe a cleaner slate. Can't build around Narrate, which is obviously a controversial decision based on the streakiness we saw from him last year. But so far, he's been getting onto those A sides pretty comfortably, playing that role of entry admirably. And they struggled again last week to do that, to get into these sites. So far, not so shabby. 4 on the board.
yeah, I think this is a really great position for Sen so far, honestly. I mean, obviously, small sample size, but if we're just going to go off of what we saw from EG in week 1 when they stole this map from Envy, it was their defense that got them like 10 rounds. So Sen are not doing too bad at all.
EG kind of predicted that now in a low economy round, Sentinels are going to test B for the first time. They've given Bao the hero rifle.
EG do feel totally comfortable with playing for big retakes on this B side. Plenty of rounds where Bao's utility is going to be there, slow things up a little bit. The rotate from EG comes in, and I think this is where you see some of the best team play from them. But in this round, look, they just have distance. They're probably going to lose.
Ooh, that was a little bit streaky there from Cortez. Is able to find just the one. John always on a line. Bao walks headlong into it. Rifle, of course, still to hand for EG. That one's been passed around like the traveling pants. Com embedded now in a position, but Narrow had just the right tool for this problem. It's going to be Redux that follows him up.
Now it's just those 2 left on the flank. Inevitable that Superman will be getting out of here. Trying to just keep this Vandal if he can, but he cannot. John deals with him. Not a huge deal. They're going to have that full buy next round anyway, of course. But yeah, I mean, I think another thing actually that just came up in that round worth mentioning is that in Sen's preparation for this series, they absolutely should be aware that over on that B side, EG love to play retakes with multiple guys going down mid and flanking through drops, sometimes up to 3. I believe there were 3 there in that instance. So they've got to be ready for that. That had been the crux of a lot of round wins when EG played this map prior. And I'm sure Sen are fully aware of that in the prep work that they've done here.
I don't hate the pivot for EG though on a pistol or like half buy round to still contest mid. They didn't really have an option to find an early lead though. Digizine with the operator back to hand. Now big part of the win confidence EG side.
Massively important, locking down mid. And Sen definitely aware that this most likely is back on the field. I mean, even content to some extent, just waiting out any aggression. See if EG tried to mix something in, very active at this point in the game. Not going to come, though.
Around in stark contrast to those fast A hits we were seeing peddled by Sentinels at the start of this map. And this drone re-clear timing is pretty annoying for Sen.
And on this round as well, Sen are going to be totally fine, just passive for a bit. Let's see if he can get active in any way. All right, just gather up to hit a site. We've got 4 ults. Redux can just get in right now with this Yoru ult, get all of the information, and then in a post plant, they have the Armageddon. I mean, it's just, this should be done, right? How can EG really get back in here? Maybe with that Rolling Thunder from Okeanos.
Like Cortez is playing. Like, there's no chance of getting like any backstab pressure in A main for EG here.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, everyone is going to be coming from this front side. The Rolling Thunder is going to need to have a massive connection.
Okay, Armageddon goes over towards security, so this is going to have EG scurrying before they try and hit. Super decides to go forward instead, and Digizine trying to avoid certain death, finds it a different way. They're up on the side, of course, the short is going to go to work, but Com makes an exchange. Now EG have the positioning, but it's a post-plant util that's going to be a big problem. The Rolling Thunder, though, held for just now. Doesn't account for Redux on that backstab. In the side, he's amongst them. Tears into shreds.
What an amazing use of a proactive ultimate there from John, getting that off in the spawn. I mean, knowing that there's going to be a lot of players there, Cortezia is watching the flank. He hasn't seen a damn thing, so he knows they're all going to be coming from that front side, right? This completely disrupts everything.
Oh, man.
And listen, that's the kind of mistake that's going to happen when there's a nuke dropped on your head.
Baby, I'm back! He's back.
Yeah, no. The Redux haters from week 1 right now, they are being shut up. He is playing pretty solid to start off this series. And yeah, look, that last series should just be a blip on the radar for how well he's been playing in the offseason till now, right? I mean, that was the first slip-up. And maybe just nerves. Maybe just nerves for this new team coming into VCT.
This roster historically has afforded far less of a grace period than their contemporaries.
Yeah, some would agree.
Okay, so now we are going to be hitting again this B side, again when EG are on pistols. SEN don't want to push into like a fully stacked site with weapons, but here they feel like they can contend with their Veto util, and the Bao just gets caught around that corner, not able to fall back into connector. Quickly though, in dimensional drift, Digizine wants to try and get some info on this site, set up this Hunter's Fury.
Not really able to accomplish too much. I mean, using that on the round with just pistols as well.
I see Dutton flash around the box here for Digizine. Post is where the issue is, and again, Cortezia in a problematic position now to make his way around. The net is tightening on EG. And Digizine, after 2, has to fight his way out of this. It is a 3-pronged entrapment. And yeah, his position's going to be confirmed by a drone that's pretty slippery to clean up.
Knows Cortezia is just biding his time in the back line as well.
Face the music, Digizine must. So that's EG member buying Sheriffs into that round. Sentinel's being very careful about when they want to work that B side of the map, only when they're objectively advantaged.
The comp that SEN are running just, at the moment, feels way too explosive for any level of anchoring to occur. This Veto is really not getting anything accomplished at the moment.
They burned all those ults for what?
Yeah.
I mean, literally, he stole my next point. Bro, can you not? I mean, also, though, I was going to say, they are getting desperate. Calm just throws out a Hunter's Fury. Everyone just had pistols
Dimensional
fighting on
drift
the
on that round
site.
as well
I mean,
from Digizine to try and set that up. So speculative.
It's a big risk. Doesn't pay off. Now they don't have them for an actual buy round.
Back in a flash.
Oh, Divine. Because of that wall, they don't know that Redux actually dropped down towards top mid.
He's just working that wall here now, Raids. One shot's all he's going to get. Superman drops low, though. Ooh, to the line. Now's going to be able to clean him up. Here comes a Rolling Thunder, though. EG not really set up for this. Superman's actually able to back away for the time being. Convergent paths will be the next throw in. And despite being hindered, EG are sat, well, safe as houses up here in tower for the time being. 2 up now for Sentinels, and they've got no choice but to trudge onto the site and try and make something of this. Try and dig Digizine out of security. That is beautiful positioning from John, and no one's watching it for DG, apparently.
Just fully exposed to upper. That's a mistake that is going to allow SEN to get back into this round, give them just a glimmer of hope here. No real util to work off right now. Kayu's just waiting for that cycle to come back up on a stun.
And in context, this is a big spend for Evil Geniuses.
30 seconds left.
A big extension. That's not ready. Tom is more than happy here to be treated out of position. The swing for Bao there, just in
that's
case.
awkward. That is so awkward. And now the stun is also, of course, come back up for that defensive breach. But John keeps them at bay.
Yeah, a little special delivery to buy himself a little bit of time. Com now does have to get a bit more active. Spike down, he's down to 17.
One enemy
Oki though, yeah, and Bao can work this from either side. John will be surrounded. Bao exits around with another 3-piece.
I mean, respect to those SEN players. I like the way that they were trying to find picks in that situation. I mean, unlucky that John doesn't catch Psalm there. Had an opportunity. That was a cool little play to try to get the kill. But then EG, they do everything right. You know, they're just biding their time backside. They have the advantage. And hey, listen, SEN, they're waiting to get their stun back up. Well, Okeanos is going to get his too.
Nice, Bao. Keep going, baby.
And they can just send that out to get back in. You have Calm in Heaven just being so annoying. Just making so much noise. And that allows the other guys to just wrap, you know, over bridge.
I think Narrate uses Lightspeed earlier in the round to try and go after Superman. So there's no follow-up to that, the hindrance they get with the Convergent Pass. They know there's multiple EG players in tower. They just don't have a way to get there outside of walking up the road. 10 and 6 for Bao though, not too bad.
Quick little shock. Bit of damage there onto Narrate early on. Dijizin has pushed himself all the way up towards B, has a teleport just to get back towards B heaven. So if there is A pressure, it's not like he's going to have an opportunity to support quickly. They're basically just playing this site for a retake with the Astra Wall late. Kind of their only option.
Yeah, Digizin doesn't have a gate crash to get himself quickly to A. So they've left the weak side of the map relatively undefended, and it's been the one that SEN has been pounding round after round.
Yeah, I do feel like they just don't mind, though, because they have 2 ultimates, but crucially just that Astra Wall to cut off all of main.
Yep.
Try and get back in with that.
Okay, here comes that Cosmic Divide. In location you expect, but Redux is going to push his way in. Doubling down over towards security. Bow under Evolution. Needs to stand tall here, but John doesn't need to fully commit to this. Off the special delivery. Nice exit there for that previous IGL, and it's going to be on Com. Doesn't have the time to make a round-the-world flank. Cosmic Divide still active for the next second or so, but it's not enough. Com can't win the 1v1.
That was really heads up from SEN. They understood the situation that they were about to be presented with when they're getting that site basically for free. They know that there's about to be an Astra Wall going right into the A main, so you can't play any spam positions. So what do? They just go forward. Redux is in there fighting in the smoke. John's there to follow up.
I'm him. Did you see how I destroyed him?
And that's, listen, the idea with this SEN team, just ask Rob Moore, is that now that John is free from the IGL role, he just needs to shoot them. He just wants John to be a shooter.
Some nice stats last week, but a lot of save rounds from John.
Oh my God!
Able to find 2 on a bit of a wayward
back.
spray, but that's EG. Trying to eke out an early round advantage with this push-up, just falls flat.
That is just monstrous from Redux. A long time many have been waiting to get him into this VCT league, as he's just been tearing up challengers for a while. And then last year, just started playing a bunch of different roles, honestly. Felt like just like a, you know, little training arc off to the side. Nothing crazy. He wasn't lighting up challengers single-handedly on duelists like he did in the past, but just became a bit more of a well-rounded player.
Yeah, from that same challengers class as Verno, right? Verno gets called up last year into NRG. We're still wondering, okay, where's Redux going to end up landing? Great year on Cubit Academy.
Right there.
Seeing what he can now display.
Spike planted.
Kayu's able to get the plant down. Com just a little off center there. Now retake for EG, but down to 3 with 2 Guardians to hand. No notable ability pieces either, outside of Oki's util.
Could be tough for Redux here. Yeah, gets pinged out and definitely has to get out of there.
A lot of eyes on that tower site here. EG trying to make their way through. Looks like fault line to be set up. They've got to go for it about now. Now Red allows himself to be affected by it. Still going to find that one shot he needs on Com. That is beautiful stuff. Build around this guy and he can deliver. Nice little 2-piece of flawless there for SEN.
The SEN duelists are simply shooting today, and that was a primary critique from their debut game. That Narrate and Redux, they were having a lot of first deaths, especially. They just were not actually getting the job done as far as these guys just need to get entrance. We're running double duelists. That has not been the case here. They are going so insane. And I like the way that over on this A site too, when SEN do opt to play a little bit more passive towards main, they're doing a nice job of just supporting like one of the entrenched players on site. You know, he's not being abandoned.
Not too shabby a first half for Sentinels. Just go away. If they have guns is the call. We'll be back with our second half of Abyss right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A statement 9-3 half to kick things off here in Sentinel's second game of kickoff. I mean, it's a pretty shocking loss they suffer at the hands of Furia in week number 1. Obviously, 3 strikes in a round is the mantra for our kickoff format. So both these teams very much still in the mix. And EG on the other side, a really disappointing, almost even crushing loss to Envy, losing their grip on the game on that last map. Definitely have a lot of doubters to silence with this bold new look on their roster.
Now this scoreline, if you see it on Abyss typically, I mean, you get 9 rounds on attack. This map is pretty attacker-sided, but it's just a little bit different when we saw EG be so successful on defense in their debut on Abyss. So let's see if they can make this a little bit more of a traditional Abyss affair and tighten the gap.
Mid-control, easily enough taken by EG. Definitely got some ears perked up on the Sentinels side though. Caillou and also John looking inward towards the map. Oh, the TP there for Digizine. Obviously the sound cue given off, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 at least. The rest of EG there to flood. Now, encroaching on B.
There are 2 anchors on site completely surrounded. Redux though with this defensive smoke to just posture up in.
Superman and Bauer on this side of the expand. Was that smoke? And they know it. Cortezia cannot hold his own. He would have been swarmed by players either way. Now it's going to be up to John and Narrate to get some action going. Looks like they're going to split themselves, one upper, one to connect it.
EG feeling like that smoke was a little bit predictable. Now they should be able to close things out. Narrate over the top. Nice shot from
Too many
Oki.
angles to cover.
Yeah, absolutely.
John's going to walk up here, and his util wouldn't be that effective in a situation like this. Com dealt with. Okay. Waits for the disruption to elapse. Going to try and force Superman further up. Cozy actually takes a hit from one of those salvos, and John downs him. Time, though, is of the essence, and EG will sit back now, wait for the opportune moment to silence
one enemy
the caller of old. But John, he's getting loud. No reason not to. Are you kidding, brother? No time for the defuse, but man, style points earned in spades.
A few orbs as well. That was a hell of an attempt from John.
Bro. What the heck? 15 and 5, just quietly.
And plus 200 auras swapping to the Sheriff as well. With 4 bullets and getting 2 kills with them. Respect. Respect.
Still importantly, spike planted. This is, that moment here for Digizine.
Yeah, but at least fast trade from Calm, so all good. This was a really nice split hit. Now, there are 2 anchors there from Sen, but you could just feel from their point of view that, just overwhelming status that they were in, right?
Yeah.
And the little play in the smoke, that one kind of got read like a book. So, unfortunate.
Yeah. John's domain expansion not enough to clinch the round for Sentinels.
And it may be time with these 5 classics to jump off of the map. it might be time, unless EG go back to A and walk into this stack.
Yeah, that is normally.
But I don't think they will be walking back to A at this point in the round.
EG know that they might have won 2 rounds there in that prior.
Yep, I do believe the minimap indicates they will be planting at B, and this round is done.
All right. Well, just the formalities here being addressed as Sentinels.
Yep.
It's a long walk off a short cliff face. We'll be done and dusted with round 14.
Flawless.
Nice flawless round. Well played, guys.
Clean as a whistle.
Well played.
Com took some damage. I mean, that's an area of improvement, but...
What, Com took damage?
Yeah, I think so.
Did he jumped off the little high ledge and spawn?
Yeah.
Listen, I've been there before. That's my favorite activity is jumping over that ledge and accidentally taking 15 damage before the round starts. Love that.
Yeah, the same as the jumping out of Heaven on Haven on that
classic.
On that A site, yeah. That'll get you.
Classic move. You win the round and jump down to defuse and die. Vintage. All right. Let's see what EG are made of on this bonus. Superman has a Marshall. Maybe can take a cheeky little peek here. Outside nest.
He's going to have more than bargain for this. Yeah, and this TP, they were waiting for it. Bao here to pick up the pieces, but Sentinels have already pulled back.
Yeah, EG, they have shown a desire to go for that play. The Digizine, pop out of the TP up mid, and then someone swings off of him getting out of it, but doesn't really work there.
Bao's just kept going, though. Might be a timing that he can play off here. Yep, spots the raid on the side. He's almost able to get away with it. Refract. Caillou, though, steps up, but that's the Bulldog going to work. Bark and bite in full measure. Now Redux has to be a little bit more careful about how he works Heaven. This is flipped pretty darn fast.
And now smoked off so Bao can get out there to safety. Set up a teleport, maybe take a peek. Now, what is the util center working with? I mean, that's a lot, frankly. You're looking at Redux with basically a full kit, John with basically a full kit. You try to missile one of these players out of a position in trench.
They're showing themselves now. Bao had a free peek with that cross cut, but gets caught out before he can escape.
Recon back up for Calm. That could be pivotal.
I think this might be a little telegraph where he's going to play from, and John, man, even on the move, just too good.
Wow.
Another big round from him, man.
17 and 6, and with this defuse, has the Armageddon all ready for EG's first buy round. Absolute menace. He's just unleashed. He no longer has to use his mind. He just has to use his mouse. And he's been a phenom.
We talked about this so much last year when the calling was getting moved around, and when John, obviously a sentinel caller, then an initiator caller, saying he much preferred calling while in the pack. Now, of course, yeah,
he doesn't need a mic anymore. Just a mouse and a keyboard.
I mean, so far, I'm not going to argue with that scoreline. And like you mentioned, that Armageddon developed in the 4th round of this second half is huge. And the applications for such a sort of space-denying ability are myriad on this map.
It's a nice little Sova lineup for you to copy for your rankings, where you just get that EZA info straight off the bat. Calm does that one constantly. So they're going to take control of main, at least, with Digizine, who is not having as good of an outing as he did last week when he was 15-2 after the first half.
The op rounds are getting shut down, but then also there was that weird round he's trying to hold from security and isn't watching top boxes on A site. No one's covering that for him, so it's hard to really project it onto the overall issues for EG.
And now you can see Digizine making some noise over there towards A main with the clones. The rest of EG try to work towards this B side. Looked like maybe they wanted to prod up towards mid even, but that is not going to be the case. B side vacant. We might be barreling towards, or slowly walking ourselves towards a full 5-on-5 retake that SEN would be content playing. Yeah, they've got the Armageddon.
Obviously a no Sentinel composition for this team, ironically.
30 seconds
they play
left.
off the site. They've got a ton of retake util. They don't want to play entrenched like EG were trying to get Bao going with. Refract here. Narrator's seen a fair bit of the action already.
Some of that VO utility going to be thrown down.
Good against this heavy, initiator setup.
Yep. No one from SEN attempting any kind of flank. They are all just going to go from the front side. Redux, crucial opening.
Oh, that's nasty. Fortunately, plenty of time for Okeanos to try and get away, but Caillou descends up on that side already, gives it a tap. Digizine finds Redux. He pushed forward, though, to create that buffer. And now that Nebula in the way, comes still able to penetrate it with a shock dart. Nice clean up there for EG. Knew they'd be dealing with some kind of heavy util retake.
That's some beautiful team fighting from main. Good shocks from Calm as well. I mean, it's bold to try and stick that after eating the first one and going down to 55 HP. Just no fear, tries to get it actually diffused in that spot. Looked like this was all but over, honestly, for SEN. Yeah. John's util forces everyone back, and then the missiles force Bao to swing into multiple players, go down. Surprised EG pulled that off, but respect to them for just winning out the duels and all swinging together. Yeah, really good team fight.
We've seen two completely different styles about, especially just how you're holding sites between these two teams so far. I think that EG are happy enough, to play off the site. Okay, you two are going to flood in with, flashes, fault lines. We'll play off. We'll play post plant, shock dart. We'll try and get out of your way.
Kaplan right now, dialed in. He's dialed in. Do want to see what the money is when we get out of this. Didn't have a chance to look at it. Yeah, he's starting to get back into this game. Starting to make a run at it. Calm on this attack side, not a super experienced IGL. We'll see what he can make happen in a situation like this early in the season when he's still gaining that experience.
I mean, yeah, both teams, honestly, with, people that are greener to the IGL role. And again, we'll see what the setup looks like.
So this is going to be SEN just fully ecoed. A couple silly little guns to try to get some cheeky kills here and there, but EG should just be able to stabilize things out. Superman picking up the Outlaw. Nice on a round like this, though. You can get the one-shots. It's more likely that someone on the defense will be doing something aggressive on a lower buy. But it's not going to be towards A main, I'll tell you that. SEN look pretty content to just hold back at the moment and let EG come to them.
Yeah, narrate with the Bucky. Likely wants to try and have himself dunked. Still pretty heavy mid-emphasis here, and a gate crash that hopefully isn't used up mid.
Yeah, DG just jumping for some of that info, makes some noise, and you can see Narrate at the top of the map. He's trying to decide where he wants to go. Was on the rotate. Wait, do I go back to A? Am I rotating back? And it's going to leave just John here with just a classic. So, I mean, free sight for EG, 5-on-5 post plant. There's no reason they should be losing this.
But the Aldrone kind of heralds...
Not to curse it.
But Aldrone gives EG's game away, so you can buy it a bunch of time. There's a ton of stall util, but SEN aren't convinced that this is a true A, so no one's really made the move across yet. John's done his best. He's bought 10, 15 seconds. He'll have to fall back off this and wait for the rest of SEN to rotate in.
My ult's ready.
EG have the Rolling Thunder. They have the Hunter's Fury. Bao can use the Veto ult that I don't know the name of, but you know, he gets all the superpowers, man.
Be right back.
What is that one called? The Evolution? Right, of course.
You got it. No, you nailed it. Now you're going to be able to refract on back, but Digizine is in. Ready now to try and fight off anybody tries to make their way in. There is some tower presence. John up there only with a classic though. Tough to break in, and Narrate's been trying to force that Bucky issue all round and never had a chance to make use of it. John gets his, and EG exits the round with 3 up.
No, listen, I don't play Veto, man. I'm still a cringe Cypher one trick. even with nerfed Cypher, buddy, I don't know what the abilities are called. I just play against them.
Chokehold, cross card. Very powerful kit. So, still seeing the adoption rate for Veto.
John QT, you
Climbing.
shameless stat player, you're a bad boy.
Okay, this was a lot of discussion coming out of like last week's games for Sentinels. He had really impressive stat line out of a O2 series.
Listen, it's not his fault that he had to rotate to sites every single time, all right? And this one he's farming.
I had to double check, was like Owner coaching this team or not? I wasn't sure.
All right, dial in. Digizine teleport up mid, ultimate already, dimensional drift, getting all the info, Hunter's Fury combo, the classic, the vintage double ult maneuver.
And this time, Com's going to be able to find something of that Hunter's Fury. Tough for SEN to get a foothold here. Narrate does his best, and Kai's able to get out on Heaven there. Oki taking low. Caillou himself has seen better days. It's on John and Redux now. John going to be late to the party. Trying to play off Redux, and again, it's always at least the one. Guided Salvo should give him a little bit of space to encroach towards that coast position. And Redux gets in off the flash. Digizine looking in the wrong direction. And this two-man tour de force for Sentinels has torn EG apart.
That was gorgeous from John and Redux. They did everything they could have possibly done perfectly in that 2 versus 2. That was lovely. I mean, John sending out those missiles back sight forces the players from EG to the left side where he's got the stun waiting. At the same time that's happening and their positions are disrupted, Redux gets the flash into teleport to fight them. I mean, that was genuinely beautiful. And that is the in-the-moment synergy that SEN were just totally lacking in their debut. It felt like no one was on the same page in any of the chaotic moments. And that right there is just an example of an extreme juxtaposition from that.
Yeah, they worked those 2 angles beautifully. You saw that Digizine was looking in the Redux direction as John actually swung coast. That's because he forced him to look that way. And honestly, Narrate only gets the 1 frag in a round, but exits with like over 300 damage. So, you know, that damage he does getting on in there to pave the way, yeah, it makes it much harder for EG to hold on. That was sick, man.
Just a general point too, I mean, aside from the fact that John is getting a lot of kills, we have seen this Taeho util get tons of value throughout this whole game, both halves. His ults have been really good. Like, if you think back to the first half, that one he sent out when EG were on the retake, they're all in spawn on A. Like, he is getting serious value from his util and from getting kills. He's having an all-star performance to start this series.
Cross back over to the game. It's a 4-round difference. The crippling loss in that previous round for EG still means they got weapons to work with. Rolling Thunder, of course, there. the sites have been less difficult for EG to get into. It's holding on to them. They don't have to play up against the Sentinel. And Sentinels are giving them that space before snatching it right back.
Yeah, the comp is just so potent on a retake. Set a main dart again, quick flash just to take that space. Evolution being used right there by Bao. The ultimate activated. Bao right now, the one guy shooting on EG as they go for one of their classic maneuvers again. It's just Dejazine teleporting up towards top mid and then
Crosscut for Bao though. Yeah, we've
that's
got
cool.
a double face here that threatens to shake John out of position. He has a premonition about it though. Trying to buy more of that time. Special delivery, fall back and they had the refresh of the guided salvo. And man, the guy's just too good. He falls back, so he's got Cortizia watching him.
Ooh, nice little jump spot as well. Those Supermans there to flash into the swing. This is just not the same team that we saw in week 1.
Now, they give it a little bit of that space, but it's always double-faced. It's always backed up by a piece of util. It's like, yeah, EG, get that plant down. Sure enough. And now, that Rolling Thunder comes on out. It's not going to connect with anyone, but confirmation now. The back of the A side is clear. Oki, though, this late little re-wrap has thrown a spanner into the works.
And finally an opportunity to get this Rolling Thunder off as well.
Timing's good. Not a whole lot you can do about this one. Ugly.
Last player
Narrate, though,
standing.
able to avert it for the most part. Kai has to give it a tap, but he knows he's going to get hit from 2 angles here, and there's just not really an option for Sentinels. An important round for EG to take here if they can. Caillou doesn't have the time. And yeah, fist pump for Oki. Needed that round badly.
I mean, we're talking about mid-round, how good Sen are looking, and then somehow EG just come out on top in that. I mean, mostly due to some really nice late-round play from Oki, who is delayed on that. Wrap into heaven, gets the free kill, and then finally has this prime opportunity to get the Rolling Thunder off from a really good position too, like sending it, you know, kind of horizontally into the site there is perfect.
I got it.
And it's the displacement on Narrate as well, which puts him out of position, allows Oki to step up and find another to leave Redux on his own. That said, we've got 2 Duelist ultimates up for Sentinels now. The weaponry, though, leaves a bit to be desired.
And I'm onto what feels like a rare eco right now. Dejazine with one of his weapons of choice. Time to jump. It's just anything that has a scope.
Yep. Laura at the ready. There's going to be a flash to try and knock him off this line. Okay, he gets sent into the site. Fake smoke, what a clean up again. Poetry in motion here for Sentinels. Able to snap up 2.
I mean, you are joking. That is a crazy team fight for them to come out on top of. I'm a little bit stunned here for a moment. Just trying to replay that in my mind. Yeah. Like there was util coming at them as well, and then just smoke drop, boomed with Sheriffs. That's nasty.
Okay, good fault line timing here as well. EG forced back. Clockblade even further. Now there's a real question about whether they want to attempt to work this B-side. This is one of the rounds where Sentinels are actually anchoring on this B-side.
Yeah, kind of a pick your poison situation here. You know, if they hit B, there's going to be a lot of Sen players there. If they leave B, Sen can probably go pick up the rifles that are dropped and have more guns on a man advantage retake with all like 2 ultimates. So this is going to be tough for EG. Coming into this round as massive favorites economically.
Narrate just close angle here. Knows what is coming, but it's John again, man. Always seems to be where he's most needed. And now Bao has to turn tail. 17 seconds left in the round. This has completely fallen apart for EG. Bear in mind, a single rifle brought up in this round by Sentinels. It's going to be a quick hop, skip, and a jump over to the A side for the plant.
That is close, but he got it, I think. I mean, that was, yeah, he's good.
Planted.
All good, like 0.18 or something on the clock. And yeah, here's that other situation where they're able to grab one of the guns, but do they even need the guns? I don't think so. They're just killing everyone with sheriffs. And also, they have 3 ults, man. They have 3 ults.
Not even that. Flash, fault line, stealth drone. A ton of util to sort of spin something up on a dime here. Yeah, dimensional drift, fair enough. Give yourself that foresight.
Oh my god. I mean, you'd hate to be Oki in a situation like that.
Hindered and plundered. Straight out of the round, it's going to be on Bao. And John steams him. Sentinels will get up to 12 with a very unlikely fight back into the round. Surprising EG by entrenching on B, not giving an inch.
I mean, glass half full for Oki, he can be like, damn, I'm really him. They had to use a dimensional drift into the convergent paths, into the stun just to deal with me. That is tough though, man.
If you could take an ego boost for a lost round, I strongly suggest you do it.
You hate to be him in that situation. It's that first team fight, though, from SEN is just crazy. I mean, that is nuts. They just drop the smoke and kill everyone with sheriffs. All right, John is 24-9, man.
Look what they've done to EG, though. They recognize that those ultimates are well spent on that previous round just to decimate their economy.
24 kills. And only 9 deaths.
Yep.
Having a hell of a game.
And no stat padding, bro.
His util has been so good. I've never seen so many good special deliveries in one game.
You hate using the name for that ability, bro.
No fake TP that time, and it does kind of bait Cortezia out. So EG get a crucial opening to attempt to stay in this game, get to 9 rounds.
Sentinels are activating here to maybe push off this B side. This is being watched for, though.
I mean, yeah, that could absolutely be their undoing if they go a little bit too far forward.
Great angle work there, and almost haphazard work from upper there by Superman. Tries to have a crack with the Sheriff. Maybe the weapon disadvantage here starting to show up for EG. They're going to go for it now, but it's feels hurried. He's just hand-fisted him. The Mayor's narrow steps out and takes one comfortably. And a refrag to get him in a bit of a dangerous spot. Super handers him with the Sheriff. It's 3-on-3. And Caillou fights through the wall, and Bob's your uncle. 13-8 Sentinels. Strong start with a 9-3 opener. And I love these retakes off this heavy util. Look for them. Stunning comeback.
SEN so proactive in that game. Moments like that to close it out. The instant decision to just flash. We're swinging together. It's those timings that are so much tighter with the util and those aggressive plays compared to week 1 that have them coming out on top here. And in addition to that, Redux, he said it well like round 4 or 5, he's like, I'm back. Yep. I mean, he's obviously playing way better than he did week 1. John with a stellar performance as well. Senno looking good right now, stealing EG's map pick.
2 things not present that we saw from EG last week that stood them in good stead. It's Dipsing Zopping and it's Bao being immovable on these anchor plays. They never went his way when EG had guns. Sed read into that really, really well.
And just dealing with the Mosquito comp is a nightmare as a Sentinel. The Waylay's just getting past everything, man.
Stepping away, but up next, maybe the analysts are going to break down map number 1. We'll see you in a sec.
It's madness. Kesnet is up on top of site, and we continue on in. Nice hold out of Oki. Tries to stay alive as long as he can. How does he get that? Giving John a chance. John finds it. That's insane.
Kaplan, this is a dominant look so far. Very different SEN we get to see this week. How many things that you worked on this week are checked off the list?
Checked off a lot regarding how stressed I can be. No, we thought the first match was preseason. We misunderstood the schedule, so we just kept doing our thing and locked in this time.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds fair. It's an easy mistake to make. Best of luck in map 2.
Thank you.
So Kaplan today actually just told the team that this was another Sentinels put-on tournament, and then they were locked in and ready to go. Welcome back. We just watched map number 1, pretty close with a bit of a comeback towards the end. Abyss that Sentinels do manage to close out. Let's dive right in and talk a little bit about that first half, which Brenna was very much defined by site exec after site exec, which gave a ton of room for Redux to find value in these post plays.
Yeah, it just looked like SEN were killing it with their util. They used all that util to push players off the site. EG knew that they could not contest by staying on that site. They had to fall off. And in contention to that, actually Yoru pushing up towards that backside, making sure that they couldn't retake properly, and both Tulas just fighting backside to make sure that no one can get on site.
Yeah, and even after that, if that didn't work and EG still had players alive in their retakes, we had all that post-planting utility to kind of fall back on. We had the Teo missiles, we had the Astrosec, and we had the leftover breach util that kind of helped us with those site fights.
Yeah, again, I got the chance to listen to the Sentinels comms during this game, and I was really impressed with how proactive Redux was with asking for forward utility, whether that was initiator support or primarily like Astrostars from his teammates. I think he was able to take over in a lot of these moments where he's kind of left on his own, whether that's backside or up through mid, and it's because he's so proactive asking for help.
Okay, let me be devil's advocate for a second here. Sentinels, we saw them go for a lot of the same stuff of like low info, late site hits. Do you think that as we go deeper into this map, into Pearl as our second map in this series, do you think that's worrying at all? Pearl is a little bit of a different beast, but those low info site hits got the better of them in their opening series.
Yeah, it feels like for Pearl, it's going to be a lot harder because we saw SEN struggle on a lot of their mid fights, for example. Felt like their util wasn't really there and they were struggling with that. They weren't able to get a lot of the picks that we felt like they should be getting.
Sure.
And so I think that will translate into Pearl. And again, you have that long space on towards B. You have to really fight for A main in order to take and burn a lot of that util to get space. So definitely a lot to give and take here, and they won't be able to just full exec like you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
We'll have to track that as we get into the second map. One thing I do want to keep our attention on, though, as we reflect on that first map, though, is Bao, who I think even in that loss for EG, again, was finding a ton of impact on this Vita.
Yeah, and he was like one of the main points on why the first map actually went to them when they were playing against, I forget who they were playing against. Who was their first match against?
Furia.
Furia, thank you. Yeah, because
wait, Envy?
Envy.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a test you both didn't pass.
Yeah, wow.
Wait, actually, I baited you, so you're welcome.
Thank you.
But that first match, second time now he's played this role.
Yeah, and it's just weird kind of seeing a Vito this early on.
I'll get it
he looks so. I'll get there.
We're lost in the sauce.
No, he looked so good on it, and I think the fact that when he popped his ult, that he was able to kind of avoid all the utility that Sen was throwing at him, it was really cool to see.
I think also we have to give a huge shout out to John QT.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he stepped off that IGL role and then he just started fragging out like crazy. I think that's
I told you he was going to save this team. He's a monster.
Yeah, you did. I want to hear more about what you have to say, though, because again, as you mentioned earlier, you were taking a bit of a listen in with Sentinels. What were we learning from that and how the dynamics of this one work a little bit? I want to hear more about that, though. But first, I do want to get a chance to look at map 2 here. And I think maybe even get a word from Potter in a moment as we do get ready to go into Pearl.
I can give you some Potter fun facts.
You have a Potter fun fact for me?
Yeah, there was one moment where she asked Com to sing "Shake It Off."
Really?
What?
Yeah,
I love that.
True story.
Was
we
that
can find
helpful?
It. I thought it was helpful.
Okay.
They proceeded to lose the map, but it was a good start.
Did he sing it well?
That's a vibe.
Does he have a nice
Voice of an angel. Voice
Really?
of an
Maybe
hear
that was the
that.
problem. You gotta troll a little bit on the vocals.
Yeah,
make everyone laugh.
that's beautiful. Okay,
Crack 'em
give
up.
me a snippet, though, of what you were hearing from Sen.
From Sentinels, it was interesting. I thought there was a lot of voices that were contributing to the conversation. Like, it seemed like a team dynamic where everyone was allowed to give options of how they wanted to like pivot in mid rounds or plays they wanted to try to make. So it's not like one person like controlling the entire field. The whole team is coming up with ideas so they can very quickly react inside of rounds.
Talk to me, though, from you guys' experience, how does that team dynamic differ from a team that does have one strong leader who is setting kind of a clear vision from the team? Because there's definitely some upsides, but I think also drawbacks with playing that style.
Yeah, but I mean, when I'm looking at Sentinels, and we've talked about Caillou on the IGL, that's what I like to hear, is that the team is contributing. The team is supporting him, so it's not all on him, especially when he was struggling.
Sure. Yeah, well, let's now get that word from Potter, see what she has to say as she readies for map 2.
Potter, I want to talk about team dynamics and inner workings or growing pains, if you will. You got to be reunited with Com this year, this time in an IGL capacity. What's it been like to work with Com in that capacity? How much hand-holding are you doing?
Not too much hand-holding. You know, Corbin, he's a level-headed, he's an incredible teammate, and he's just blossoming into the IGL role, and he's having a lot of fun with it. So I'm there for guidance, and I'm definitely there to kind of show the winning ways, but Corbin knows what he's doing, so I just had to remind us, we got to fight for these sites. We're playing too much retake on map 1, so in map 2, we should be fighting a lot more.
All right, let's bring it back on map 2. Thank you so much.
It is interesting to hear her perspective of getting to reunite with Com, but in a different role, having to step up as the IGL for this team. And it's good to hear that confidence that working relationship is in a good place. And I think that just having that can really go a long way to forming a team that does have so many new pieces to this level of play.
Yeah, and I will say from the small things I listened to on EG's camp, like
besides
even down a lot.
the singing.
Besides the singing, no, like it was actually like it seemed like even though they were down, they still felt very confident round after round, like a very good atmosphere among the team. So I don't think this is a team that's going to take a first map loss here too tough.
I think that comes too with a lot of the experience that a lot of these players have. They're constantly kind of in that role where they have to be stable for the team. And that's why earlier I talked a little bit about firepower and how EG is so disciplined and reserved. I feel like we saw a little bit more hero plays. I feel like we saw a little kind of glimpse of them being a lot more confident in the server, going for a lot of those peaks. There's actually one of those rounds that we saw where EG was playing back, playing their post plant, and it didn't matter that they were smoked off and that they were down numbers. They just held their ground and really felt that they were going to win the round just with the util. So I think overall EG just did a good job.
Yeah, well, let's see if that's enough now as they get ready for Pearl. Map 2 of this series, the lower bracket looming if EG can't push us all the way to map 3. We'll find out how it goes with Uber and Wyatt after the break.
No, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching. Whole lot of views for real, just like a real for real. Gotta re-up the deal. We got the mass appeal. Whole lot of facts on facts on facts on facts on facts for real. Major League World Series Game 7, whole lot of cap for real. We better be gone. I used to just do it for fun. For real, now we gotta get to it and hustle, man. We gotta get to the funds. The pressure been stacking up tons. We on our way up, just trust. Baby, we winning, they throwing the ones. Baby, I'm saying it ain't what it was. Okay, no, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching. I turn an L to a lesson, okay. I turn a curse to a blessing, okay. All of my time is invested, now it's not a preface for greatness, I'm destined, okay. Can't do no minimum wage, I'm out of your...
Well, if there's one thing we know, it doesn't take Captain Kaplan long to stabilize his ship, but is it smooth sailing from here on out, or does Pearl bring some rough seas? That's, of course, a question well worth asking, but it seems like all the elements required for success for Sentinels are in place. We're heading over towards Pearl, and this is a map that we kind of felt, in the off-season at least, Sentinels really shone on, especially a couple of specific individuals.
I really liked them on this map when they were playing in those SEN City tournaments against some of the other Americas teams that we're seeing now this year. EG, this is going to be their debut, and they are running a very meta look. Again, you got your Yoru, you have your Waylay. Your Waylay is going to be running it down B, dashing into heaven with a shorty or a bucky. It's just what we're seeing. It's just the meta, man. It is just the meta. But over on SEN, I'm a little surprised, honestly, they're going away from running a Taeho that they had before. They, I mean, obviously have a great Taeho player on their team. We saw John go off on map 1, and they are running the Fade as well, but this time they're just swapping to a solo. They have the one Sova instead, just also leaning into meta stuff.
we kind of questioned as well the just the agent assignment, I think, for EG last week, where obviously on the Waylay is Digizine.
Yeah.
Now, he's trying to op on that, particular pick, and the Yoru of Okeanos is obviously, we kind of expecting those roles to be switched, and they do, right? We obviously see Digizine play plenty of that Yoru when it's up, and maybe there's a single duelist look here, but it felt like there's some interesting TP setups from Okeanos, so they weren't always able to help the weak side of the map on a couple of those. Corrode, I think, is one example of this.
Their tactics with the Yoru were not ideal in the latter two maps of that first series that they played last week. And I want to see Digizine on more Yoru just generally. It's just better for an opera. And also, in a strictly mechanical sense, I don't know if this is still the case, but I remember a couple years ago, Digizine was the player with the lowest mouse sensitivity in the league. Just purely mechanically, I don't want that guy on Waylay. That's like, you need to be, if you're playing Waylay, I need you to be a part of Gen Alpha. I just with like running around, going nuts. You know what I mean? Like, I think Digizine, his aiming style is very smooth, slow, calculated, which is also why he's a great opera, and he's so consistent with it. But Waylay requires you to kind of be a maniac with your crosshair and flicking all over the place, to dash, to throw the hinder.
I want to point out, though, that Nagzed is back in VCT, so I don't think he has. I don't think Digizine has the lowest sense anymore.
I think Nags was in the league when I just made that stat up.
I see.
I mean, I said made it up like I made it up, but it's a real thing.
I'm pretty sure Nagzed starts a fire on his mouse pad every time he tries to turn 180. So, you know what I mean? It's, yeah, he knows how to make it the nature.
Regardless, my point stands. My point is my point. And they have Oki on their team, who, when we watched Oki back in Challengers into playing double duelist with Sato on Liv, he's like the guy you have playing Neon because he's a maniac. Like, I think it just feels more natural, but anyhow.
Well, not too far away.
The longest diatribe of my life about
you literally said, let me do my thing.
But also,
listen,
we got a delay, buddy. Podcast time. I'm gonna fill it with something.
Had an audio issue, and then we gave you one by having to listen to Wyatt discuss that sensitivity issue at length. But we're jumping into Pearl here in just a moment. Sentinels, really strong start on Abyss. 9-3 half, good clean finish at the end of the day. Now, this was a great map for them in that offseason. Cortesia, standout player on this Killjoy. Eyes are definitely going to be on him to see if he can carry that forward into the season.
Oki pinged out, but does not feel any threat. So just going to stand his ground. And that drone does not do much in the way of pushing anyone back away from B. Sen just content to play slow towards A as well. If you look at the mini-map,
I like that one.
I don't think that was optimal.
I think Caillou just wanted to see what the neighbors in the next, sub-water Acropolis were up to. This one, though. Hard to say. To glean any information away from that one, we'll have a pretty well-held setup here with obviously this KJ util able to cover the push on the site, plus this link play.
Pretty slow from Sen. Not too much in the way of aggressive prodding. They just slowly walk up into A main after watching for aggression on B. Work into an A split.
We're outside of the gate crash window for Oki, so he's not going to be able to assist here. Nice little light speed on the side, but a refract from the raid. He's seen enough, apparently. Digizine holds his ground for one. Now here's the walk-up. Spike's going to be recovered, and quickly is going to be taken to hand.
Now with 20 seconds, is there any attempt to fight from EG? There is a flash, and Oki gets the burst.
We don't have to push this, and he's not able to quite complete the second. Cortesia, in for a penny, in for a pound. He's got to go for it. Superman stands tall.
Not a great start for Cortesia there, unfortunately, and Superman, he needed that. Map 1, he wasn't really doing all too much in the way of getting a lot of kills. It was a slow start for him, so nice that he's able to collect a couple very important ones as well early to get EG this win. All right.
For those at home, yep, saw that one away.
Time to go back to the laboratory.
I mean, all across around, though, felt a little shaky on the Sentinel side. There's obviously the dash into the smoke by Narrate, instantly sort of pulls back, has a player swing off him there in main. It ends up being a pretty rough trade.
All right, Oki now picking up that Outlaw. Obviously, that sightline on B. You just want a scoped weapon over there.
Yep. Digizine playing up a little bit for that early action, of course, for the Guardian at his side. Said obviously fight for this orb here to some degree, but EG are going to push up into main, so we'll see the attackers here get to assume a different spot on the map.
Yeah, at least at the moment, Narrate is the only player getting anywhere near getting an ult right now. No one on EG. They're really going to try to throw some extra kills to at the end of the round, at least right now. I mean, honestly, if you're saying going back towards B here where you have no info, you gotta be thinking that someone is watching this with an Outlaw. There's like a 98% chance that that's the case.
We don't see the smoke, but Oki is there on the line now. Okay, crash for him. Relatively committed for the time being, but I don't think he minds that whatsoever. Cortesy the next to fall now, and of course, Bao can start to chime in a little bit more towards that B side of the map. John did well to close the gap. Narrate also gets himself a weapon upgrade.
A little bit of confidence there, perhaps too much to keep fighting that, honestly. Oki just not willing to give it up, and then the Spectre at that range is uncomfortable at best.
Yeah.
SEN have got a chance, not a big one. There's 14 seconds left to get in here, but at least they've got one gun now.
John straight to the side. John flattened. Not damn thing you could do about it. Narrate's also seen better days. He's electrified. And EG more than drilled enough in the protocol of spamming smokes.
And Superman is able to recover one gun. That Outlaw, did it go off the map? Did I not notice that? I think they might have just thrown it straight up off the map. I mean, the second shot from Oki was kind of nasty and unnecessary to hit a headshot, but that's fine.
I got greedy,
that's
bro.
Chill.
I got greedy. I had to heat up. I got greedy.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, again, my point, bro. Stop stealing my points. You're already playing professionally. Let me yap about it, dog.
You gotta let him have one thing. He was stuck there though. Couldn't gate crash out. So our drone forward. EG drawing a line very deep into Sentinel's territory now. Instead of just passive KJ util here in mid connector, they've actually pushed into Plaza.
With that turret down, and obviously the Nebula as well, top mid, SEN have to feel that there's some level of threat for serious aggression, like a full walk-up, right? Especially on a bonus round. You're going to go for something crazy. But it's actually a shift towards A main for EG, taking this space as a duo. Flash peek.
Caillou affected, but ducks away. That'll be enough for EG here. They're happy to set themselves forward over towards main. It's okay, crash out here. So SEN might actually re-hit that part of the map now with less than a minute left. They've got good link presence now, which is not been covered whatsoever.
Yeah, SEN might catch a nice timing to just pinch these two anchor players, not getting baited into going B where the majority of EG players are actually at on account of that A aggression. So this site really should be theirs for the taking.
The path could be an option. Now Red goes in. Caillou just guns Superman down as he tries to get ahead of the issue inside that smoke. An easy refract away. 24 on the clock. Still no plant as of yet. But EG have to set to flood back in here. Shocky on Caillou. So EG is still playing very far off this.
And that's all they have to do, right? They have the superior weapons, especially at range. A couple SMGs for EG.
Should have this covered. Here comes EG now stepping up. They got high-low set up. Digit's have an undo redux.
Oh, no!
Call it util in hand. Caillou and John able to recover things though.
Enemy remaining.
And Saturate thrown over towards main. Vulnerable to is common in no position to have any say here. EG say, okay, we'll have to settle for 2 guns stripped away and a proper buy in the next. These two ships are about to cross paths. That'll be Sentinels getting on the board.
All right, recovery from SEN. John with a good swing out towards Art side there. Ultimately, right, they still do have the numbers and additional crossfire set up even after their duelist crossfire was dismantled. A nice tap from Digizin, and then, I mean, yeah, that's honestly just kind of a misplay from Nere trying to get the ult off there.
Yep.
I know he definitely regrets that and is thinking, why didn't I just keep my gun out? Like, of course they're pushing me. Like, but all good. Mistake not overly punished.
I would say like some of the micro issues are there. I feel like the macro for Sentinels, especially after the first map, was far better than last week.
And now we've got Digizin with the AWP, by the way. It's over towards B, so not a factor in the early round. But yeah, it's back to this waylay AWPing. And like, yes, you can take one nice peek on defense and then just refract and get away. But it's not like on a Yoru when you can be teleporting multiple times in a round, immediately setting up on varied angles across the map. That's why this has kind of been a focal point of discussion with these two duelists that EG have.
This fake Nebula's done nothing to deter EG. They know it's over towards A. This deep insert on B long is huge.
Yeah, no reason for EG to be elsewhere on the map. Stacked up right now to deny this access.
It's risky from Bao. Can he catch Redux out? From skip and jump, not going to be enough to get the youngster out of the way.
Remaining.
John has to jiggle pick that corner, but he is on his own. And at least will be able to emerge with his weapon. When he knows he's going to be getting pinched. Surely they know they're on a clock with Digizine being so entrenched. So jump pick this, surely. No, face it. Digizine is waiting.
And he just got all the info, straight up walking up B-long. It's what you called out in the mid-round. And EG all too easy for them to know exactly where to stack up, fully deny that hit, and leave the round with every single weapon.
Smoke played there for Bao. Let him catch Redux unaware. He's mid-jump as he gets brought down.
That is some rock-solid anchoring. SEN and now thrown down to the eco. Couple sheriffs, that is about it. And this is going to be an opportunity as well for EG to start stacking up some ultimates on this next buy round.
We might just be running this one down, folks. Behind this Allen. Round to the side we go. Superman only good for the one. A Bandit actually ringing out. Bao also takes a little bit more damage than he otherwise would have bargained for. This will open the side at least for Sentinels, but the spray through the smoke from Com will deprive them of the Yoru. Of course, the Nano Swarm there will make an early plant quite difficult.
It was looking like an awkward situation for EG for but a moment, but they've absolutely stabilized. Well, I mean, okay, all good, all good. That Bandit, man.
Little haphazard. Satisfying enough here for EG. Also building towards some pretty important elements.
Yeah,
Lockdown at the ready for Bao.
That was really just what I was waiting to see coming out of this round, assuming EG were going to win. Was worried for a second, but didn't have to be. It's Bao leaving this with the lockdown. Superman leaves this as well now with the wall, so EG have got a lot of options headed into the next buy round to try to get another big win.
Okay, this time it looks like, I mean, this might be a really nice little call here from Sentinels. Pings towards that B side of the map. Of course, our opping waylay.
Yeah, I mean, this could just be a straight up classic. You hit B, you plant safe with the Astra Wall, and you have a bunch of stuff for the post plant. You know, you could get one of the players that's one orb away from getting their ult to get the spike plant. You have the Hunter's Fury for the post plant. Just keep the game easy to have these ults.
How much equity can Bao buy on this B side for EG? Behind this Sentinel util. There's an inkling for Evil Geniuses to come this way, and now, of course, lockdown in play.
They want to save that wall for later. They just get Cortesia the orb, throw the lockdown in to force everyone back, and then the wall after the fact, all right. And they can place that wall deeper. I actually love this. They get the wall in deeper because they know they're forcing all the players off the site. All right, Narrate is an absolute maniac. But then they can take the forward positions because of that.
Yeah, flashing themselves now through this wall. They really want to make sure EG don't have a staging ground, but Bao holds his own. Redux out of the picture now. Hunter's Fury also committed by Caillou. Healthy enough squad of EG that Oki gets himself onto the side. Clone through the wall, thinks about the flash, but thinks again. Over the top, happy enough to have kept Sen at arm's length, but now this stall util is in play. Com, though, is able to give it a tap. Can this be interrupted? Yes, Nova Pulse is going to be there, but he just holds through it. Down to 14. Sen can't hear a damn thing on the other side.
It's that counter wall from Superman gets massive value when Sen are just ultimately forced back. But I mean, both teams used like the same ult play against each other, but it ended up working out for EG. I think it was honestly a bit of a mistake early too that Narrate. I mean, he went for that kill and then he has to get all the way out. Everyone is, forced out from that lockdown. They're not able to get into any positions to break it. That's tough. It's tough when they're all just, sent back to B main.
And
so
I don't know.
I get it's an opportunity for him to try to get a kill with the shorty though. We'll probably have to get out anyway, but it's tough.
Obviously, like that Nova Pulse doesn't interrupt the defuse. I don't see where the Sentinels Gravwell is there. It might have deterred an early plant. You can see John trying to continue to set up stars on that plant location because they're walled off, but there doesn't seem like there's a reliable mechanism for Sen to get back in past that wall themselves. They've used a lot of those util pieces to try and fight ahead of their own wall at the start of the round. You just mentioned Narrate trying to come forward. It feels like they didn't have options to flood back in after their push deep into EG spawn, which Bao shut down, fell flat.
Yeah, absolutely. So EG being able to, on that prior round, on the anti-eco, stack up all of these ults, brought them all of the value in the world. SEN still with enough for a buy into this though, getting that spike down, and with the loss bonus coming through. Dimensional drift for Redux.
Still going to be contending with Digizine.
I mean, yeah, they might just be keeping things simple here, honestly. Just pressure towards A, late lurk from Cortezia, back through mid into Art. We'll see.
Okay, no dash up onto the high box for Narrate though. Plenty of the Astra smokes to allow them in. Okay, Oki this time is rattling the cage, showing that deep duelist presence from the defenders.
Yeah, and at this point, because of Oki being that deep over towards Belong Sen, I mean, the A is definitely not an option in that moment. They can't go because they can assume that EG have stacked up more heavily towards that side of the map. And they're actually going to go back over towards B, try and force Oki back.
This time the gate crash, though, is in place for a couple of seconds at least.
Yep. And they're going to have to use this dimensional drift close because they don't have a drone to go towards Pillar.
Careful here.
Oki is going to be spotted out. He does have to retreat.
Instant pivot back here by EG. They're trying to get position. Looks like at least Bao's able to get into the site. He'll play halls.
Yeah, they want to commit to anchoring.
Redux maybe unaware, has to go for a shoulder pick. Sees, though, the player and is able to take the fight. Now Narrate flashed out, though Redux is going to be there to cover his back. Both duelists dive into the back of B site, trying to shut the door on EG.
How can they get back in with just 3 players lacking util and an AWPer? This is going to be extremely tough.
Yeah, what is it, a saturate? Digizine doesn't want to be pushing up like that. He can only passively play from under.
The real hope at the moment is just if someone on Sen over pushes. That's a nice hinder, but look at that grab well counted.
Yeah, no over push this time around. Com will be happy to extract the 1 kill. Redux
on for the ace.
For the ace, and he'll have it! Nicely done, Sentinels. Bounce back from an early battering. And happy to challenge into that single Yoru on Belong.
And EG aren't too pressed about that situation. They're going to go for it because they do have a lot of money left.
Oh my god. Yoru waylays.
I mean, it's just insane. It's just ridiculous. It's so good.
Habibi, welcome.
To which establishment?
He's back. Huge, huge work.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, you know, Narrate just flips around like Tinkerbell. Redux is able to follow up and be that second player.
Dishes in, able to afford another off. Posted up early towards A main, much like the last round. Wow, he's going in real deep right now.
Refract and just, again, it's Digizine playing in a pretty aggressive spot with the off angle not covered.
That's such a dangerous position.
Same thing happened on Abyss when he's playing out of security.
Yeah, he's taken some massive risks with his off positioning, and they have been punished by SEN.
Yep.
That's so early into the round as well. They have an opportunity to work the map. You know, look at Redux's TP. It's all the way over towards A side. They can pressure heavy B, pivot back if they needed to, but it looks like ultimately they just want to go B.
Bao has no utility to play off here anymore. Simply just going to try and fall off the site without being picked. Got the alarm bot to cover his rear. Now might just be a flood out of connector here with Com hoping to capitalize. Hunter's Fury at the ready here for EG. Is that a viable option? Nova Pulse heralds the arrival of Redux, who sprays him down. 5 into 3. That's just good mats, baby. And there's still more out on the field for him, but he's low. The post plant, Sentinels can scramble over this B side of the map. And that round's done and dusted.
Redux is just playing with zero fear right now. Absolutely feeling it. Started slow last week, but I really think people were overreacting to that. His off-season performances
People
were
overreacting to a slow
so
Sentinels
good.
week 1? That's crazy, bro.
That, I can't believe
Bro's trying to evoke the deep magic over here. That is a fixture.
But no, it was him and Cortezia in the offseason that were lighting teams up as a duo, especially on this map. We haven't seen Cortezia get too active yet, but his KJ here had been pretty insane. Yeah, look at this from Digizine. This positioning. He's just fully exposed to that left side. It's not like he's going to be able to teleport faster than someone can shoot him.
It's a misconception about how far up Sentinels already are. That is very quickly put to the sword.
Yeah, but there was a timing to do that because there was a Nebula down. I don't know. That's another moment where it just feels like EG are forcing it. They're trying too hard to get an advantage somewhere.
But again, is there a conversation that, I mean, in that case, it's kind of hard to watch Digizin's off angle there, but maybe there's a conversation or a lack of conversation about the kind of coverage Digizin has in moments like these. You know, we talked a little bit about Digizin says he's finding his place, starting to feel comfortable integrating into the team. It just takes time. We talk about the multilingual nature of this roster as well. He wants to obviously manufacture a lot of action on his own, but might not always know if his 6 is being watched. Moment here just to take a beat. Sentinels have started to fight their way back into this map. And like you mentioned, it's off the back of Redux. He's looked very, very good. An ace into a 3K. And the plan has been the same. Work down on that B side of the map. Punish over extensions. We're going to be back in just a moment. This tech pause is about to be resolved.
It was quick. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah.
We're getting back in the game. No worries. No worries.
Still a 2-round lead, though.
But after
like the tides are turning.
After what was a pretty solid economy for EG, just 2 rounds of full buys getting offs, that's gone. And SEN can easily get up to 4 here. There is a stack from EG over towards this A side, so SEN overplay on this side of the map. Maybe some danger.
Good saturate, that's going to force the gate crash out. Kondo doesn't have anything to shoot at with his Hunter's Fury, or does he? A hasty retreat being beaten by SEN, and they do get out unscathed. Now, though, their options might feel a little limited.
We have seen multiple calm Hunter's Furies on eco rounds. I mean, this one was clearly a set play. They came into the round with, on Abyss, it was more of a spur of the moment thing.
I think Flash out. This is fine. John with the off. Bowder's been able to find Cortezia. Smoked up. John able to get out. That's another door shut in the face of Sentinels for now, but they're patient. They've already got the way into A. Superman, though, trying to intervene. Surely not with the classic out of flowers. What better advent title for the bundle than that?
I mean, John is miles away trying to get to A main. So there might be a moment here where Kaiu's got to do it all. Smoke is good.
Smokes are good for John on the approach here. He's setting Kaiu up to be a little safer. In the meantime, it's going to be a push through the smoke. And that leaves John on his own. Post with it. Oh! It could have been something there.
Oh my god, I thought that was it. That looked like a lineup guaranteed.
Close but no cigar, but that is a round that is going to knock the wind out of your sails if you're Sentinels.
Oh, absolutely.
Back in it.
I mean, they're losing a 1v2. They're not trading out a guy with a classic.
I mean, it's rough.
Superman was hitting some nice shots for sure. Definitely not taking anything away from him. He was getting some great taps here, but you just can't be losing out that situation.
Both those players are looking into Secret. Yeah, I mean, a frustrating round for Kaplan. You've got 2 players lined up there looking in the same direction, completely blindsided by Check's notes, a player with a classic and flowers.
Digizin obviously able to save that op. Had been playing a lot towards A main on the last couple rounds, but this time wants to make something happen towards mid. I mean, yeah, this has been a slow start for Cortezia at 3-7 right now. He's been a demon on this map in the offseason. He's averaging across 6 games plus 7 kills in all of them, which is madness. He's playing Killjoy, man, but...
Okay, all those Astro Stars popped out. Dimensional Drift also used, but EG played off this A side entirely. They've got an uplink towards that Plaza site. They're positioned for a retake.
Yeah, in a position with a retake where they've got the dimensional drift of their own, but it's going to be really difficult contending with a convergent pass, especially if that comes in late, if they don't pressure it out. Oh, what a catch!
That is huge. Digizin can double back now and try and play out from Lincoln. On the side is Okeanos. He is entrenched. Clone over towards that main side of the map, and Redux is going to have to challenge his back and flash off the wall if he needs to. Super's on the defuse right now. He's gotten it to half. Gets off it though. That's the util that drags him away, but still, the kills going in favor of EG. Narrate inside the smoke, going to be taken down to 5. And what do you do but look on if you're John? Not a damn thing. You could say when he stopped the defuse, the time not there for Okeanos. Unreal.
Oh my god!
3 players down to the spike. Huge Red Bull clutch here for Sentinels. John, picture perfect pick.
How has he stolen that away? You are joking. That EG retake was looking pretty phenomenal from Dijazine catching that first player. Redux in, caught by Bao. All right, just gets a spam kill. That's crazy.
Here.
But then the convergent pass come up.
It's super on the DP. He just picks out the perfect target. He's got 4 people in his face. You're spoiled for choice.
Superman was so close to getting it to half earlier. He was like a hair away. It looked like he did get it, but he didn't. And then just because of that, having to get on it multiple times later, they lose that out. And they expend both of their duelist ults to try and win it.
Devastating result. What an he's a 1 versus 4 out of John to save the round.
And he just had to kill one guy. It's a one, I mean, they all died, but
that is
he
value.
Just literally had to shoot one player that could not move.
Okay, so just how good
That's insane.
is this EG team at bouncing back from blowouts like that? That is a tilter. You got some loud voices here, you got some very hungry, driven players, but that one is definitely going to take its toll on the mental. You got a classic pot of timeout, though, as EG still have a 2-round lead with 2 left in the half.
SEN have definitely been winning the more explosive rounds, you know, like they're getting aces, they're winning a crazy clutch like that. That honestly, in a way, it kind of feels like EG aren't in the lead because SEN are just pulling off some crazy stuff. Yeah.
But I wonder how they feel, right? Because if they might have to remind themselves that they're actually up by 2
Oh
rounds.
yeah, they're like, we should be up by like, we should be like at least 7 right now.
Right, play hero going to be long. Okeano stands his ground for a time, but is pinged out by that.
Be right back.
Bolt.
A lot of damage onto Narrate.
See what? Okay, that's a refract. Oh, good.
Cutting through.
Full stack from EG over towards this B side right now. And SEN, they have an idea that something like this may be happening.
And now you're contending with this Cosmic Divide, fighting back into this A side, but this is another round where EG have the retake Cosmic Divide at their disposal. So SEN don't want to make use of that flood utility too early on. Maybe they don't want to fight too far forward ahead of that divide this time.
Cortezia hears everyone from EG running through spawn towards A. So he's just telling the team, get out of here. But he's caught. That's the danger of playing such a forward position like that.
But EG are slow deducing that Cortezia's presence there could herald an early retake for Sentinel. So they can be a little slower to beat.
We could see a situation much like a previous EG round window where they are going to throw down the lockdown and Superman's Cosmic Divide to force everyone from SEN right back out to B main again so they can get on the spike. And now at least Bao has a rifle to work with.
Lockdown to send them out to long. And Cosmic Divide to keep them there.
They're doing it, yeah. EG, they're taking this risk.
Okay,
Bunch of Fury to counter it, yeah.
Okay, lockdown dealt with. Now EG flooding it at the same time. Sentinel's going to be quick to respond to this. Narrate in Hall. 1 by 1, they're pushing him. Flash can't even help them. Narrate and Redux combined in Halls yet again. Bao can only swing that wall a couple times. SEN have got this game back to 1 round.
That was huge from Caillou to be able to just deal with the ult straight away, breaks the lockdown, and then the rest of the team being very proactive in fighting forward and not putting themselves in a situation like before where they're trying to just spray at a guy that's on the spike in a smoke. No, we're just going to fight them. We have better guns. Play together. We will kill them.
Nice! Let's go.
And Cortezia being the hype man that he just like suddenly turned into halfway through last year when MIBR desperately needed someone like that, and he's just still that guy on SEN.
Yeah, bringing with that confidence. Raw passion. It's not something that Sentinels are short on, that's for sure. Now we have an Odin in the hands of Caillou. Just how permeable will this
one for
A-side
Calm.
be?
They both just, I don't know, they mind melded. And they both got Odins on this final round.
Both playing towards the same side of the map. Okay, lockdown though. That's a consideration for EG, I'm sure. And of course, they do not have Comms Hunter's Fury to answer it as easily as Caillou's did.
About to do with that recon? I'm just curious. There's about to be a recon and some Odin spam, I'll tell you that.
Okay, Oki force off the site.
Oh, some though. Not an opportunity to do it.
Lockdown's expired slowly. Dijazine is on this sort of wrap. He might have to pick up the pace a little bit though to be a factor in this round properly. SEN are happy to sit off this. play post finally got the Odin spam. That's going to be a big problem for EG if they walk into it, but Narrate and Rita get cleared. The duelists are gone. Now it's on the A main presence. A little bit wayward here, but nice saturate there from Digizine to make sure he secured that elimination. And now John will step up around the corner. Caillou spraying down for 2, but he's being pressured. The pinch finally comes in as Digizine gets himself a Vandal, gets EG the round.
I'm gonna need to see that Oki spray transfer real quick on the replay. SEN have loved to play these post plants with their duelists entrenched, and then support from other places on the map. Wow, that was nice. So fast onto Redux. Good little play from Digizine.
Let's go,
with that
Daddy, you're
saturate.
home.
Okay, man.
The little kid, why are you looking, bro? Why are you looking at me like that, dog?
Now he's trying to break the fourth wall every time he can. Okay, a little bit of a frustrating end of that first half for Sentinels. EG finally get their explosive round win, right? They want to really get some wind into your sails heading into the break. We'll be back, of course, with more of Pearl right after this. Much tighter affair here on Pearl as compared to halftime on Abyss. Sentinels definitely bearing their teeth a little bit more in the latter half of that first half, but EG hold it down. So hero play by Okeanos to have an insane spray transfer, flatten both Sentinels duelists, getting back into that A side and clinching the round. It's a 7-5 ball game.
Digizine, I do like some of the stuff he was doing on the waylay there, but honestly, it wasn't even really down to the agent. He was just doing a great job of denying lurks from SEN on those retakes. If we saw it on the last couple times SEN went A, he was just dealing with Cortezi on the flank alone, and then the rest of the team are just able to kind of route SEN back into main.
I mean, he's playing the waylay like you would Yoru in that position, right? The deep pincer on the B side of the map, doesn't overpush too much early.
Yeah.
Fine to decent timing.
We'll see on attack now, though, because this is when he needs to be, 20 Red Bulls deep, double diving in, Bucky into smokes in B heaven. Like, this is where we need to see some mental stuff. This is just what you do on. It's just the agent, man. It is just the agent.
We did see that from Narrate on a couple of occasions in the previous half, so.
But that's what they're going to need from him, though, to be a crazy entry player now. It can't be a slow pace. I don't know, unless they just play a slow game, I guess. But SEN pushed all the way up towards B, where EG are waiting out that aggression.
But yeah, look at this link presence already established for EG. No mid control attempted for Sentinels, hoping just to contain. But yeah, look at the pings here. Sentinels, though, okay, we've left a hole in our formation here. So let's just maybe double back and check this.
I mean, this
they pulled off A.
Honestly, wow. Yeah, we're a minute into the round, and it feels like SEN have
obscuring vision.
Little to no map control. I mean, they're pressed up a little bit on B, but the fact that they even have to watch Sewer right now with a player is like removing John from doing anything particularly relevant on a site.
Having their bluff called, yeah, they were forced to voluntarily give up that A side.
Yeah, now over on B, they're fully aware that SEN were pushed up. Time to take A to get that entry onto Cortezia. That's really nicely done.
Spike planted.
And John will wait.
And now what's the setup going to be? Very off-site. I will tell you that. Very, very off-site.
All of Com's util really still to work with here. Something you can certainly play off. Com just checking to make sure that wrap around a Sewer isn't going to be problematic. Now Ray going to be pinged out. Redux looking for a challenge here off the recon, but Digizine more than ready for it now. Saturate going to catch on to 2 players, but, well, they return one in kind. Now Okeana's getting a little bit active over on the link side, and John steps up. Only one, and that's not going to be enough. EG, another pistol round to their name.
That's nicely done from Digizine. I mean, that steady aim, just holding with 10 HP the angle towards main, and one taps that initial aggressor from SEN. I forget who that was. Yeah, that's Rios going into main. Just gets shut down. He even had the recon to support him, but it didn't matter. Yeah, and then just some spam through on weak players.
When the recon was ignored,
it look easy.
They let it ping out 2 players. Digizine just wanted to fight there.
But ultimately, when you go back to the beginning in mid-round, SEN just gave up so much of the map to EG. They walked in A for free. They had no control over the mid connector. John needed to watch sewer from spawn. Cortez is all the way back in flowers. They had some info over towards B, but then the second EG saw it, they're like, all right, we're just going to keep walking into A then. Just take this for free.
And ordinarily, you know, if you have an alarm bot in mid, that you know, covers it pretty well for you. That's what we were obviously seeing, you know, on the EG side of the map. That would just have bow, put an alarm bot there. You don't have to have this mid presence so much. You can play to those extremities and still have some form of early warning. Some wires get crossed there, and out of necessity, Sentinels actually have to give up some of the map because they just don't know what their mid presence could look like from EG. Which lets Oki walk into the side and actually have a line held to be walked into by Sentinels.
EG have gotten both pistols on this map, by the way, so definitely set up to take this pick. First time they're playing it, first time Center playing it in VCT at least, switching up their comp. Just going a little bit more meta-focused. What do you think the tech pause is?
I heard...
Bathroom break?
You know,
Doesn't look like
I heard it was gear-related, so I don't know if it's that kind of gear. Why?
Gear, but
not that kind of gear, buddy. All right, let's hear from John QT and get his thoughts on actually how this new format looks in Kickoff, this triple elimination. Let's hear it.
This format of Kickoff will help us a lot. The triple elimination format, I think there's potential to play like a lot of games, especially now that we came down to the second phase. And yeah, Kickoff is a really important part of the year for any team. I think it's where you get your synergy down, you get used to the stage with your new teammates, because a lot of people are very different from normal practice and scrim than matches. Some people get a little bit more nervous, some people get a little bit more hype. So it's very important to like identify these things and just get used to it throughout the year.
And I feel like that from John is kind of in keeping with the wider conversation around Sentinels, that they've taken a step back in some ways in order to try and raise their ceiling in the long run. And this sort of elongated Kickoff format feels like it does give you a lot of reps, a lot of chances to get yourself organized. But let's not forget, there is still a Masters on the other side of this. Like there still are stakes. There's something very real, very tangible to play for, the chance to represent your region at a global.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, it's the SEN org. They're trying to be at globals, man. I mean, that's what this org is built for. One of the most storied ones in VALORANT. They're trying to get there, even though you know they've gone to the well of the Challengers players and their Qbert Academy guys that they trust to bring up. But they definitely wanted Redux for a minute.
A while.
He had been ready in terms of his gameplay, just not ready because he wasn't old enough to play in the league. But yeah, I mean, you know, kind of from talking to Rob, I think they did a good job at SEN and giving him different skills as a player, not just in terms of what he's doing in the server, like obviously playing a ton of duelists in the past, like back when he was playing with like Mitch and Verno, but then, you know, with Qbert flexing to different agents, but also with that team, getting actually like a leadership role with those guys as well. So, you know, kind of growing personally, like taking his time to get a lot of different traits that when he's in the league, he's well-rounded, you know, compared to some of the other younger players that join up and they're crazy shooters, but, you know, they have other lessons to learn. And he's kind of got those, so there's a lot of positives.
Yeah, he comes with a lot of those qualities. He comes into VCT with maybe more of those qualities built in as a result of that sort of academy pipeline that Sentinels have been able to put together.
All right, here we go. It is round 2, EG. They won their second pistol on this Pearl map. All classics for SEN. No risks being taken at all. Oy.
Well, suffice to say, cat's out of the bag. the number of EG players set up here. At the end of the wall, but Senna responding by trying to get some link presence, but they get caught flat-footed. Caillou not quite able to join up the rest of his team. And that's that Sova util off the table here in this later part of the round. If they want to try and fight back, and they're all coming from Link.
Oh, Sen taking time to go out.
Okay, Val's going to find himself two, though, but again, the Spectre so well apportioned on this part of the map in that scenario. This leads Narrate forced out, Saturate thrown, and it's retreating back.
Messy there for a moment, because like the Nebula was going up and down while the flash came out for Sen to try and fight through Art, but most of EG were still in main. That was a weird little situation. Could have gotten even worse for EG, honestly, but...
I guess they're trying to catch a timing and flood back onto the site, but without any advance notice of the Sova, because Caillou gets picked off before that, it's just a gamble.
Basically here, you know, for Dujazine, just stay in the corner. Don't do anything. Leave with your gun and let the other guys take care of business, and you're good to go.
Yep. No map to jump off here, really, so...
Nary not even really going to go for anything. Just go down to the spike. So EG, a nice opening. Okeanos close to that dimensional drift already, so you could definitely see a world where EG try and put some emphasis on getting orbs for him in this round. Just be away.
This is obviously going to open it. Now, I mean, said make a play, but they really are just shooting in the dark a little bit to try and determine how committed to the side of that point Evil Geniuses are. Something you notice on Breeze from Narrate, he's so aggressive into the chokes early in the round on defense. On that Breeze A side, he was constantly pushing up, harassing, pulling back. See how active he gets here on this defense side, obviously. Sentinels are board up now, and Caillou immediately goes for the Yoda.
So EG not getting too proactive and actually trying to take control of either extremity right now. They've given up a main and obviously know that Sen have it, given they just got an orb for free.
Yep.
Yeah, instead, emphasis going towards hard. They're going to have to break that alarm bot at some point here.
Yep, and they are able to make their way through that. This is Senna grouping up on this A side.
You can see them scrambling back. They don't want to get pinched if suddenly a split execute was actually activated.
Gatecrash also thrown towards that small direction. It is in perfect position for Redux to join them.
And EG, you know, similar to that pistol, it's like they're getting a lot of map control right now, but they don't actually have to commit to anything. They still got a player in B main watching for a push-up, and now they're applying some pressure with a drone towards Link as well.
A lot of this is about clearing that KJ
they're
util.
all the way up in, you know, Link themselves. Cortez has to watch Sewer.
Now, when there was a blackout in the middle of the map in that pistol round, Sentinels had to give up that A site entirely. There's a similar situation brewing here.
Honestly, EG have so much map control, I think their undoing could be like indecision because they have so many options. Look at the way they're spread across the map right now. 23 seconds trying to get into A against this Odin.
Dangerous for Caillou as well. He gets taken down to 39, trying to give him hell for that
trying
position.
to run the spike back to B.
And it's going to work as well.
Bao has walked in. I mean, it'll work unless Redux gets in and just starts shooting.
I think Bao's going to be
he kills him.
He's thinking, no, Redux is up there, but the spike gets intercepted. Bao still able to make the trade. Narrate gets taken down. Redux able to avoid that grab.
They have no time. They have no time. Oh man, I hate to say I called it, but I literally called it. They had just too much map control. They didn't know what to do with it, you know? Oh man, it just fell apart.
So much of that round though, it feels like EG are following the game plan. Like, hey, let's safely push up and clear this KJ util. Can we pull some rotates? Can we get a clean sight? I just don't think they account for the spike carrier being picked like that. Maybe there's a chance you try and run with Com, have a trade opportunity. Yeah, that's a bit of a one for the blooper reel, folks.
What's the move here from EG? Are they going to get a little more aggro trying to fight for A main early? Because last time they just straight up gave it up.
They are anti-dart positioned right now.
But are they going to throw anything? See, I thought maybe there was going to be some kind of activation off the orb tap because Sen did get it last time, but no, they're just contacting.
Okay, Sen realized. Okay, that's a gate crash pretty far away back to the site. Caillou's able to get out as well, so this is great result for Sentinels. They are forcing EG to pay pretty heavily for marginal gains in map control.
And as things are slowing down, definitely worth noting that Narrate's all the way pushed up into B main, like looking straight into main and doesn't see a thing. So
what's the mid control?
Yeah, see how Sen have maneuvered around the map because of that.
So they take down that turret, hoping probably to pull players off of A as they re-hit it now.
Yeah, but they've got the right idea. I mean, there's still 3 players on A. They don't need to move. Narrate is watching B main. Cortezia has the info towards the links.
Oh man, this could be ugly, folks. 30 seconds left of the round. At some point, EG gonna have to bite the bullet. Or be forced to eat them themselves. That's a little shock down there. He's going to force them back. Okay, we have some Waylay presence up on the site. Redux is able to avoid the saturate, but Kai who's there, and Okeanos out in the open. Caught unaware. Now, it's a time game. Superman steps up here. This could be disrupted, though. Some shots are coming through. Relay bolt.
Spike planted.
Or the recon.
One
Look at
enemy
that
remaining.
recon. I mean, it lights everyone up. There's too many players from SEN. The spam is just way too much. They knew exactly where EG were going. They had on that round, as opposed to a couple of the others, all the map control in the world. I mean, they knew nothing was happening from EGB main. Cortezia was controlling Link and had the alarm bot art, so he knows basically what's going on in mid. I mean, that round was just so free for SEN, it felt, honestly.
The pathing outside of the spike run over towards the B site actually looks pretty similar for EG, though. They do get in mid, they clear turret, they get into Link, but it happens way later in the round. They don't have any mid control until like the last 40 seconds.
And even on the execute, I think it looked like maybe one of the smokes towards Flowers was late, and that's when Digizine got killed crossing, because I saw a star on the ground. I don't know, would have to rewatch it, but...
Oh, they're fighting for this.
Yeah, this time EG are not playing around.
Okay, Okeanos somewhat committed. Redux, of course, the one left behind, but he has his ways of getting out too. Okay, crashing all the way over towards the B side now, so there's a window for EG. They've been really uncertain. They've been ponderous here off this early round engagements.
And now they've got this dimensional drift for Okeanos when they get into a late round hit. They've been leaving Superman on a lot of these rounds, just a lone man, just watching B for any serious aggression from SEN. This time, the first time really, just pivoting back to him now so they can get into a full exec. You can see, yeah, I mean, they're definitely hitting the psyops, right?
Who's next?
DP's going forward, pop the ult, go into it, clear out that entire B site while the rest of the team run forward.
Now, is there going to be help for Okeanos as it comes out of this drift, though? Can Digizine get into that side quickly enough? Yes, he's actually planting at the moment. Superman can wrap around and help him. Those heavy smokes in tower help.
EG need to play forward because John is going to be able to throw down this Cosmic Divide.
Good saturate, that's what you're looking for. Digizine tries to assert himself, but he gets traded out in the end. Still good Hall's presence, though, from the attackers. Narrate cuts into wood for the trees, and he's got to go and fight his way into Halls. Okeanos flattened by the shorty. Caillou just awkwardly lumbering steps up on the tower. Is dealt with, and now SEN are down to 2. Pivotal round here, folks, and time is running out. A Cosmic Divide dissipates. They'll be fighting on long, but Narrator's going to get himself there. Now there's just Com on his own. Shock Dart's not going to be enough, but frankly, it misses. Narrator looks to challenge. John has to get off the spike, but time is short, and Com has done this many times before. Cool, calm, collected is Com. The Red Bull clutch keeps EG ahead.
They did a great job fighting together there when that Cosmic Divide came down. Like the Digizine was getting forward, was able to hinder that player towards Link, put the pressure on SEN when they were trying to get back in there.
One enemy remaining.
John got a couple good kills, but yeah, that's not going to be enough.
Ooh, that could have gone either way, mate.
Yeah, just the fact that he lives and gets off, knows that John is, he got it to half, but is off, that, you know, basically seals up the round.
All right. Eyes on Hunter's Fury here for
Does that
Caillou.
go to the alarm bot in Link? It doesn't break it.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
I'm
wonder
quite.
if that happened before, then like Cortezia minigame moved it somewhere else. I don't know. Interesting
Yes, it is actually more to the left than it was.
Yeah, maybe that happened on a prior round, so switched it up.
Clever. Reminds me of the old Icebox mind games on Boiler.
EG are quick to get into art on this round. They definitely want to be breaking those alarm bots that are being placed in either art or Link ASAP. I mean, that's kind of the goal here, right? It's like, okay, if it's Link, hopefully the Shock Dart breaks it. If it's art, then we're going to go there and break it.
It's a very deep alarm bot from Bao. Look where he's got that.
Yeah, and SEN do have to be really concerned. They just lost A main because Redux felt like he needed to teleport away and get towards B, which it's looking like that's the right call. And they've actually re-picked up A main, so SEN are going to be stacking the right site here. They have had the right reads on defense.
Okay. Positive divide time. This cuts off Tower, of course. Conversion pass committed to the fight. Here's John in position, expecting a flash. It comes later. He actually turns it too early. This is awkward. Taken low, but still somehow emerges with the frag. Digizine finds Redux, but John is at fire, but he doesn't seem to care. It takes Com in the end to bring him down. Now it's on Caillou and Narrate, both coming from under. Narrate a little bit slower, should at least be able to get a high-low setup as Com is revealed. But the spike is down. In time as he gets Sentinels. The numbers game also stacked against them.
Just Caillou alone. This spam, that's not going to be enough. And even at that, Com is able to escape to long, so not even in a position where he's going to be susceptible to it. Players are low, though, for EG. Maybe there's a chance.
Nowhere to run!
Harness Fury reveals Com's rather obvious location. Caillou again, another tap, another tickle. It's Bao out of the picture. Does he expect a second player? Com eventually steps in.
Bit of damage, but yeah, not going to be enough. Well done from Com. Another late round situation where he's coming out on top. I mean, Digizine is getting some huge kills there, bro. I mean, he's literally just like walking around and shooting people because he's got insane aim.
How does John get 2 kills on that site, though?
Yeah, it's crazy. That flash was mistimed. He was waiting for it to come out from Redux, thought it was coming, it wasn't. Then he got flashed and he still lived and got a kill. It's crazy. Huh? What was going on there, man? But
they say you make your own luck, frankly. Okay, yeah, frustration surely starting to bubble up here for Sentinels, who would have loved to have probably emerged with a clean 2-0. Great way to silence the doubters. That would have come out of the woodwork after last week. But Evil Geniuses are giving them no small amount of grief on that B side of the map. 4-round buffer. Last timeout now down the gurgler for Sentinels. Need a classic Kaplan timeout to put him on the right course.
Yeah, there was such an important kill from Digizine in that round, though, too, man. When Redux was finally unhindered and he swings out, and Digizine's like low HP, Redux knows where he is, has the crosshair ready for Link, and then Digizine still just beams him with the Phantom. I mean, dude's he's hitting on this map.
Yeah.
He's just straight up killing people. He's just shooting them. Like, it's not the crazy Waylay stuff. It's this dude is just an aim monster.
I mean, you did pose that question. Like, how impactful was he going to be on the attack side after being a very effective insert off B long and making these late flank timings that worked out well? He's certainly given a strong account of himself here.
All right, Sentinels, crucial full buy, or EG are going to get to this match point.
They've got to go for a stinger for Cortezia, though.
I'm still waiting to see if there's going to be a round where EG activates something off of a tap on this orb over towards A.
Look at this investment of KJ util in mid. Even the Nano Swarm thrown to double door.
Yeah, this is fast from EG to try to get in. They want to activate the alarm bot with the clone over towards Art, which they do.
Fall back here, hitting the brakes.
What Digizine's plan here? He wants to follow up on this. Saturate! Redux tears his head clean off. Superman's follow-up timing seemed fine, but Redux is too sharp.
Then now all of a sudden, EG are getting into this site, and they are surrounded by SEN players if they commit.
But Redux saw them hesitate. He knows exactly how much time Sentinels have to make this happen. Cortezia gets some value out of the stinger in the end. Before being brought down by Oki. But he's on his own. Crucial round win there from Sentinels. Stopping EG in their tracks as they try and hit A.
Redux was just a brick wall in A main. Superman can't even get the trait out in time. It's just too fast. Give me that replay.
Yep, roll it, baby.
Production. And the hinder misses.
Yeah.
So Digizine just not able to capitalize off anything.
Come on, baby, habibi.
Sometimes if he forces it really either, but he doesn't have a lot of backup in A main. Superman is a step maybe too late to get a clean trade, but Redux is nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nasty. All right, Digizine trying to catch one with the Bucky, but out to safety are SEN. EG are not going to slow down, though. They get right into this site, and SEN are just giving up the space, intending on playing this for retake. They have the paths from Nere to do that. EG, they want to do something active, though. They want to find a pick right now.
But Sentinels would read this. They were worried about a flood over towards that link side. Digizine, that is high value.
2 with 1. You can't be doing that, man.
Cosmic Divide still here to work with. You've definitely got options. Yeah, the kind of round you'd hope to have pretty easily. Yeah, Cortezia gonna go for a round clean up. Clever from Sentinels, though. They ready into a potential flood into link by EG there. They all double back around towards Flowers.
Yeah, that was smart. I mean, Center, they still have the way better guns. They're able to clean everything up, but...
Yeah, we need to see that back
man.
again, bro.
This is so stupid.
Fish in a barrel.
Yeah, I like this from Sen, though. They just... Wait, all right.
Oh,
Guys,
take the man down. Hunt the man down.
we're not playing any games. We have better guns. I don't care that they put a lockdown on, but just kill them.
It's no small commitment, really, that lockdown for Val. So now Sen will start to stabilize that economy a little bit, and very powerful retake ultimates behind them now.
Again, they're taking A main. So consistent from Sen. They're doing this basically every round for absolute free. And EG now, after having struggles there in the past, no desire to even bother. It is just everyone towards B, but no ults available. Oki 1 away from the dimensional drift.
This time Digizine's not carrying a spike, so he's in position to dive into halls to make sure this double duelist can get a real foothold. That's going to be scouted out early. Some of the KJ util cleared. There's Oki taken down, though.
Yeah, that's, I mean, almost certainly just random spam coming through from Redux while players are pushing into sight. Does Digizine want to go for more? Does he want to get hungry?
There's so much here to work with. This retake util is...
Oh, do they... It feels like there's some indecision. He wants to fight, but he doesn't know.
Flashed out, Digizine. Cortesy is also in a very powerful spot. It's going to have to be given up for EG for the time being. And now, of course, you play from behind this Cosmic Divide. Your options are limited. You aren't hearing it. You're saving guns. That lockdown caught him out.
And Superman just hoping that's a clone walking up towards him. He's stunned in the corner. Good retake from Sen. Felt inevitable that a big retake with ults was coming, given what was on the board heading into this round. And it starts, yeah, Redux just gets a spam kill. Easy, and then, yeah, here Digizine he's in that situation where it's like, okay, they have the lockdown. Can I get myself in a position where they're not going to expect me forward? It looked like maybe he wanted to peek forward. Do I wait? And then, unfortunately, just flashed, dealt with, and he's down. I mean, that round's over. Okeanos, though, after going down, does have the dimensional drift. And EG are more proactive at getting Sen the hell out of A main.
They have that Sova util to help them in A main to maybe have more confidence in the capture. Even saw Okeanos step in. It's a pretty big commitment by EG to that part of the map to leave an insert behind for now. And that rate is encroaching. No op to hand, but convergent paths at his disposal.
Slow from EG to work back here. Calm still has that drone, so he's going to have to use that to clear these close angles away.
Oh, okay, yeah, the drone kind of ruins his plan. He was getting ready with the paths.
There, it's just, got to get out of there. Doesn't have any other option.
Cortesy was there, though, very quickly repositioning himself towards his B side.
And they are stacking up. They have 3 players there. They have been majority players on the right sites in, feels like, every single round.
Yeah. He's calling the ultimate, yeah. Okeanos sees this coming. Now, how do you respond to this? Virgin Pass comes through regardless. Now, going to be brought down by Bowther when Oki is in halls. Clone to set him forward now through these smokes. EG going to try and contest from this part of the map, and Oki delivers. It's John, it's Cortezia, though. That could be a bit of an issue. 1v2 for Cortezia. No spike down, 15 seconds left. He can play games. Digizine left solo on the angle, and Cortezia, you bloody unreal. 4 kills, and that might have been enough to drive the sword through the shoulder blades of EG here on Pearl. What a comeback. What a Red Bull clutch.
Absolute monster play from Cortezia. What a phenom of a player. I mean, what a pickup for Sen in this offseason. He's really been phenomenal with them. And even today, when he's a little bit quiet, to close out the game damn near, he's going to make a play like that happen. When it comes to the aim, I mean, listen, enough said. Do I even need to bother talking about Cortez?
I mean,
like, mechanically, he is just...
He had the highest headshot percentage for, at least for kickoff last year. He is unbelievably sharp. But that is a guy who's been in the system now here at VCT Americas for 2nd year, really coming into his own, stepping up, being a voice, and then getting things done himself when he has to.
Yeah, I mean, he's been keeping the team hype. He's also like, I mean, yeah, he's keeping them hype, relaxed, having fun, monster aimer. Incredible pickup. that SEN got during this offseason.
Now, slight audio issue here. I think young Marshall was looking a little perplexed. So this is not just EG trying to ice the kicker.
I mean, and look, this is, bear in mind, EG winning both pistol rounds on this map just to have things now tied at 11-11. Like SEN on the gun rounds, they are overall playing the better game right now.
This is a...
Can EG close this out in the last second? I mean,
their economy's got to be pretty rough here.
Bro, on this defensive side, SEN are always stacking up the right sites. And if they're not stacked on it, it's because they're playing it for retake. Like, they have a full understanding of what is happening from the EG camp. I mean, I think the only like, maybe there's like the pistol round EG kind of threw them for a loop, and then after that, it's come down to like EG winning, like Calm wins the clutch. They're winning things late in a post plant if the trades are going their way, you know, but...
There's been some indecision though. Like the clock has definitely burned down significantly in some of these rounds for this EG squad. Now is the time to be decisive. They're gonna have to do so with a little bit of a haphazard buy. It's patchwork at best. Superman, oh, I'm gonna speak
Glass Cannon Guardian. Very rare pickup. No ults for a soul in the server. But Calm being just one away is definitely something EG can try to play to. He is the one carrying the spike at the moment.
Yeah, but are they going to get into any of these sites for free
I
like
like
that?
this from Redux. Out of this moment, he picks up the AWP going towards Art.
Yes! Unreal!
That is really such a heads-up play, because EG have just been constantly going through Art, constantly trying to break that alarm bot position, taking that space on the map early. We haven't seen a lot of AWPing or any at all from SEN. Perfect time to mix that in.
EG might get funneled here towards a link that is being heavily watched, especially by Cortezia, a hero of that previous round. He's falling back off pretty familiar timing. I've seen this from him a number of rounds in a row, just in case as an attempt to run the spike elsewhere on the map, which, as you'll notice, Bao is considering back there at Plaza.
He's going to show himself breaking that drone so they can leave Oki inserted, who's now throwing his teleport away. And SEN, they really don't have to force the issue here at all. They're relaxed. They can play this for a full retake situation.
They might make the wrong choice.
Yeah, or if EG hit B, they're going to be walking into 3 players again.
We'll see how this shakes out. Narrate playing close here. This is risky to say the least. Oh, he's seeing plenty of action. He's going to go for it. Bauer's taken down. That's the KJ off the map. But Cortezia, with arms wide open, says, step to my site.
10 seconds
and Superman,
left.
in a desperate, dire situation, EG in the doldrums, money looking awful. He'll try and salvage this simple Guardian to stay alive in the map.
Will he even be afforded that? Yes.
Match point.
Does shut down Narrate, but EG attempting to go for a split onto B, but Superman is just smoked off in main, so it's not even a split. They're just going through Link with 3 players, so a hinder that's catching everyone.
And see that from Redux? We got that from him round after round after round on Breeze, and he was getting read into, he was getting caught out, he was forcing it. That's the first time I feel like this map we've seen that kind of forward posting from him on defense with that op. That's an important kill to take momentum away.
Look at the center picking up 2 outlaws in this round because of EG's money.
Okay, we'll see if that pays off. They've also got the Odin for that early damage. Okay, Hunter's Fury build up by Com in that last round. He's going to let it go, but it is speculative. Doesn't tell us too much about what the action is, and Okeanos gets deep and gets downed.
Digital is so weak right now. Superman trying to press forward with that Guardian, that save.
Okay, finds himself another. That's probably going to be enough. Bao tucked around the corner. Clone giving off the flash. It's Com and Bao to make this happen. Back to back on the side. Bao pushed up. Nova Pulse avoided. John biding his time. Sentinels can slow it down. The spike is out in the open, in their purview. And EG are the ones that have to make the move.
Cortezia is slow, just watching for some kind of push, maybe a wrap towards Flowers.
Oh, they give themselves away. They're going to clear the corner with that Nano Swarm. But they telegraph their swing around the corner, and Sentinels bounces back. They're 4-5 rounds behind at some point, but some really demoralizing round losses for EG, and all of a sudden, they are floundering.
But that is a tremendous bounce back from Sentinels in terms of the team play when you compare it to their debut match last week. They were firing on all cylinders in terms of just being proactive, playing off of each other. That was really nice to watch. Redux, obviously, as an individual, bounces back in a major way. That's possibly, that might be the A story coming into this, honestly, is looking for the Redux bounce back. And it was there. He played a really solid 2 maps. John was a monster, Tejo, on map 1. He was phenomenal. And I even think on map 2, he was just quietly getting a ton of kills as well. You just like,
and then
chilling.
Even when he doesn't get kills, he 1v4 clutches. So there's just some
the
uncanny moments
clutch as well.
That's when John shoots bow on the defuse, right? In the 1v4.
That was a nuts one.
And I really do think that, like, you know, as rough as the game was for Sentinels against Fury, there were those moments, right? This is a team that can give you that excitement. They are explosive, and it does hint at a ceiling. Once all the nuts and bolts get tightened, this team could be solid. Now they've averted that second strike. For EG, they're on their last legs here in kickoff. One of the first teams, of course, to fall to that dreaded lower bracket.
The lower bracket, yeah. And look, obviously, this year has just started. Not like we have a ton of data points.
Yeah.
But it feels safe to say that what we saw from SEN in week 1 is not going to be representative of the SEN that we're going to be getting the majority of the weeks going forward. Like, that was what feels like some serious nerves maybe just coming into the league. And now that they've kind of shaken that off and also feel like, all right, we need some vengeance. We know that wasn't us. They come back looking real nice.
EG, there is plenty of data points for them to go back and look at, right? We saw some great moments from Com. We feel like Digizine is continuing to get integrated, but a couple of those really close judgment calls that he makes don't go his way. Clutched on multiple times, tough to bounce back from that. But let's now send it down to Zoe for the Verizon post-match interview.
For the Verizon post-match interview to chat to our players. What an incredible game this was, Neri. I think it was round 8 or 9 or something. Player cam was on you. You started doing breathing exercises. It looked like you had to go dig really deep to bring this one back. What was going through your head there?
Yeah, I mean, the game was really hard for me. Pretty much our performance coach gave me like breathing exercises to practice on, and you know, what better time to try it when you're not playing well, and so that's what I was just doing.
Right, drop the details on Twitter. I'm pretty sure other people would be well served with those two. Cortesia, what a performance from you today. Do you feel like after the results from last week, you had something to prove?
Of course, we had something to prove. I think more for Sin City, the real fans that was cheering for us in the first game. We actually didn't show up. But I think the boys did a pretty good job today. Unfortunately, it was probably, I gotta say, my worst game individual is talking about. I got one clutch, an important clutch for us, so I'm glad for that. For me, the win, it's all that matters, but I can do better for sure.
There's always better, but that clutch was insane. Q, let's chat. You are up here now playing for Sentinels, raced from the academy team. What's it been like for you to experience as an IGL for the team?
Good, you know, just learning every day. First match was just kind of getting comfortable on the stage, and, you know, we knew what we did wrong, so we're just taking it to the next game, and every game we're going to get better and better, you know. Today wasn't the best Sentinels, but it was definitely better than the first time, and it'll just keep improving. And whatever Marsh said, he played amazing. You know, he did his job. Scoreboard, whatever, doesn't matter.
That's right. IGL also got to be the cheerleader of the team. John Cutie. Who is that?
Huh?
Who is that?
This is our luck charm. He's 1-1 so far, but we're the future is looking red.
It's a 50% win, so that's good. We take that. You're gonna go up against 100 Thieves next. What's your read on that team currently?
They're really strong. They had a really good game against G2, so I believe they will be very confident against us. But I think we just needed the first win in our belt, and everyone's getting more confident. So we'll definitely be scaling for Sunday game.
Right on. I mean, what a comeback it was, right? Bringing it back 2-0 the score. Redux, you're one of the players when the roster was announced. A lot of people are looking to you to be a star player for Sentinels. Of course, it's a household name in VALORANT. There's lots of eyes and lots of pressure when you're playing for a team like that. Is that added pressure that people are looking to you to kind of leading the charge?
I mean, I guess there will always be pressure, but to be honest, I don't really think about that stuff. I just had to get the first game jitters out the way, and then now I'm feeling comfortable and confident. And that win felt really nice. The ace felt nice. I'm ready to play.
Right, we're ready to watch. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and the entire squad. And we're now getting ready over there for match point.
Thanks very much. So yeah, we have two players just around the corner, John QT and Redux, who will be joining us on the post show. While we wait for them, let's just chat a little bit about that game, because especially that map too really looked like EG was going to close it out, and SEN basically only stayed in it due to some insane heroics.
I was going to say, hold on a second, vouch for me here, because I said I believed in Sentinels the whole time, no?
Yeah, sure.
That's
okay.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I mean, you
remember
did
when
believe
the
in them,
prediction showed up and you were like, oh wait, I voted for Sentinels.
Crazy.
I
No,
feel like
the
that was
heroics
what
were there.
happened.
Display from John was sick. He has to find the thread right there. 1 versus 4 with
that was so
no
close.
time left at all. Has to hit the headshot there to win that round, and only wins the round by 0.23 seconds.
Yeah, that was crazy. I feel like John QT as a whole this series has been absolutely insane, but winning out that round makes sense. And then even Redux, man, he has been on fire too. A lot of these rounds, loads of multi-frags going the way of these players and Sentinels. It just felt like, yes, we saw the hero plays. We saw a lot of that fragging power. I love that. That was funny. But yeah, they really came online for this match.
Yeah. Do you think that watching this game now with the win under their belts for SEN, does it push the needle at all for you versus where impressions were going into this series, or are we still feeling it kind of a similar level for SEN?
I mean, I think this was a really good sign for them. I think especially bouncing back in the second game and fighting back for a win is a good sign. I also think that people were just overreacting after the first week, so I'm happy to see them perform here.
Yeah, well, we got our players hopping in now. Hey, Redux, how you doing?
Can you oink that one?
Congrats on the win.
Congrats,
Hello.
dude.
You hear us okay?
Thank you.
Ooh.
What's up?
You hear us okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Sweet, yeah. Well, your first win here in VCT Americas, a close one. You get an ace on the stage. I just kind of want to get your impressions after losing that first series with the squad, getting knocked down. What did you feel like you guys improved on to then come into today and get this win?
I think first game we definitely had like some jitters from everyone, and I'll admit it, me too, for sure, judging by like my performance. Yeah, it was a rough game for me for sure, but to be honest, it gave me like a lot of confidence and a lot of like determination to like prepare for this next match. Because like I know that, you know, that's a once in a blue moon type.
Yeah, slide in. There's a headset for you there,
performance.
John. Thanks.
Yeah, there's one just under here for you.
Right here?
I think it's
You want to grab
Oh yeah,
that?
that one works too.
That should do it.
So
yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, so I knew next game I was definitely going to do way better, and I was confident in that. That's why I mentioned confidence, and I think I showed up pretty well. Definitely could always do better. It wasn't perfect, but I'm really happy with the game, and my halal brother here.
Well, this is the halal couch right now.
Yeah, for sure.
All together now. Yeah, it was a really close back and forth in that second match for you. I want to ask a little bit, John, for you now, kind of taking that step back from the IGL role. How do you feel like that's affected the way that you're playing in these rounds and kind of your own individual performance?
To be honest, it's a bit overblown. I feel like I've always played good.
True.
I think individually last year was my best, even though people think I fell off. And yeah, I know how to play. Doesn't matter if I IGO or not, but it's just like a different look for me, like a different experience. I think I'm learning a lot, just being more of the second vocal guy. But like Caillou is doing great for me. Like I speak like a lot in freeze time if I have a read, if I wanna like if he calls a setup and I wanna micro the players, I just do whatever we need to win.
Yeah, well, it worked out today. We have a bit of a game for you guys to try and play today. This one is called Try Hard or Bare Minimum. We're going to deliver you a series of phrases, and I want you to assess is this something that your teammates should be doing as a bare minimum, or is it going kind of above and beyond? And I want to see how you guys contrast in your opinions. You two can play along.
Heck yeah.
if you
What's
want
the
to.
context of this?
Dude.
Like ranked or like matches?
Pro team, expectations for a teammate.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Let's do the first one then. Having lineups for every map. Is it the bare minimum or try hard?
Bare minimum.
Yeah.
Bare minimum across the board.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Just what you have to do as a pro?
For sure, yeah. I mean, you gotta have lineups.
That's the least you could do these days.
Yeah, for sure, lineups, easy.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're aligned on that one. Let's go to the second one. 10 plus hours of gameplay a day, including scrims and ranked on your practice days. Is that a reasonable expectation or above and beyond?
Oh God,
mean,
I look so bad putting
Careful.
this up.
Careful now.
Careful now.
Oh yeah, that
Now, are you
Not
just
being held at
aligning with
gunpoint.
John here, or?
No, I mean, listen, I definitely have been putting 10+ hours of gameplay this whole week, for sure.
But do you guys not feel like you're getting burnt out doing 10+?
I think, okay, I think for me, like, it's definitely bare minimum, but you need to like have a balanced schedule, you know? Like one of those days per week, you're probably just gonna do practice and then just relax at night. You just need to be smart with it. So, but I would say like definitely 5 days out of 7, bare minimum.
5 out of 7?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
plus match days, so is that?
Huh?
Plus match days then, so is that 6 days a week where you're basically Valorant all day?
Yeah, I would say so.
Is there ever a day for you guys where you just don't play at all? Like, do you give yourself a day where you don't?
Yeah, for example, if we have 2 days off, I definitely 1 day no Valorant, no screens. Personally.
I love that.
Yeah, every once in a while, yeah, for sure. That's the only reason why I didn't like instantly put it up is because of the burnout, you know.
Okay.
That was the only reason.
You know what's worse than burning out? Losing.
Facts.
Yeah, real.
Veteran right here.
Well, another
Cheers.
thing to maybe help dissuade losing a little bit, warming up for an hour. Bare minimum or above and beyond?
For ranked or match?
For matches. We're talking prepping for a match day here.
Oh, bare minimum for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would say bare minimum.
I think we have like, we get a lot of time in the prac room.
Sure.
Here.
What about for ranked though?
Try hard.
Yeah,
for sure.
There we go.
Fair.
Yeah,
How long do you normally spend through your warm-up routine when you're playing a match day?
I mean, I guess like around an hour to an hour and a half.
Okay.
Because like if you play too much, like DM, like sometimes your arm gets a little bit tired. So you want to make sure you save, you know, some energy for the match for sure. And also I think like if you're playing too much DM and then you get tilted in DM, sometimes it's, you know, you don't want to.
Do you get tilted in DMs?
That's a you issue.
Listen.
This guy sitting next to me in prac room just raging.
Yeah?
Bro,
Okay.
These gold players, man.
Let me ask another one then. VOD reviewing EMEA or other regions in general. Put the sign.
Other regions in general, yeah.
2.
Okay, what about EMEA specifically?
EMEA specifically.
In between.
In between. Come on, give me a side here.
I would say bare minimum for sure. Like at least like the top teams.
Okay.
I think you can pick up a lot of stuff if you wanna like definitely like get some lineups, or if another team plays the same comp, you know, you can add to your strat book and stuff like that. And also individually, like I don't know, like you play Euro and you're like, this guy, oh my god, he just had a crazy game on Euro. Like maybe he's doing something that I need to copy.
I saw you turn your sign around just a little bit here.
Well, listen, I'm here learning from the veteran. He seems to have all the right answers. So.
Okay, bro.
That
seems like everything is bare minimum.
That's a good sell. Okay. Let's ask this one. Knowing specific agent footstep sounds.
Yeah, bare minimum, easy.
Easy.
I think low-key. Okay, if you guys get any pros here and you make them try, they would not
It's
like
so
get
hard.
It is hard.
I feel like there's some agents that are very
try-hard.
distinct, like a KO or a Brim or something.
Yeah, KO, Breach, Brim is very obvious.
But there are some that are
others,
similar, yeah.
Like the Jet and the Astra, they're so quiet, both of them.
I imagine, especially when you're playing on stage, it can be hard.
Yeah, it is impossible. Sometimes even Omen TP you wouldn't hear. So I don't think you'll hear the footsteps.
So maybe that one's a little try hard. This one though, tracking enemy ability cooldowns well in a round.
I mean,
bare minimum.
Bare minimum, yeah.
Depends on the player though, I imagine, because you probably don't want.
Not
Do you
everyone
expect
does
that out of
this.
everyone, or just out of some players on the team?
I would say, yeah, I would say definitely the IGL or like second caller keeps track. Like obviously, like if a Silva darts at the start of the round, like you would know when he would get it again, or like Euro TPs, like you want to fight Euro TP when his thing is fading. So I would say for most players try hard, but you definitely need someone on the team that does it.
You need at least one person
Yeah.
to be on top of that.
You do
Is
that
that you
for
for
your
the team?
Yeah.
I definitely do that, yeah.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah, right.
What? What?
This guy doesn't even keep count of his TP.
Yeah, cap, bro, cap. Nice cap.
I'm playing.
Gotta stay on top of that stuff. Let's take a look at the middle bracket and where we land after day one. With that win, you guys will be playing again on Sunday against 100 Thieves. It's an opponent that you've played a million times on SEN before, but someone new for you. Any expectations going into that game?
100 Thieves is the best team we're expected to lose. Hopefully we keep it competitive.
You're expected to lose, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Anything to add, Rita?
He doesn't know what to say.
You're like, what is that? I thought we were trying to
I did not
win.
expect that one. I mean, it's going to be a hard-fought match for sure. I think we'll definitely have to be super prepared and put in some good preparation in this next day for this match.
Yeah.
And we could at least make it to third map. You know?
Sure.
No, I'm joking. I think Sentinels has a really strong matchup record against entities. I don't think that's a secret. So hopefully we keep the trend. They've been looking really, really strong. I felt like they could have took the 2-0 versus G2, which is also like the best team in Americas, obviously. They want a 3-peat. But I think it's going to be a fun game overall.
Yeah, for sure.
That's to look forward to on Sunday for you guys. Want to give you some time to rest and recuperate. That does it for day 1 here of week 2. More games from the middle bracket coming up on Saturday. Same time, same place. We thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow on VCT Americas. Thanks, guys.
These and loud. I think we've got a
Thank you, guys.
is going to tell us a lot about these two teams. Don't really have the guns for the job here, but Darker definitely does with that rifle. 1-for-1 now. He wants to try and pull these players out into the open. Vora sharp as anything. Locking down his angle, buys his time superbly. No one's getting past this, and it's giving a possibility, but Verdi's been handed these opening kills anyway. Players in his sideline. He's waiting for the fight to come to him. ISOing the fights, and it's almost a possibility. 13-11 Loud. Do not let the opportunity slip away from them. It is going to be difficult. With a kill like that, gets a lot easier. Players not making all the noise in the world here. Loud are trying to get past this one into the choke, but how the hell to get past that? It's Timotino. He's not trying to play hard into the postman like they were before. A twist and turn and a change of pace, but Asuna got something to say about it. They know where he is now at this point. Waiting it out entirely. 13-2, 100 Thieves, and the fight's taken as well. Forwards! It's so damn messy. Chances, opportunities. And Lucho going for it. Double dash, he's got a shotgun! Waiting for a rainy day. Lucho, though, he just leaps in, takes it by control, and order kills claim. Kamazine is aware of it, can't quite nail those shots. Molly's gonna sail overhead, but it's desperation essentially in play. Forward just takes over. 100 Thieves find it all in the end, 13-6.
So we've got two teams here. One of them, I think, whose game last week, and Sentinels raised maybe more questions than it kind of answered. Some nice stats last week, but a lot of save rounds from John.
Oh my God!
Fault line to be set up. Now it allows himself to be affected by it. Still going to find out what shot he needs on Com. That is beautiful stuff. Digizine finds Redux, and now that Nebula in the way, Com still able to penetrate it with a shock dart. Nice clean up there for EG. Superhand is in with the Sheriff. It's 3-on-3. And here's Caillou fights through the wall. And bumps your uncle. 13-8. Sentinels sees, though, the player and is able to take the fight. Now the rate flashed out, though Redux is going to be there to cover his back.
That's a nice hinder, but look at that grab well counter.
Redux
on for the ace.
On for the ace, and he'll have it. Nicely done, Sentinels. Bounce back from an early battering. Now there's just Com on his own. Shock dart's not going to be enough. Narrate looks to challenge. John has to get off the spike, but time is short, and Com has done this many times before. Cool, calm, collected is Com. EG going to try and contest from this part of the map, and Oki delivers. It's John, it's Cortezia, though. That could be a bit of an issue. 1v2 for Cortezia. No spike down, 15 seconds left. He can play games. Digizine left solo on the angle, and Cortezia! You bloody unreal!
Go, baby! Let's go!
Sentinels bounces back. They're 4-5 rounds behind at some point, but some really demoralizing round losses for EG, and all of a sudden, they are floundering.